Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Party squirrels of the world unite. We're back again for more. Yeah. Y'all, I'm insane. You guys already know that. It's all good. So we are here with some lovely closed captioning. I don't know what a fenner is, but maybe we will learn. Let's just move these on up. Moving on up. Squirrely squirrels dinner. So there we go. Just move that right on up. Yes, indeedly do. Where have I been? I've been feeding my piglet and letting him outside because he's a dog and he has to have his dinner and go potty and everything. I'm glad you're excited. Look, start the show. Yay. Awesome. Love the enthusiasm. Yes. So yeah, I just finished the other stream and just took care of the piglet, Frodo, and he's all settled down and he's all happy. And now we are back. So I've got plenty of new Wendi little clips here that I did as well. So let's see, where are they? Let's see. Okay, here we go.
This is a really hard job you guys have. Sarah, your job is very hard.
Is there any way that you would think
somebody tried to kill my ex-husband? They should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law.
There's more where that came from. That's just the ones I have ready here. Anyone who has not joined the Discord, if nothing else would persuade you guys, not that you need to be persuaded, but what you're missing out on with the Wendi memes would break y'all's hearts. Shout out to DSN as well for that. I've created my own Wendi. We've got the most interesting man in the world genre. I've created another genre where it's like Wendi herself. And I have a vision, guys. You know, I've talked about the song for Wendi because I do like the different trial themed songs. Oh, that's so cute. What kind of puppy was it? And you know, for Wendi, it's going to be that song where it's like, everyone knows it's Wendi. And I've got the lyrics. Let me look at the lyrics here because I don't know them like memorized like other things. Let's see here. I have them saved on my phone. Where is it? Okay, so it's like, hold on. I probably need to do something with my audio so that you guys can even hear it. Let's see. Who's peeking out from under a stairway, calling a name that's lighter than air? Who's bending down to give me a rainbow? Everyone knows it's Wendi. And it goes on and on. I don't know if you guys have heard this song. It's from like the 60s, I think, or maybe the 50s. It's an old song. But basically that's that's Wendi's song, right? So I've been wanting to do this song, but I'm so glad I waited because I wanted to wait until I had a vision similarly to the Get Low Canton style music video. And I had the vision. I had the vision this morning as I was making some more Wendi memes, and I have the vision. And you guys, it's like when I have that vision for a song, whether it's an original song or like one of these like music videos for a trial, when I have the vision, it's like as if it's already complete. Now I just have to make it happen, right? So in my mind, what it's going to be is it's going to be the songs. Like I'll have a guitar, I'll do the song, right? But I'm going to time it. I can't even get through it without, I don't know that I can even get through it without laughing, even just to describe it, let alone doing this. I'm going to time it with the different memes. So like the visuals will be the different memes, the Wendi memes, and then it'll also be interspersed with Glenn quotes. It's going to be fucking hilarious. It's going to be the best one yet. It's going to be so good. I'm so excited. And also I need to start like a folder to save all the Wendi memes in because there's so many now that I need to be able to access them all. So that's just like a note to self. Shout out to Super Planner Girl though. Shout out to Scott as well. Scott, let me know if you want your own custom command because you are now a regular here as part of the Scroll Crew. That's so cute though. Where did you meet the puppy? Was that in Pullman? Oh yeah, it's gonna be a song with all. Have you seen the Wendi memes in the Discord, Super Planner Girl? Yes, it's gonna Y'all, it's going to be so, when I had this vision of how I was going to coordinate it with the memes and the song, I was like, oh my God, I wish it could be ready now. Cause it's like, again, in my mind, it's the finished product and it's like, but you guys can't see it yet. What a bummer, but I can see it and it's going to be so fucking good. It's going to be so good. The Wendi memes are just so, maybe, can I pull it? I feel like I can't pull up Discord. I feel like the computer will blow up. But there's all in the scroll crew, like DSN has been, and I've been like going back and forth fast and furious. You're gonna have to scroll way up. There's a bunch of them. And like, it's making my life. Like you guys, again, I'm gonna have to make a separate folder or a thread for it because it's like literally anytime at least for me, if I need to laugh, like that will do it. That will do it. Like that'll do it. The Wendi memes are just so on point. And the potential is limitless with this, right? The potential is so limitless. And like, I mean, she just does it to herself, right? Shout out to Radiohead, you know? Again,
Sarah, your job is very hard. This is a really hard job you guys have.
Is there any way that you would think
somebody tried to kill my ex-husband? They should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law.
My favorite moment in her trial will be when they play that at her trial. Just saying. That's how far ahead I'm looking forward with this, right? That moment when they play that at her trial. Also, this is not related to Wendi, but just Brady evidence. I saved a little clip of Runkle because y'all know how I love Runkle so much. And this is Runkle commenting on the Karen Reed hearing. I was just watching some of this, or well, rather I was listening to it as I was driving to go meet up with my family. And I heard this and I was like, okay, save this so I can clip it when I get home, which I did. And so here's a little clip about Runkle talking about Brady.
If I was the God Emperor of, of everything, I would make Brady violations not only an ethical problem, I would make Brady violations in and of themselves a separate cause of action for a lawsuit and criminally prosecutable, such that an intentional failure to turn over exculpatory evidence could come with jail time. Like, do the work, prosecution.
Fuck yeah. Runkle's my hero. Freaking love it. Yes, jail time for them. Who's Glenn? It's always funny. It's like, how do we summarize Glenn? But thank you. Super Planner Girl is trying to do part of that tough job for me or with me here. Also, so Glenn, one way we can do this is that in the Wendi swoop, Glenn is featured in the Wendi swoop. So again, this is from her interrogation. This is a Wendi sound with a Glenn quote.
I have that skirt.
He's writing a book about Wendi. We're all looking very forward to it. Yep. So yeah, I mean, Glenn, I don't know why I didn't save it as a standalone video because I made that whole compilation, the best of Glenn. And I don't know what happened. I think that's, remember guys, I was like sick and I had laryngitis. I wonder if I was like fevery or something. I don't know what I was thinking because, it would be great to be able to just pull it up and watch that again when we need to. But it was that he warranted it. I can say he warranted his own compilation video. And it was like 20 minutes long of like the best of Glenn quotes. And he lasted in the chat for, this is when we were watching Wendi's interrogation the first time through. He lasted for 3 hours and 40 minutes before I had to kick him out. He's the only person I've ever blocked. And so he's now a legend on the channel with all of his quotes, especially because, he bet his life that Wendi is innocent and that he bet his life that Wendi's innocent and that she'll never be arrested. But he also, on top of that, bet money. I think it was like $5,000. Heather remembers, I'm sure. He bet money on top of his life. And I was like, Glenn, it's okay. You already like bet your life. And like one of the best parts though, again, I'm writing a book about Wendi. It's like, excellent. Love it. So that's a whole thing. The Wendi memes though, like here's one of the ones I made. Let me see if I can pull this up. Like I'm just, the thing is that she just makes it really fucking easy to do. It's like, here's the theme I'm going with my own Wendi memes. This is an addition to the most interesting man in the world, theme. So let me just show you guys. For anyone who's not joined the Discord, this is the type of shit you're missing out on, guys. All right. This type of shit. This is a homemade, I made this, right? I found the Wendi face. This was a whole, like, I wanted to get the exact right face. It's really important. So this is like the exact face I wanted, right? Murder's ex-husband is nothing but helpful to law enforcement. And the reason that's there is because literally at that time when that picture was taken, that screenshot, literally that's what she was saying. And she said it like 3 times in a row. This is from day 2 of Katie McBanwell's retrial, where she says, she literally says, but I've been nothing but helpful to law enforcement. And she says it like 3 times. So that's Murder's ex-husband is nothing but helpful to law enforcement. That's just a little taste of like the wonderfulness. There's just so much more where that came from. So, but do check again, I'm gonna have to make a separate thread for it just so that way I can have them all in one place so that I can use it for my song. But they're in the regular, just the scroll chat, in the Discord, the main thread there. You can scroll up and see all kinds of wonderful Wendi memes that we've been working at, right? We don't even have to say borderline. Scary looking is fine here. Yeah, we were, it's funny. We were really, initially we thought that this was like someone who was just misinformed and like, maybe just, we can have like some back and forth discussion, well, okay. So Heather's, by the way, let's just start with this. Heather's command, in case anyone's like, this is related. So Heather's command is it was Glenn's first quotes. So the first thing that Glenn did in the live stream at the very beginning was Glenn was just in all caps, wrong. And then again, and then again, and again. And it's like, and literally it's in the compilation video. I was like, hi, Glenn, welcome. I'm like, it would be really helpful. I don't know what you're even referring to. It'd be really helpful if you can let me know what you think is wrong. Okay, thanks. And then like, literally he would respond and it would be like factually not true. But like, I was really like, not just me, everybody in the chat, we were all trying to like educate him and like, be like, okay, like we appreciate this, but like, that's not really how it works. It was everything from misstating the law and like clearly didn't have much of an understanding as to like how trials work anyway. But we were all generous, I would say, to Glenn until he started getting political and making, and sometimes it was almost like unsure. Is it a bot? Is it actually Wendi? Is it a bot Wendi? We don't really know. But then it was like these weird ass political, like again, on repeat, like the same things over and over that were just not, it wasn't even like a political thought. It was just like a string of a couple words. I can't remember. It was like A, didn't seem like a real human, but B, was just really confrontational and not even relevant to anything. And C, he was just doing it on repeat. And like, anyway, it was, it took a lot, in other words, for me to say, okay, goodbye. Yeah, but potentially. Yeah, exactly. Accurate. We were fairly tame until it got ridiculous. Yeah. And so for anyone also who missed it, there's also the Wenda, because we had a scroll friend in the chat who did a Google search and pulled up an article that said that Wendi and Donna are married. And the article literally says like, Wendi is Donald Adelson's daughter. And then it went on to say like, and they're married. Like it literally said that. And so as we were joking about it, without even meaning to, unintentionally, I said Wenda. And I was like, oh my God, that's like their couple name. And then Heather chimed in Glendy. So then we made this command for Wenda, and then it says Glendy because amazingness. Yes. So, okay, but here we are. We're here at the very beginning of it all, right? So we're here with Luis Rivera. So this is, check it out, October 4th, 2016. So remember, he was already in federal custody for an unrelated charge, unrelated crime. And he was the one who said, okay, I'll spill the beans. I'll take a deal, blah, blah, right? And so he was one of the hitmen. Now, just to clarify, it was Sigfredo who was really enlisted in the whole thing. And according to Katie McBanwell, she did not know that Luis was involved. It sounds like, and who knows why, maybe we'll learn, Sigfredo brought him in. They were like best friends or whatever. Sigfredo brought him in, unbeknownst apparently to Katie and Charlie, according to Katie. And she has maintained that throughout. She's not walked that one back. But we will learn. If I've seen this, it was a long time ago. I don't remember much about it if I have seen it, so I don't know that I have. So this will be really interesting to see what all he says, because again, this is one of the hitmen, and he's you know, making this deal. And we're also going to hear from Sigfredo, or Alfredo, as he's also called in this chat and at this channel, Alfredo, because that's hilarious. We're hear from him as well. So, yeah, so this is October 4th, 2016. And yeah. Listen.
I did.
Okay.
And that gentleman in the dark green shirt is yet again Pat Sanford, ever present, right? We saw him at Donna's arrest video, our body cam at the airport, which is one of my favorite things ever. We've seen him in lots of things. I've referenced him several times because I'm like, yep, you know, again, showing, you know, he's an FBI agent, right? And again, this is like from the get-go, from 2014, he was on this case. And to this day, he's still on this case and he's still testifying at every trial. And again, it's like, if you're going to involve the FBI and you're going to cooperate with your other law enforcement partners, you know, they did it the right way here, in my opinion, in that they actually utilized them. They didn't just get them in to try to get around some certain requirements for search warrants or to then have plausible deniability, to not turn discovery over. You know, they actually used their help. And they did the same thing with Casey Anthony as well. So maybe there's a Florida thing here, right? Where they actually used, they're not, you know, anyway, we've talked a lot about that. But also look at the TV over here, you guys. Can you all see that TV? Like, that looks like it's from like the 80s. Interesting.
So it's all good, man. I know you tried your hardest yesterday. Don't even worry about it, man. Don't worry about
Well, we might try some more. You never know.
Try some more.
See, I thought that his ticket was given to him on the way home. That would have been a good point of reference to help narrow down the geography, but it was given to him on the way up.
Correct.
And my son told me it was on the way down. I would have had a whole different strategy if I'd known that.
Okay. We did this the other day on September 30th on Friday, and we did a swearing in. Okay. I'm just going to read this time, the same exact form.
I don't remember that dude's name, but I recognize his voice. He interviewed Jeff Lacoste.
And Mr. Collins is going to explain anything further, and he can look at the form. Okay, but before we start that, I just want you to raise your right hand.
Raise your right hand.
I'm Investigator Craig Isom with the Tallahassee Police Department.
Oh, that's Mr.
I'm conducting an official criminal investigation concerning a homicide. Any false
Okay,
statements?
so that's Detective Isom. So here we go. So in the yellow shirt speaking now, that's Detective Isom. To this left, that's Pat Sanford. He's FBI. I don't know the guy in the blue shirt's name, or I don't remember. I'm sure we'll hear it at some point. But yeah, but Detective Isom and Pat Sanford are two staples on this case.
Material matters given by a witness under oath will constitute perjury, which is a first-degree misdemeanor according to section 837.012 Florida statutes. You already have your right hand raised. You solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you are about to give me is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Now look at his shoes. It looks like he's got normal shoes on with laces. Interesting. Huh.
You understand?
He's not got like the jail sandals or whatever. Like those are like regular looking shoes.
If you knowingly make material misstatements of fact to me during this investigation, you will have committed the crime of perjury.
Oh, not
Yes.
perjury. Perjury.
Louis, do you have any questions about what the detective just said? Okay, you understand that if you don't know the answer to a question, it's okay to say, I don't know. If you don't understand the question, it's okay to say, I don't understand the question. Could you repeat it? All right? The most important thing is that you give truthful information, which I know you will.
Know who this dude is that's talking right now. If Top Cat was here, she would know. Shout out Top Cat. Also, I hope Top Cat's okay because we haven't seen her in a little bit. But I'm trying to remember. She said she was going on vacation. I know Flash is on vacation in Aruba. But anywho, does anybody know who this agent is or detective? I know we got Isom. We know we have Pat Sanford.
Well, you don't guess. If you need time to think about something, that's okay. If you intentionally tell a story or you give a statement that you know is not truthful, not only will you have committed a crime of perjury, which is really the least of your concerns.
Sure.
The most important thing is you will no longer have a deal. Okay. All right. Now we do know that you have immunity. So, you know, the things that
Now
they've
another
asked.
thing too, he's very mild mannered, right? Remember, it was Sigfredo who had all the ties to the Latin Kings, right? And it was Sigfredo who had definitely a criminal record, you know, violent criminal record. I don't know that Luis did actually. And you know, again, he's here on unrelated charge, and we went over that. Again, this is federal that he's already in custody for, and it was something related to, what was it? I want to say something akin to like a RICO, you know, money related thing. But I was just thinking to myself that, you know, in terms of who's the more violent of the two, at least from our knowledge, and for having been charged, you know, Alfredo, seems to be, and the one with the gang connections. And again, him and Luis apparently go back. Am I live? Yes. Are you live? Welcome back, MCAT. Can you hear me? Hopefully you can hear me.
Asked about you that they haven't got independent of you, they couldn't use against you. You understand that? But that ain't the deal. The deal
No, Sigfredo. That's Sigfredo, baby daddy, is the Latin king. This is Sigfredo's friend, who Sigfredo, for whatever reason, brought on. Like, remember, the plan was just to hire Sigfredo. And apparently, according to Katie McBanoa, and she's maintained this throughout, unbeknownst to her, Sigfredo, brought on Luis, his friend, for some reason to help him with it, which is odd because then you have to split the money. So I don't know why he would do that, but that's what she said. And again, we'll find out more from him, but he was just, the plan wasn't to hire two people. The plan was just to have one person, apparently, you know, Sigfredo. And then this was his friend. And again, he took the deal because he was already in federal custody for an unrelated charge and testifies at all the trials. So yeah.
is we want to tell the truth and do what's right.
Yes,
You understand? That's the point. All right, I don't have any further questions in that regard. And the statement's is being recorded? Yes.
Brilliant. You could be that. You know, that's brilliant, but also could be completely what it is, right? The long drive. You could be completely right about that. Everybody complains about that drive. It's really kind of a whole thing. It's really funny. This a theme of this case, right?
Louis,
Heather, have you been okay? We've been worried about you. Are you okay?
the first time that you had a conversation, well, let me start this because I want to make sure I understand this. Did you ever meet or know or hear of Daniel Markell before this occurred?
No.
No?
Speak up loud.
Hey, if I heard about him,
Did you ever hear of him?
no, not at all.
Never heard of him? Never knew anything about him?
No, sir.
No one's ever mentioned that name before.
No, sir, not at all.
What about Wendi Adelson?
Not at all either.
Anybody else by the last name of Adelson?
No, sir.
Okay. When's the first time,
Oh, I'm
if you
sorry.
can recall, when you first understood that you were going to come to Tallahassee? Because my understanding is you've never been to Tallahassee before.
Never been up here.
Okay.
Sorry. Of course he hasn't, because literally the people from South Florida seem to just treat Tallahassee as if it's Mars. It's really fucking funny.
What was the circumstances of the first that caused you to come to Tallahassee the very first time?
I thought
Treat it like it's Mars, but also has the plague or something.
first time I was coming up here, I thought we were going to come here and rob somebody. You know? So when I get in the car, that's
Oh,
when Garcia told me, what we coming up here for?
Alfredo.
Coming here to kill somebody.
Uh-oh.
So before you got in the car, you had a conversation with
Oh,
Sigfredo Garcia,
In my house.
Tudo,
Yeah.
at your house,
Mhm.
and he says he wants you to go with him to Tallahassee
Yeah.
to do a drug.
You were playing
Robbery.
a role.
My understanding when he was talking to me, first I thought it was going to be like a robbery.
Just a robbery.
I thought it was going to be a simple robbery. But then that's rude. I said, we kept going on talking about it.
Three more.
That's when he told me, listen, I got to come up here for a job. I'm finna get hired. We're getting hired, but to kill somebody.
And you already left, or is that before you?
No, I was still in my house.
Okay.
I rented a car. We got in the car and he told me more about it. Like, you gonna come out here? I'm gonna kill this guy. You're gonna get paid this much, $35,000. So I looked at him. You
So
know,
he said, hey, I had a 30. Again, it's interesting. Again, I mean, it just goes to show you, right, that like Alfredo was so desperate to have somebody to do this drive with him, right, that he's willing to split the money when you don't need two people to do this. But did he say 35? I just wanted to make sure.
Come out here. I'm gonna kill this guy. You're gonna get paid this much, $35,000.
$35,000. Okay.
So I looked at him. You know, it's a little bit of money, but all right, whatever. Let's drive. We driving. He showed me a picture of my kid. That's the first time I seen a picture of him, and I heard about his name. He told me his name. This is the guy we want to go see. His name is Markel. I don't need the name. Forget about the name because I'm not gonna remember the fucking name. Just show me the picture. I just seen the picture and I looked at him. Somebody drove up here. Come up here the first night. We rented a hotel.
I hate to interrupt you, but I do. I want to make sure we're talking about the first trip.
Right. This is really important. So for anyone, because we're going to get a lot of information here that we maybe didn't have before again. So this is in terms of how this actually went down, right? So this is the first trip. Because remember, they had a first trip and it was a miserable failure, right? Again, where this is like the crime family of the century, right? As we always joke. Criminal masterminds.
And you rented a car?
No, the car was not under my name.
Okay. Is it a rental car? Or
It was a rental car.
A rental car. Who rented the car?
It was Garcia. He came with the car.
He came with the car.
He came with the car.
To your place.
He came. I was in my homegirl's house.
His homegirl's house.
Rochelle. He picked me up and I left.
Uh-oh.
You know, he like, yo, what's up? Boom.
So he called you and said, I'm going to get you.
He already told me the story.
Great.
He rented a car and came and picked me up that same day.
Okay.
He's like, yo, I'm on my way. He picked me up, I got in the car, I left, went to my house, changed up, got in a car, and we drove.
Okay.
It was like a Wednesday night. I think Wednesday. It was Wednesday.
I love the little hand gesture when he was like, hold on, I appreciate that. Look. Even with the handcuffs.
I'm on my way. He picked me up, I got in the car, I left, went to my house, changed up, got in a car, and we drove.
There we go. Excellent.
It was like a Wednesday night. I think Wednesday. It was Wednesday.
You knew that the purpose of him renting the car was to drive to Tallahassee with it?
Yes, sir.
So he'd already told you, I'm going to rent a car, or he shows up and says, I've rented a car.
No, he said, I got to rent a car. He already rented a car. He said, I'm going to go rent a car. I'll be back later.
So you knew that the story, the first version, is that you're coming up here to rob somebody, he's going to go rent a car.
Yeah.
But it changed to murder before or after he rented the car.
No, before he rented the car. Remember, we was in the house speaking about it.
It's got to be down, they got to get it off.
I didn't want you to get me confused and throw me back and forth.
Exactly. I'm not trying to.
So I'm going to be straight up.
Detective Isom, do you care if I might ask a question that I think may help? Not right now. I just
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
I thought Sigfredo, y'all, correct me if I'm wrong, I thought Sigfredo was Latin King, not Louis. Am I wrong on that? I mean, they could both be.
All right, I'm fine right now.
And I definitely want him to go through the whole story, but I'm afraid if we get too far down the road,
I get
it's a fact that
I agree.
that's all.
When things don't make sense or add up, we got to stop and get to it. Okay. How long was it?
Why is this?
You said you initially thought that this was going to be a robbery. What gave you that idea? Why did you think it was going to be a robbery?
I'm a jack boy.
Okay.
I rob drug dealers.
Okay. So he was,
Okay, he's a jack boy. You guys, I am not up on these terms. Let's figure out what the fuck that means because y'all. Wow. What is a jack boy? A jack boy. Well, it's a musical artist. That's not what we're looking for here. Is that all it's going to give me? Slang term. A person with many traits or abilities. A person, this is from Urban Dictionary, people. A person who is a thief, commits robberies. And there's examples here. I can fade you up, tat you up, and fix your car, man. I'm a jack boy. Okay, so this is echoing Shakespeare. This is echoing Shakespeare. Hold on. Let's just listen to this. Hold on. Sorry. Think Shakespeare. When you hear this, think Shakespeare, guys.
okay. How long was it? You said you initially thought that this was going to be a robbery. What gave you that idea? Why did you think it was going to be a robbery?
I'm a jack boy.
A jack of all trades. That's where it comes from. It didn't say that. When I read the Urban Dictionary definition, I'm like, oh, a jack of all trades. That's where this came from. I do love that the slang, the modern street slang has a bit of Shakespearean, you know, because as you guys know, this is like my favorite time period in history, 16th century, you know, like, yes, let's bring it back. Let's bring it back to the Renaissance. Let's bring it back to Tudor England, or we can go even earlier than that. We can go back to medieval times. I'm all go with that. Like, love it. Freaking yes. Now it makes sense to me. I mean, this was a good guess, but that's apparently not, you know, it's way more historical than that, apparently. Yeah, right? And I'm also going to do a clarification here about who's the Latin kings, because this is important.
Okay.
I said, I rob drug dealers.
Okay. So he was talking in terms of a job in Tallahassee.
Mm-hmm. So I'm thinking we finna go, okay, boom. But then he's like, man, it's not that. I'm finna go kill somebody. We're gonna get hired.
Okay. And this was before he went and rented the car.
Before he rented the car.
Okay. So when he got the car, it was either in his name or somebody else's name.
I don't know whose name was it, but he came with the car to my. He came up with the car to my homegirl's house. I was there drinking, and like I jumped in the car, went home.
What kind of car was it?
It was like a black Nissan.
Okay.
It was a Nissan.
And what date was this, as best as you remember?
I don't remember the date, man.
Will you remember the month and the year?
The one had to be like either June or July.
Okay.
The year was 2014.
Okay. And he showed you a picture of Markel and said y'all were going to go kill him.
Mm-hmm.
Now, were you the one that he was intending to go do the murder, or why were you even involved?
Because he told me he trusts me. He said, I trust you, and you're the only one I trust.
But were you the one he was hiring to do the murder? Because I don't understand why you need two people to commit a murder.
They were hiring him.
Okay.
They were hiring him. They were not hiring me. They were hiring him. He said he's going to pay me to go with him because he didn't want to go by himself.
Okay.
Was Rochelle present when you discussed?
Okay, sorry. So I'm just looking this up. So I'm seeing conflicting information on who's in the Latin Kings, which is funny. Some of it is saying it was Sigfredo, which is what I had thought. Now, other things are saying it was Luis Rivera. Other things are saying that Luis Rivera was the only honest criminal in this whole thing. Anyway, so it seems like it's kind of unclear. So yeah. Right. Right. I know. And we're about to get, so for you guys who don't know, like there's the whole thing about how they shot a hole in the floor of the Prius. I think it was the Prius, unless it was the first car. I'm sure we'll hear about that, but that's a whole thing.
Discussed this with him?
No, nobody. It was just me and him.
But it was at Rochelle's house.
No, it was my house.
Okay.
He picked me up at Rochelle's house. I was drinking. Hey, where you at? I said, I'm over here at Rochelle's house. Come slide to him and pick me
How
up.
are they so confused about Rochelle? I got that part right off the bat because I'm like, well, fuck, are they implicating Rochelle? I mean, that's the one thing that's clear here, right? Is they was picked up from Rochelle's house.
So when he picked me up, I said, all right, let's go to my house. I'm finna go change. He said, I had on shorts, so I put on a long pants and a long sleeve. I said, all right, let's ride. Got in the car and he drove. I was rolling a blunt. And we drove. I was drinking the whole night going down. That's it. When we got to Tallahassee, that way we need to rent the hotel.
Hold on right there. Don't get too far. Where was Rochelle living at the time that he picked you up?
Found my house, right, like a block away from my house on 135th on 16.
Okay, on 135th. Okay.
135th on 16.
You know what time you left? Okay. Do you know what time you left?
Like 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock at night.
At night.
Yeah.
So y'all drove through the night.
Yeah.
All the way through the night. You got here the next morning.
I got here like around like 5 o'clock in the morning. I believe it was an 8-hour drive.
Okay. Y'all stop anywhere on the way?
Yeah, we stopped in like on the rest, like the rest area. Stopped at that, take piss and keep on driving.
Okay.
That's about it.
Y'all get
Got
gas
gas,
anywhere?
yeah. We got gas and keep going.
How'd you pay for the gas?
Cash.
All cash?
Yeah.
Cash.
They gave him like $5,000, $2,000 in his pocket, and we kept it. We came up here after the hotel cash.
What was the hotel? You remember?
I forgot the name of that hotel.
The one you drove was fine? You saw it? You said that's the first place
That
you
was the
stayed
first
at?
hotel I took you to. That one.
Okay.
I stayed there twice. Came up here.
You know, and also to that end, Rivera could be like, you know, like there's like pasta primavera. I don't know. Funny. We got Alfredo and then Primavera. Anyway.
Okay, I don't want to jump ahead of y'all.
Right? I know.
So at some time you meet some other people while you were up here.
Yeah. Fred met some guy that night. He rented a hotel.
Was he a black gentleman?
Yeah, it was a crackhead.
Okay.
He was
Just tell us about him. Tell us how that happened.
Yeah, Sigfredo pulled up. Hey man, what's up, man? I ain't got no ID, man. You do me a favor, rent the hotel. I'm gonna give you $20. Yeah. I'll take $20 right now. So he went, gave him $20.
I appreciate how much he's putting into acting it out. Like he's even doing different voices so we know who's talking. You know, putting the effort in for his plea deal.
Went to the hotel.
Put in the
We
work.
stayed that night. I think the room was 110 or 109.
Were y'all doing drugs in the room?
And just to make sure, just want to make sure this is on record, 110 or 109, he's already driven us by, and that is the budget in on Wadsworth of Tennessee.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I got the room with the drugs. We had powder, we had beer, but we had a bottle.
Potter?
Yeah, a bottle in the pocket.
Wait. What drugs are they saying? Hold on.
Worth of Tennessee.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I got the room with the drugs. We had powder, we had beer.
Okay, it says Potter, but I don't think that's what is he saying there? We have what now?
But we had a bottle. Yeah,
Oh,
a bottle.
bottle. Maybe he's saying bottle.
Pocket was drinking. We had bottle was chilling all night. I probably want to sleep at around 3. I woke up around 7 in the
What
morning.
secrets he has
It
at
was
the
7
event?
o'clock the next morning. But when we got there by that time, we slept for a little bit. Checkout was at 11. We leave.
Yeah.
Went by Markel's house. Went around him. Went straight to his house. I parked by the park like I showed you. I parked there for a little bit to see if he was gonna come out. When he came, I seen the car. I'm the one that scoped the car. I'm like, yo, that's that guy right there. I seen a white male in the car. He's like, yeah, that's him. Let's follow. So we followed him all the way to the school. He got the kid off.
They're gonna stop him. He's getting way ahead of the story. But they're describing the first time that they attempted to kill Dan Markel. And they're saying, let's follow him. And he's going to the school to drop the kids off, right?
Boom. I lost him. I guess he was going to the gym in that morning, but
How do you know what kind of car he's driving?
because Sigfredo told me the car.
Sigfredo told you the car?
He said he got a black Nissan.
Okay.
No tints. You will see him. Because I hear they show me the picture.
So Sigfredo supplied you a picture of Markel, which is the target,
Yes, sir.
and has also told you a type of car that he drives.
Yes, sir.
Does he tell you where that information came from?
No, sir. They just showed me a piece of paper with his name, and I believe that paper had that address. But I remember seeing his face, and so the paper had to have the address.
Was it typed or was it handwritten?
No, it's like that.
Typed?
When he said it was a Nissan, did he
And
say it was a
remember,
Nissan or did he say
That probably is that same paper we've heard a lot about. Oh God. That Charlie typed up on a different printer at a different office and wore gloves to handle the paper and made sure to tell Katie that he did not lick the envelope. As if any of that was necessary when you self-snitch in like every fucking possible way. Amazing.
say it was a black 4-door or 2-door?
No, he told me it was 4-door Nissan.
Okay.
Just like the car we had, but just in black.
Okay.
Just back up a little bit further.
Right.
You said they gave him $5,000. Tell us about that. What did he say? Where did he get the money from?
Oh, he said he got the money from the lady. He still haven't told me her name yet. He
Ooh,
said,
that must be Katie. So that means he doesn't know Katie? Or okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's just listen.
I got the money from the lady. Well, his wife gave him the money. So Katie gave him the money.
Okay. He's talking about Donna because he knows Katie. He's talking about Donna, the lady. That's Donna. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
But he told me about the lady.
Welcome
He
back
told me,
to
yeah, the
that,
lady got the
please.
money. She gonna pay us. So, all this driving around and talking to him about the money, I told him, we should just go rob her. That's my intention.
Right. I forgot about this part. Right. Okay. So he's like, hey, this is interesting, guys. So Luis Rivera is like, hey, the lady, that's Donna, right? The lady with the money, let's just go rob her. What are we doing? Right? Like, that's actually smart. It's like they're hired for this hit, right? But it's like, we don't need to do the hit. We already got paid. Let's just go rob the lady with the money. Brilliant. That's a great plan. And plus, in that plan, nobody would die, right? They get to take the money and people still live. Take the money and run, take the money and run. Shout out to Radiohead again.
This guy, I don't got nothing against that guy. I don't even know that guy.
Right?
Especially after he told me about what was it for the 2 kids. Because I asked him, why are you going to kill this guy? Because the lady wants her 2 kids back. She wants full custody of them kids because he had all the custody.
I find it incredible that whole thing with the kids and the custody of the kids is so much of a thing that these hitmen who don't need to know any of that is completely like, they don't need to know that, but they know that. Like, they don't know the name. Like, look, like, wow.
I asked him, why are you going to kill this guy? Because
it's as if you couldn't exist in Florida and not know about this custody issue. That's what this is like to me.
the lady wants her 2 kids back.
Wow.
She wants full custody of them kids because he had all the custody. That was the plan. That was the deal. That's what I went to go kill that man for.
And how did Tuda know all this?
Katie, I guess Katie told him everything. Katie told him everything. Then that.
But you're just guessing that. You don't know that for sure. Do you?
No, that's for sure. For sure, Katie told him everything.
Right. How do you know that? How do you know Katie?
Because he stayed talking to Katie on the phone. Hey, babe, what's going on? Hey, the lady's gonna have. You sure she's gonna have the money on time? Tell her don't play with her because the will show up in her house. Tell her she better have that fucking money. And he always kept telling her that.
Because when you went on this trip, were you with Tuda the whole time? Did y'all separate? Y'all were in the same car? Y'all stay in the same hotel room?
Never separate. Stay in the same hotel, different beds.
You're always with him.
Yeah.
So
You had to make sure to stay different beds.
when he talked to Katie, you could hear him talking to Katie.
Of course.
And you knew it was Katie.
I'm right there.
Okay.
Did you know it was? Did you know it was Katie because?
So he's got a rolly chair. So he scoots on over to demonstrate, like, here, we're this close. He's like, I know for sure, dude.
Of what he was saying, or could you actually hear her voice?
It's Katie. I can hear her voice.
Okay.
And you had heard it before.
Yeah, I can hear Katie's voice. That's Katie.
How many years have you known Katie?
I know Tudo my whole life. Katie, probably like 5, 6
Quoting Alec Murdoch. I love it.
years, 7 years around. I don't know. Katie, I just met her because of Sigfredo. But I know Katie maybe like, well, they've been together for 10 years, about that same time. And they've been together how long? However long they've been together, I think it's 10 years. How long I know her. That's how long I know her.
Lewis, was there any coke usage in the hotel that night?
Dude.
Every day it was cool.
But I'm talking about that night when the.
Why is that your concern? Whoever this dude is, I'm not a fan of him. He seems to derail this whole thing. And like, I don't know. I just, like, he is telling the story. Why are you interrupting about coke? Like, who gives a fuck? That is not the reason y'all are here. But anywho, yeah, he seems like he's seems like an open book to me, right? He's like just telling them, here's what happened. Straight up.
You said some crackhead signed for the room.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Was that guy also bringing drugs to you all, or just a crackhead?
Not him. He just went to the hotel.
Okay. Was there any other people?
So essentially, the whole thing about the crackhead, which is what they're saying, they wanted someone else to go rent the hotel for them, I guess, right? But remember, we heard this at some point in the testimony that these 2 geniuses ended up signing their names onto something at the hotel anyway. So
you met that night.
That night, it was the next night. The next night.
Okay.
I stayed there for 3 days.
Okay, I'm sorry, gentlemen. I just wanted
I
to.
stayed there for 3 days.
You're catching up.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was the next day. We met a guy in I think it was a gray blue Chevy photo. He was in the back trying to serve some people up. So we spotted him. I said, man, go ask that guy whether he got the coke. So I said, Fred, I asked him, man, what's up? You can give me some coke? Yeah. Man, we need a 40 when we got it. We kept buying for him. That same night, we were just hanging out. We were just doing coke, hanging out. When I came back, every time I came back, we meet up with this guy.
Every time you came back.
Every time.
How'd you meet up with him?
Sigfredo had his number. We found him one time driving when we came up here on the Prius. That day that he shot the fucking Prius, we seen him that same day, maybe half an hour before that happened. Well, that's where we bumped into him. And we asked him, hey, what's up, man? We need some powder. And we'll follow him somewhere to go get some coke. He was with a group of people. He's like, all right, let me go drop these people off and then we'll go over there. After we followed him, that's when he shot the car and we had that mechanical problem in the car.
Who shot the car?
Garcia.
What?
There it is.
That's not the same.
There it is. Okay. He shot the car. We have to get to that. This is the part where it's just like the dumbest criminal award type thing, right? The shooting the car. Okay.
Day that you first got there, right?
No,
Let's try to. I know it's a lot.
That same night I was just up here scoping him out. We ain't do nothing. Came out here following him for 2 days. After that, like the Friday, we were gone. We was here from Wednesday to Friday the most. I was gone. That's it. I just came out here, scoped him out that week, see what he was about, where he go, what his routes. But every time he go to the daycare, I lose him because he used to take so long. So I'm like, man, this guy never comes back out. And then when I go drive back, the car was
That's
never there.
funny.
So we ended up going back to the hotel.
Okay.
And just hanging out, like we were partying. It was out here partying.
Okay.
Then we'll do the same.
Because he's hard. So he's saying that's the truth. He's saying that every time Dan would go to the daycare, they would lose him because he would take too long and he wasn't coming out. So they would just like give up, it sounds like. And then they would go back to the hotel, do more drugs, come back, and that's what's happening.
I think the next morning I'll wake up and try to follow him all over again to the same daycare. That's all. We already knew where he lived. We're also used to following this guy. I said, why you keep following this guy if you know where he lived?
You're in the passenger seat.
Yeah, I'm in the passenger seat at that time. You know, he was following him. I didn't drive the first night. That's it. That night was over. That's a done deal night. The night that I came up in a car, that's when everything happened.
Okay.
I drove.
Let's don't get to that yet. Hold on a second. We still need to get through that first trip.
Oh, what a mess.
He tells you what it's about. He shows you this picture, and you're getting this information on the way up, and while you're already here, or he already has the full story. He's double checking with her on the phone.
He told me the story already in my house. It was just me and him in the house by ourselves. He told me everything.
If the guy has 2 kids and the woman wants the kids back,
Yes.
does he say the woman's name then?
Not at all.
Okay, and does he say anything? Does he bring up Katie at all when you're at the house?
Yeah.
Down in Miami.
I asked him, who's fucking hiring me? He like, Katie told me this lady's gonna hire me, but I want you to go with me. And I hired. They weren't hiring me. They were hiring him.
Right.
So he said, I'm gonna break you off. I give you 35 grand.
Okay.
I said, all right, for the drive. I said, all right, fuck it, I'll take the drive.
So you're just back up.
I'm just back up, just driving.
Oh,
That was the whole deal. I'm just driving.
So
interesting. Wow. Huh. And remember, so at this point, they've already done the bump and everything. So they probably know when he says this lady, he means Donna.
he's saying Katie is the person between the woman that wants this done.
Katie's the one in the middle doing everything. Put it like that.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what he tells you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so then you hear her over the phone because you don't meet with her before y'all leave.
I never met her.
Okay. And you hear her over the phone and you told Mr. Collins just now that you're sitting as close as you two are.
Yeah, it is.
And you can.
So now we know Mr. Collins. I literally have not heard of him until now. I don't know what his deal is, Mr. Collins. But anyway, I don't care for him a lot.
Hear and recognize her voice.
Of course.
And she is saying specifically what? When he's talking to her, what? Just give me an idea what he's saying.
Oh, when he's talking, she like, yo, get up there quick. You know, make sure you do everything right. Don't do nothing stupid. Look at the house.
Well, they failed miserably.
You know, you got the paper. I know you have. Well, he had the paper.
Where did the paper come from?
See that? I can't tell you where the paper comes from.
That's fine. That's fine. If you can't tell us, that's
I
fine.
can't tell you. I know he had the paper. He showed me the paper, so I don't know where the paper comes from. But I just like I tell you,
I know, right?
Like that. But I can hear it saying, you know, make sure everything gets done right. When you're done, call me.
We're talking about Collins here in the blue shirt. I didn't know his name till just a second ago. I know. What is he doing in that chair? Anyway, I don't know what he seems to be. See, these two, okay, Pat Sanford in the green and Isom in the yellow, they've been working this case again since day one and they still are, okay? They have a whole thing. This dude apparently, because they've even referenced it several times, they're like, oh, we got to get you up to speed. So this dude, maybe he's with the feds because remember, at this point, Luis Rivera is in federal custody. So maybe he's like, I mean, Pat Sanford is with the feds, but like maybe this dude is with the feds and he's like new to the case, this Mr. Collins fellow, but he's just like interrupting and like throwing everything off. And like, I'm like, what the fuck, dude? Like, don't ruin this. Like, these two have rapport with each other. They have rapport with him. They've talked already. And then this other dude just like, whatever, you know, Mr. Collins.
It was like maybe like a 2-3 seconds conversation. Hung up. He said, man, you ready? I said, man, I'm been ready. Let's go. Let's ride. All right, we drove. We drove the whole time up there. He talked to her once, you know. She told him, don't be calling me so much.
She says,
Just call me when you finish.
That's funny.
She thought it was gonna happen that same night that we went up there.
first trip.
The first trip. I didn't let that shit happen. I'm like, man, I ain't doing shit. I was still, you know, like, what the fuck? You know, I can't, my mind was like, for some kids, are we gonna kill this guy for some fucking kids? Are you serious?
Okay. This is important. He's saying, well, let me just back it up so that you guys can hear this. So this is important. He's like, no, we're going to kill somebody just because of this custody dispute. Because remember, they know those details, which just blows my mind. He's like, no. Let's not do that. Let's not kill him. Let's rob Donna. A brilliant plan, right? Listen.
I'm like, man, I ain't doing shit. I was still, you know, like, what the fuck? You know, I can't, my mind was like, for some kids, are we going to kill this guy for some fucking kids? Are you serious? Why can't she just get full custody?
Louis, were you hired by Garcia?
Oh my God, this dude though. He was in the middle of explaining the most important.
To do the job.
Yeah, Garcia paid me.
I know, but were you just a ride along, or were you actually going to be the trigger man?
You already answered this question, Mr. Collins.
I don't know why he paid you so much money for a ride.
I was just a ride along. He goes, come with me, and then as we're going, at one point he tells me, you know, you should go in there and kill him. I said, no.
Louis, it's if the truth is that you were hired.
I told you.
Okay.
Changed the story.
Okay.
I told him the story. He asked me, you know what?
Right.
You should go in there and kill him. You should go in the house. I'm not going. Like, you know,
Why would he want you to go in and kill him?
Oh my God, Mr. Collins.
Does he believe you've killed people in the past?
That's what he thinks.
Have you ever killed anybody in the past?
Never in my life, sir.
You know you're under oath.
Yeah, never in my life. I put my hands up. Never in my life I killed nobody.
Okay.
I don't beat people with bats here with sticks and shit like that.
But you had mentioned before that the first trip.
Hold on. Wait. Did he just say he's hit people with sticks? I'm going to lose my mind. Hold on.
Life, sir.
Is that slang for something?
No, you're under oath.
Yeah, never in my life. I put my hands up. Never in my life I killed nobody.
Okay.
I don't beat people with bats here with sticks and shit like that.
But you had
I hit him with sticks. Like, are we talking like twigs? Like, I mean, good. That seems like the least bad thing you can be doing.
mentioned before that the first trip was the intent that you were going to do a shoot.
What did he just say? He said he's never murdered people. He said he doesn't hit him with bats. He hits him with sticks. Here, I'll back it up again. But I find him to be very believable.
Yeah.
But he's saying, I'll back it up. He's never murdered people. Mr. Collins is like not buying it.
You should go in the house. I'm not going. Like, you know,
Why would he want you to go in and kill him? Does he believe you've killed people in the past?
that's what he thinks.
Have you ever killed anybody in the past?
Never in my life, sir.
You know you're under oath.
Yeah, never in my life. I put my hands up. Never in my life I killed nobody.
Okay.
I don't beat people with bats here with sticks and shit like that.
But you had mentioned before
Yeah, so he said, I don't beat people with bats. It sounded like I hit him with sticks, he says.
that the first trip was the intent that you were going to do a shooting.
Yeah. He thought I was going to do a shooting. I want to have enough balls to fucking shoot somebody for some kids, man. So I ain't doing it.
I mean, the thing is this, is even if he is like, it's the information on who's part of the Latin Kings with this whole thing seems to be conflicting. But regardless, even if that's true, think about it this way, right? Like the little I know about gang activity, right, is like, and this is true even with just in terms of people that are prisoners and stuff, like they have a code, right? Y'all probably are familiar with this. They have a code. It's like, they're not going to fuck with kids. Like that's a whole thing. Y'all know. And so regardless of any of that, right? It's interesting because the word got out to him anyway, to Louis, that this has to do with child custody issue and the kids, right? And he's like, nah, I'm not okay with that. We're not going to kill somebody for kids. Let's just go rob Donna. I mean, a very valid idea. I support that idea.
So the whole
But maybe what about for $30,000?
I still wouldn't. I couldn't do it. I didn't even grab the gun. That's how crazy it is.
But you had the gun the first time. The gun came from you or
Yeah,
from
the gun came from me.
The first trip.
I gave him the gun, he grabbed it, he cleaned it up with alcohol, cleaned it up, and he held it the whole time.
But the four time of the first trip.
Oh, the first trip I had the gun in the hotel.
Right. The first trip, you supplied the gun.
Yeah, I supplied the gun.
Okay. The second trip, did you supply the gun?
It's the same gun.
Oh my God.
Describe the gun the first trip. I'm not trying to confuse you. I'm confused.
Yeah, and it happened.
Okay.
It's a 38 Smith & Wesson short nose. The same gun we came up with. The same gun we came up the first time. We came up with two guns.
Right.
I
Came
was-
up with two guns.
Yes.
last time we were talking, I meant to tell you, but you had 20 minutes, and I'm like, I told Chuck, man, I gotta
So
tell.
wait a second. See, now I'm trying to remember. So who on the second trip? Who actually was it? Luis that actually pulled the trigger, or was it Sigfredo? Do y'all remember Alfredo?
I don't want to make no mistake.
No,
Came up with two guns. There's
Like
a blue
in terms of shooting at Dan Markel.
steel, long nose, Taurus, and a 38.
Who had what?
There was two guns.
You had them both. Who had them?
No,
Okay.
both was in a car stash.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I said, I'm gonna keep one because you never know what's gonna happen. I really didn't trust her. I said, I don't know if he was gonna fucking kill me. If he was a kid, this guy gonna kill me. So I was prepared for whatever.
You grew up with this guy. He's not gonna kill you.
Man, you go kill somebody and then you drugged up, man, and then you shoot the fucking car.
Oh well, that's true. He did shoot the car. So all right.
Yeah.
Come on.
All right.
Shit.
Well, I forgot about that part. I mean, I don't know.
What they're talking about here with shooting the car is Sigfredo being on so many. What he's saying, he was so drugged up. That's Alfredo was so drugged up that he shot a hole inside the car they were driving. Right. That's the whole part. That's one of the funniest parts of the story. So nobody was hurt in that event. That was not supposed to happen. I'm just trying to see if I can. Weirdly, I'm not able. It's not pulling up like who actually shot him, which is wild. Let me see if you guys are saying anything in the chat. If y'all know. Yes, correct. And then what they do, this is the best part. Then what they do is they try to cover it up with like the floor mat. And apparently it went undetected initially at the car rental agency. That's funny. So this was in 2014. And I have a 2014 Prius and it does not have, I don't even know. I mean, you probably have to have an upgraded and modern Prius to get obstacle avoidance. My Prius is black. I don't think they make red Priuses. Well, there's 1 year, I think maybe where they made red Priuses. I think, what was that? 2017 maybe? But usually that's not a normal color for a Prius. Anyway, mine is black. So I does anybody, I'm still going to keep looking, but it's weird that I can't seem to find definitively who pulled the trigger. And maybe that's something that is still, I don't know, I'll keep looking.
Would he intentionally shoot you?
Maybe he'd be like, you know what, kill this guy. This guy might snitch on me. Boom, let me kill him too. Let me get him out the way and let me steal all the money.
I've seen that before. Okay. So the blue steel, long nose,
Long nose blue steels. It was Taurus.
Steel.
Taurus 38,
And 38 Smith & Wesson was the black one.
short.
Short nose. That's the one.
Can we take a short break just for a second? And we're not going anywhere.
Oh
I
my
just
God,
wanna go
Mr. Collins.
off the record for a second if we can.
What is wrong with them?
It's all right.
Yeah.
I'll have
You
to.
saying?
What?
What do you mean?
Okay. All right. No, it's okay. We don't need to. It's not that important.
Okay. So
Ooh.
short nose, 38, Smith & Wesson. What color?
Black.
Okay. Oh, 38 caliber.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You supplied both of these guns?
No, just one.
Which
The
gun
blue
did you
steel
supply?
is the long nose blue steel Taurus is Garcia's gun.
Where'd he get it?
I don't know. That's his gun.
Okay. So that's his gun.
That was his
The
gun.
blue steel, long nose, he
Yes.
brought.
I support the short nose black 38.
The blue steel, long nose, longer barrel,
He brought.
Taurus, Garcia brought, and you don't know where he got it from. Okay.
Is that a 9? The Taurus is a 9mm?
No, 38.
38.
Okay.
38.
All right. You brought the 38 black short nose Smith & Wesson.
Yes, sir.
Where'd you get that gun?
From a neighborhood from Black Boy that I know.
A neighborhood black boy that you know?
Yeah.
What's his name?
I don't know his name.
How long before
This is
did
wild.
you?
I mean, I'm looking through all this and like we've gone through the PCs and everything, and I'm just not realizing I don't think it actually says who did the actual shooting. I mean, maybe it doesn't even matter, right? To a certain extent, and well, at least in terms of the charges, right? Because it's same if it's in, you know, as you all know, in Florida, if it's conspiracy and solicitation, or whether you do it yourself, you know, unless you get a deal, but it's same. But I mean, I'm not seeing anything, and I don't remember seeing that in the PCAs either. But it's like, it is interesting just because it's like, just on like I guess in a way, like an ethical level or something, if you will, right? Like because of what he's saying, he's like, no, I didn't feel comfortable with it. I didn't want to do it, blah, blah. Okay, now it's saying here that Garcia claimed that Rivera had carried out the killing alone. That was his strategy at trial. So, because he pled not guilty. So that was not believable. That was nothing supported that. He tried to say that it was just his friend did it on his own. That's hilarious, considering there's all the fucking photographs of the two of them in the Prius and whatnot. Yeah, weird. I don't know. Yeah, right. I mean, that's a good point, Twiz. They probably blame each other. Maybe they don't know. Yeah. Okay, thank you, MCAT. Right. I agree. Get rid of Mr. Collins. Totally. Yes. Totally. Also, just for fun here.
Is there any way that you would think
somebody tried to kill my ex-husband? They should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law.
Again, I'm not going to get sick of playing that and saying this. My favorite part of Wendy's trial will be when they play that for the jury.
How long did you get it before? When did you get it? In a week before, the day before, the day of that you took the trip?
When he told me, he said he needed. When he told me, he said I needed a 38 revolver. Because he had showed me the blue stem, and I said, "Big gun, what the hell? Shit, you trying to blow somebody's brain? Are you crazy?" He said, "Yeah, they find me a 38 small one." I said, "You know what? I think I know where to get one." Because I remember somebody trying to sell one around the neighborhood. So when I seen the black boy around the trailer park, I said, "Man, what's up, man? You still got that gun for sale?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "Man, I give you $150 for it." So I gave him $150 and got the gun.
This was what day before you took the trip?
Let's see. The day he told me. Yeah, when he went to go rent the car, I got it the same day. When he went to go rent the car, I said, "By the time you come back, I should have it in my hand." Because when I picked it up, I had it on me. I was in Rochelle's house drinking, and I called. He like,
I'm still
when I got to my house,
surprised.
did you get that? I'm like, nah, I ain't get it.
No one's waited on this yet, but I'm still surprised by his shoes, right? Because he's got regular tennis shoes with laces. You never see that.
I was playing like I ain't gave a fuck. I'm saying, "No, I got it." I took it on the hill. When I gave it to him, like, all right, he cleaned everything. Like, I'm gonna clean it that way you don't have your fingerprints on it.
For real.
He cleaned it with alcohol and
Yeah,
and,
I'm with you, Wiz, so far. I like him the best of everybody involved. I guess Katie's not is not. But this dude, it seems to be, I don't know. My read on him is he's honest, but also how much exposure do I have to gang people and their ability to, I don't know. But I'm with you. I like him. He comes across as like authentic to me, maybe is what it is.
Yeah.
For real.
All right, we're going. I said, "You gonna take both of them? You don't need to take both? Take one?" Yeah, I take both. And I'm like, "You know what? Yeah, take both." So we took both of them up here.
You don't know the guy's name.
I don't know for sure how honest he's being, right? I mean, again, he comes across to me that way, but again, he could be just really good at, I don't know. But regardless of that, I do appreciate that he has an authentic feeling.
You got the gun from?
No, just a neighborhood kid that he was selling, a young kid too. And it had to be real young, like 18, 19.
You like
Does the gun come with bullets, or you had to go buy bullets?
No, I had to get bullets.
Where did you get the bullets?
I think I have bullets already. Yeah. No, we went to the store. Matter of fact, I did. I went to the store 117 on Biscayne. 117, 112 on Biscayne. That's a gun store. One of them about the 38.
117 or 112?
Yeah, in between.
Oh, in between those two.
Between them two.
Okay.
I'm just giving you
Right.
like an address right on there on Biscayne.
What neighborhood?
Biscayne.
I understand.
Never mind.
Okay.
Everything is by my hood.
Remember what kind of store? Name
A
of
gun
it,
store.
and-
No, it's the only gun store right there. It's the only gun store.
That's how it is,
Matter of
just-
fact,
Who wants to name where this is from? A gun rack? A gun rack. Whoever knows what that's from wins.
A gun store.
it's right next to where we rent the car at.
Where you rented the which car?
The
Yes.
Prius.
Scott, yes.
Prius. It's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Right next door
Yeah.
to it. Maybe a little further down.
That's
Who
it.
went to the
right
gun
there.
store?
I wasn't in there.
By yourself?
Yeah, because I used to box.
And MCAT wins the prize. 1,000,000 squirrel points to you. That's the prize.
And the shirt that I had
All
on,
place.
it says PL Police Department Boxing Gym. And I walked in there because I just came out of the gym and had that shirt. Walked in there and they ain't even asking for ID. I said, yeah, I need some bullets. What you need? I said, nah, 38. Grabbed him and left.
He didn't go with you?
Oh, he was outside the car.
He's outside in the car.
Yeah, he's outside the car. He's in the back.
This was the day
I
before.
got another one for y'all because I keep thinking of these things as I'm listening to this. I got another one for y'all. Who wants to see if they can name where this is from? I pulled out my Beretta.
Or the day of you're leaving.
The day before we left.
Tudo's outside in the car. He didn't go in the store.
He was in the back. He was in the back in the alley. I was on a Mercedes.
You got you buy for him too, or he already had bullets?
Nah, I bought it for him. I bought it for me.
No, I know. I mean, I'm saying you bought bullets for both guys, really,
Yeah, it was like 12 little bullets. There was 6 and 6 in each gun.
right? But did you buy just 12?
Just 12.
You can buy individual 12 bullets.
Yeah, individual 12 bullets. You buy singles.
Okay, like cigarettes. Okay.
You go in there and buy a
You buy
single.
singles of bullets? That's funny.
Because they say all type of single, whatever you need.
Good guess. for now.
15 for $20. You know, shit like that.
Now, do these-
Interesting gun store.
Do these stores probably don't.
The fact that this is hilarious. I love it when this happens in interviews, right? When they just sort of go off on these tangents. So right now they're all just like wanting to know more about this gun store because they're like, huh, what? Really? You can do this and that? And they're just like, none of this really has anything to do with anything, but I freaking love it. They go on a tangent. So is it set in South Park? If it's set in South Park, it's South Park doing a parody of the thing that I'm thinking of. Which wouldn't surprise me if South Park was doing a parody of what I'm thinking of, the original thing. I pull out my Beretta. Yeah, I could see South Park doing a thing on that. But does anybody know? Oh, they don't say Beretta. Okay. Does anybody know what the original of that is?
Don't follow the rules, and they should have records of selling ammunition, shouldn't they? Maybe.
Wow, Mr. Collins. What the fuck? Dude, you guys, listen to Mr. Collins for the win, not y'all. Here's his contribution.
Now, do these-
Interesting gun store.
Do these stores probably don't follow the rules, and they should have records of selling ammunition, shouldn't they?
Well, so first of all, he's contradicting himself. But second of all, what he's saying is dumb. So these stores probably don't follow the rules. Well, they should have records of selling ammunition, shouldn't they? Mr. Collins, get the fuck out of there.
Maybe not.
I said it to everybody, man. I don't give a fuck who he is.
This Tudo's. I mean, this is Lewis's neighborhood. He knows.
Okay, so your Twiz is on the right. Okay, interesting. I wonder why they don't say Beretta. That's interesting. Okay, you guys, so I'll let you know what it's from. So I know it's terrible because R. Kelly does, but this is from before anybody knew about the other stuff. So back in the day, as the number of years ago, R. Kelly, I know it's terrible, but he made this thing and it was called a Hip-Hopera. And it was kind of akin to a B movie where he thought it was going to be the greatest masterpiece of all time. So it was on YouTube. I don't know if it still is. I haven't looked since, forever. But it used to be the whole thing was on YouTube. And back then, YouTube had video limits of 9 minutes. So it was in 58 installments or something like that. It was literally called a Hip-Hopera. And it was oh my God. I wonder if it's still on YouTube. It's so fucking funny. And literally every other, it's the running joke, right? Because he thought it was a masterpiece, I guess. But it was like a meme to people, like, you know, us music majors, right, in college, we just would laugh. And like, it was almost like every other line, no matter what was going on, you know, it's like, it's called Trapped in the Closet. Okay. It's called Trapped in the Closet. So the whole thing is like, if I remember correctly, like he learns his wife is cheating on him or something. I'm just going off of my recollection, but it doesn't really matter either way. But the point is, so he learns his wife is cheating on him or something. And he's like trying to spy on her or something. And so he like hides in the closet, but then like they come in there and they're going to like, you know, do sexy time. And so then he's like trapped in the closet. So like the whole thing is like he's trapped in the closet or something, right? And he's like singing from the closet. So it's like the main theme is like, now I'm trapped in the closet. And then it's like, and then X, Y, and Z happens. And the whole thing is like supposed to be super dramatic. It's fucking hilarious. But the funny thing is like every other line, this is when we would always laugh, right? Like every other line was like, I pull out my Beretta, but like he doesn't do anything with the Beretta. He just, that's, you know, and it's like, he's got this like serious face. It's really funny. I hope it's still on YouTube, but it's probably not, you know, but it's a, you know, yeah. Oh, that's funny. I wonder if it's from that. It is really fucking funny though. Trapped in the Closet. I'll just see if I'll do a search and see if it's still up there.
Anybody can walk in there and get it. They ain't gonna ask for no ID. I'm trying to ask for ID if you're trying to buy a gun. That's it.
Okay. So now the only thing that I feel like is lacking is the $5,000 that you brought up.
That they gave him? That's what you're talking about?
Did you give somebody $5,000?
No, it is still at least some of it anyway. There's playlists on YouTube. Yep, there's this one playlist that has 12 videos. So I think it's missing maybe some of it, but there's some of it that exists there. There it is, called Trapped in the Closet. Oh my god. Oh my god. Do you guys want to watch some of this? Oh my god, it's so fucking funny. I don't know that there would be any issues with copyright because I don't think R. Kelly can have a say anymore. Oh my god. Like each video is kind of from a different channel, it looks like. Oh my god, this is so funny. Just looking at, well, I don't know. It's bad. You know. Anyway, okay. I'll just play the video.
If I get somebody $5,000, yes.
They gave
Okay.
When I got paid.
Okay, okay, all right. You said 5,000 just a minute ago from Katie.
coming up.
Oh no, when we're coming up this way, he had money. I said, yo, how much money you got?
Oh my god.
I think he's like $5,000. Like that, they give you that much money to take a ride? Yeah, let's go. And then he, you know, gave me $500. Like,
now I'm thinking of, you know, to give you that much to take a ride. So then in my mind goes to, if you want to go and take a ride with me, you guys remember that song? What was that? Nelly? Hey, must be the money. Very relevant here, right?
Just in case I run out. I know he's gonna run out because he's gonna buy everything in cold.
Yeah.
So
No.
I said, let me hold the money. Boom. You know, we went up here. I'm telling you, right in this way, we stopped in a couple of stores. We put gas. I think $30 in gas, and then 30. Came up here. We put more gas. Bought some drugs. We bought a bunch of little bottles. You know, we're just hanging out. We're like partying the whole night. Rent the hotel. Get it back $10. He bought like $100. Like $200 worth of coke off that black guy. You know, just buying shit all day. I knew he would run out. The only thing I remember him having maybe $600 left in his pocket. All that money, like yeah.
So here's what I'm getting from this, and this makes sense because we heard this from Katie McVanoa that Sigfredo would just blow through the money. So in other words, they had all this money for this job, right? And like now Sigfredo, he's only got $600 left after drugs and gas. Although the gas, you know, $30 he said. Basically, he's blown through all this money. Sounds like
That much money left. Like, come on, man.
So this first trip, do you know where the $5,000 came from?
Katie gave it.
He said that?
Yeah, I'm like, who gave you the money? Like, why gave you the money? Because the other lady gave her the money to give to him. They're like, look, this is just to let you know that I'm real. Like I'm honest about what I'm gonna give you. Like saying, you know, real out. Then the next trip is when he had like $2,000, and he gave me $200 out of that shit. Kept it in my pocket. He ran out
$200.
$200.
Go ahead, I think you had something.
Are you done with that? Okay. So we are coming up on that first trip. I know it might be hard to think back, but How many cell phones did y'all have?
I always kept my two. I remember I have two phones.
You had 2 phones that first trip you came up.
Yeah, always. First trip, second trip, my whole fucking life.
Okay. Do you remember what the numbers were on the first 2 phones?
On my phones, Jessica, don't know. She gotta have it. I don't know if it was 290. I can't remember the number. Jessica don't know. She'll know. She probably has it on the phone. I don't remember the numbers.
Okay.
But I know he
No,
had
I
a
don't know
throwaway.
who Jessica is. Might be
Just one?
Yeah, he had one phone. He had a throwaway phone.
How did you communicate with
Katie?
Yeah, Mr. Collins, make yourself useful and write something down. What are you guys talking about with farmers? I have literally no idea.
Katie?
With her phone.
Did you call her straight up on the number? Did you have any apps he was using? Did you have anything
I was
special?
from, I think they both had throwaways. You know, I don't know what phone she had, but I know the second trip, I remember her calling her from her, using her phone, because I know her number. I know her
We
number.
read the PCA, right? That like they waited for like what, an hour and a half or whatever. Like when they did the second trip and they were successful with murdering him, like they waited like an hour and a half or whatever on the drive. And their phones apparently were, again, the circumstances would look like they had the phones off, right? And then they turned the phones back on, and then the first person that Sigfredo called was Katie Maypal.
Remember that. But the first trip, I think they had throw. I know for sure you had a little black phone.
How would you see or come into knowledge of her number if she wasn't calling you? How would you know that her number would call on the second trip if she wasn't calling you?
The second trip, no, she ain't calling me. She calling him.
All right.
But I can hear her voice.
I knew he was going to say that. Mr. Collins, dude, what? Literally. Were you not there, Mr. Collins, when you guys had this whole thing and he even rolled his chair on over to you? It was like, because we were right here, I could hear her voice. Dude, I will say this much. Accurate that they're dumb, but honestly, of all of it, Mr. Collins wins the prize on the dumbness for real right now. Yeah, 2 trips. Yep, 2 trips. But really, Mr. Collins, really?
Katie's voice. I hear a voice.
So the first trip was a fail because of many reasons. You know, from what we've heard so far, it was a fail because Lewis was like, this is dumb. I don't want to do this. My head's not right. I don't want to kill this dude over the kids. Let's just fuck that shit. We're not going to murder somebody. Let's just go rob Donna, the lady, right? He doesn't know it's Donna. Rob the lady. But then also, freaking Sigfredo shoots a hole in the floor of the rental car. And is like, apparently, like, it seems like also maybe he was just on too many drugs, because like that's what we keep hearing. He blew through all the money, shot the hole in the car. And meanwhile, Lewis is like, I'm not comfortable with this. That's my takeaway so far.
And it's, you know, but the phone wouldn't have no names on it. So when she called, you can see the number.
And you saw it.
Yeah, I seen Katie's number. I know Katie's number by heart. I just remember. I was thinking about her number last night. Can't think about the numbers and shit.
Do you remember it now?
I think the last 4 number was 1612.
Well, there you go.
5 something, 1612, something around there. That's her number.
The fact that he can remember any portion of it is impressive to me.
But I know Katie's voice. You know this. I'm 100% sure she was in this the whole time, and I know because I heard her voice, and she gave Garcia the money to come up here, and she called me after the murder.
Oh no, man.
The next day, where's Garcia? Did y'all want the money? Find that nigga. I had somebody else go pick them up. He ought to go pick
Facts, Kane. Facts. People complain when they ain't got no drugs and they freak out when they got too many. Can't make nobody happy. Facts of life for sure. There. Yep.
And that's under the truth, man. I ain't gonna say I'm fucking lying bullshit none of y'all. I don't got here saying lie about nothing. If I want to, I can just want straight try and like fuck everything. I don't want to do
the truth. That's it. I guess where you at?
Well, okay, so you come up here, you go to the hotel, you stay there.
So, dude, that's so funny. So Pat Sanford's like, okay, where are you at sequentially to Detective Isom? Because remember, Detective Isom's like trying to go in order and all that. He's like, and so he's back there at the hotel, right? They took this whole tangent and he's like, okay, so you're at the hotel. And it's like, fucking hilarious, right?
Cracker gets you the room, registers for you. Y'all stay there 2 nights, 2 or 3 nights, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Same room,
Oh,
109, 110, or 110.
One of them, I think it was 110. I'm not even
We're
sure.
back to this part. This is before the gun store. I got rack. This is before any of. They're going way back to the hotel. Oh god.
One of them. I'll show you
That's just so funny because Collins derailed it over and over again. Is what
the room
happened.
that was in. One of them two.
You go to the house, you already know where the house is. Did y'all have to use a map to get to the house? Or did he drive straight to the house?
We drove to come to his house. We stopped one time and the guy like, man, I can't remember how to get to Tallahassee. I remember he grabbed the map real quick and like, okay, it's over there.
That's exactly right. I'm at the budget end. Yup.
He just threw it away and we drove straight away. Once we got over here, we went straight to his house.
You're saying to get to Tallahassee, you had to get a paper map.
Yeah, because he like, I can't remember, because he was drunk. He's like, man, I don't remember. So we stopped in a gas station. He bought a map real quick, looked at the map. He's like, all right, I don't need it. Boom.
Did you hear that, Twins? Sorry. I love the acting, the miming or what have you. Look at this with the map. And he has to make it has to be a small map because he can't move his hands very far apart because of the handcuffs. So it's just funny, but he still does his best to act it out. And I just appreciate that. Like it's like the thespian. And you know what? It goes along the thespian theme. It goes along with being a jack boy, right? Because the jack of all trades was like a Shakespeare. I think he coined that term.
He's like, I can't remember, because he was drunk. He's like,
Watch the part with the map though.
I don't remember. So we stopped in a gas station. He bought a map real quick, looked at the map. He's like, all right,
Tiniest map of all time.
I don't need it. Boom. That thing threw it in the glove compartment. Like, all right, I know where we at. And he kept driving. So when we got down here, we went straight to his house.
So he didn't need any help getting to his house from the motel.
He didn't have to pull a paper out no more, look at no address. He already knew everything.
And that's when y'all parked down there on the south, well, it's the south side of Benton Road.
2160 in his house. That's Markel's number.
How do you know that?
Because I remember when I passed with y'all the other day.
Oh, okay. All right, so.
But I remember the first time when I passed by, I looked at the numbers, but I couldn't remember. So that's why when I tried to go back around, if I could look at the house, I was looking at the numbers.
You looked at the map and you looked, I don't need, yeah. Like that's Sigfredo though. That isn't that funny though? Those little stories that give you insight into like what Sigfredo is going to be like because he's like, nah, I don't need the fucking map. Even though it's like they made it very clear they like don't ever go. Remember, Tallahassee is like the Mars with it's like Mars with the plague, right? It's like, nah, I don't need the map. Okay.
It hit my mind, so I remember.
Right.
So he parked in that park where you had to stop
Yes, sir.
and faced towards the street so you could see him coming out of his road.
The same way we pulled in, hotel was there. We was watching.
And then y'all followed him, you said, to the daycare.
To the daycare.
We're on the first trip still.
The first trip. The
And
first
he's
trip, the
driving.
second trip, we followed him to the daycare.
Y'all did the same pattern.
Yeah, same pattern.
So he
By the way,
follows
guys-
him.
By the way, guys, again in the Discord, DSN posted. It's in the Scroll Crew thread. He posted the a map of it's really fucking funny. He posted a map of Wendy's route that day with the going on Truscott, and it shows her address or like where her address and then where she went to lunch and like the ABC stores or whatever and like how close they are together and like the direct route and it's like really obvious. And then it has a dotted line and it shows the way she went with the quote unquote shortcut through Truscott. Boy, the visual, if you just when you thought it couldn't get any funnier, the visual is like fucking hilarious. So worth looking at.
And they go to the daycare. What and does he park over there to wait?
Yeah, we parked like when I was talking about it last time, which I can't remember. We parked like in the corner, waiting for him to come, but I never seen him come out. I'm like, yo, this guy's not coming. So we always lost him because I guess when he come out, he hit the right and go that way towards like the general. But never came back. So that we would leave. The first night was up here, we left. We were just went to go to Hooters. We ate some chicken wings, drank beer like crazy. Went back to the hotel.
They went to Hooters,
Just hanged out. Like the first week was out here.
Wait, let's just make sure everyone heard. They went to Hooters, had chicken wings, drank beer like crazy, and then something they did powder, so Coke, I guess.
For 3 days, we just scoped them out for 2 days.
Powder.
Maybe a day and a half, and that's it.
What caused you to leave town? Why did you give up and just go back home?
Me personally,
Okay, there we go. There's the direct question. Why did you give up and go back home?
I told him, listen, man,
There we
I
go.
don't think this is gonna be worth it. That day, I'm like, this is not worth it, man. We should just get out of here. You know, I don't think
Here we go.
it's bad. I like think about it, man. Man, you know, I gotta do it in the morning, this and that. Like, all right, man, whatever. But we leaving. We left, and then about like a month later, the second trip, we like, man, I gotta do this, man. I gotta do this.
Miami.
So I just, you know, that day he told me that I thought about it all day. Like, where the fuck this nigga's tripping?
It's like an 8-hour
And
drive.
it's all because of Katie, man. Like, she had him crazy.
Oh
You know,
dear.
she'll go cheat on him, and I guess
No.
she'll tell him, if you want me back, you gotta go do this shit. Because when we came back
No.
a week later,
See, now, this is where the drama comes in, the relationship drama, because we heard a lot about that from Katie's proffers. Okay, let me just say, he's probably getting shit from Sigfredo, right? And so maybe Sigfredo's talking shit about Katie. I don't think Katie was the cheater. I think Sigfredo was the cheater. That's just my personal opinion. Having watched all Katie's stuff. This is just really fucking funny though, because this is his impression of seeing the relationship drama play out between them two.
like,
Baby daddy.
she had him crazy. You know, she'll go cheat
Right.
on him, and
She had him
I guess
crazy.
she told him, if you want me back, you gotta go do this shit. Because when we came back a week later, they were together again. Like, we went to the park. We seen a pocket fight at my brother's house. Everybody was hanging out. You know, it was crazy. So I'm like, she had them all messed up. She had them all confused. So
Were you in any,
Sorry.
were you in any of those, were you present in any of those conversations when she says, if you want me or want me back or anything like that, you got to do this?
no, but me talking to him, he's like try to say something. But I know my friend. I grew up since he was 5 years old. I'm like, all right, let's go, man. I really know why you're doing this for. You're doing this because of your stupid ass wife. Let's go. So I went with him.
Stupid ass
It
like,
was all her. It's all fucking Kate's for winning this shit, man.
wow.
So they weren't together during this time, during the time of the murder? Where was he living at?
He was living in Biscayne 186 between Miami Beach and Biscayne.
Well,
In a
The
house,
house
apartment?
also,
Apartment.
Was he living with anybody?
He was with at that time. He was Hip-Hopera was staying with him.
He
I
put
think,
on?
yeah. I think I was staying there because she'll go drop the kids off, and Garcia leave, go get fucked up, go to Shrimp's house, stay in Shrimp's house, and leave the kids with Hip-Hopera.
Who was Shrimp?
Hmm?
Who was
oh,
Shrimp?
right. Thanks, Liz. Right. That's right. But yeah, right. So Katie and Sigfredo weren't together though at the time of the murder. They were just working together. He actually just said that. So I thank you. That's true. She was fucking Charlie. That's right. But he was saying, I think he was describing times before that when they were, because they'd been together for a long time, for years. Katie and Sigfredo apparently go way back. But when all this shit went down with the murder and whatnot, she was with Charlie, but her and Sigfredo were not together. They were just working together on this murder for hire scheme, apparently.
I call her Tati. I think her name was Tati. But I just called her Shrimp. That was like his girlfriend.
His girlfriend?
Yeah.
Okay.
And she'll go harass him. Every time he was over there, she'll go pass by, drive by. Oh, motherfucker, I see you. Throw pictures of the house, send it to his phone. Like, you fucking this guy, and then you over here harassing my dog. My dog live his life. And do
Okay, we're going to have to go back and listen to this bit about the dog. But yes, I just also to point out for anyone who isn't aware, Robert is expected to testify at Donna's trial. And it will be the first time he's been involved in any of these trials because he's the estranged son in New York. And but he is going to be testifying at Donna's trial. And I would imagine also at Wendy's trial.
Shrimp.
Tati. I call her Tati. I think her name was Tati. But I just called her Shrimp. That was like his girlfriend.
His girlfriend?
Yeah.
Okay.
And she'll go harass him. Every time he was over there, she'll go pass by, drive by. Oh, motherfucker, I see you. Throw pictures of the house, send it to his phone. Like, you fucking this guy, and then you over here harassing my dog. My dog live his life. And do you? Because he'll show me the pictures. Man, look what this girl does. I'm like, and you like it. And you love it. So what's the use? Because you'll be one day with Shrimp, and then you'll go one night, spend one night with Katie. Then she'll kick your ass out of the house, and she'll go with this guy. Come on, man. Like, she had him so messed up that he was drinking every day.
They're just getting so off topic here. Detective Isom, look at his hand. Detective Isom trying to stay on schedule, trying to go through. Is he still back at the hotel? Are we going to be back? I'm still at the Budget Inn. And now he's venting about his friend's relationship issues, which is just fucking hilarious.
Every day he'll drink, every day he'll do coke. There wasn't not one day that passed by without that man drinking and doing coke.
He's messed up.
Thank you, Scott.
Where was she living at?
Combo of effective and effective. Collins is ruining the whole thing, man.
I don't know. I think it was in Miami Beach.
Well, look at Isom. He's like, you gotta be kidding me. Shut the fuck up, Collins.
I think she was still living in Miami Beach.
Great.
I'll tell you when I ask
Just
her.
great.
I think she was still living in Miami Beach. I can't remember where she was
Okay,
staying.
back to the budget then.
But I know after the money and all that shit, she moved where she's at now. Trying to get a better place.
Yeah.
Then he moved in with her for a little bit. Then I went over there and spoiled the party. Told him, man, fuck that. Let's go. Look at her getting dressed. She's leaving in the house and she's leaving. Let's leave. And we left and he never came back. But he'll come late night, sneak in. And you're either gonna leave her or you're gonna be with her. Like, she got your head all messed
Wow.
up. She
Wow.
made you go do this shit. You know what I'm saying? That's like saying she really didn't give a fuck. But she made you do something that you weren't supposed to do, man. That's your wife, and she's scared. You know, I used to tell them stuff like that.
We need to.
Hey, I got into argument. I argued with him a couple of times.
Oh my god.
Like the
Let's
first
get
night we
back
came
to
down,
budget in.
arguing with him back in my alley. I'm like, man, fuck this. We argued, whatever. He left. Then he called me, and then we met up. Went to the bar. And I'm like, I was frustrated. I even woke up one day. I was in my house drinking. I ain't tell you this though. I was in my house drinking one day, and I was so mad. I was thinking about the murder. And it was just hitting me. And then he came to my house. Jessica called him, yo, come over here and calm this nigga down. I don't know what's wrong with him. He came and told me, chill out, man. Stop thinking about that shit. I said, man, it ain't even that, man. Like, I ain't do it. How the fuck can you walk around here like that? Something that you did and you got here, like everything's all right. I couldn't sleep. Kept thinking about that man and them kids. Like, it really hurted me, man. It really do.
When you all didn't do anything the first time, did anybody call when you're heading back to Miami, or what's the first indication is?
He was talking to her. I know he kept talking to her on the phone. The first ride, he talked to her a lot. I know he did. He kept talking to her.
Well, no, so his plea deal was for 19 years. I was looking it up. His plea deal was for 19 years. So so that's different than the full immunity, such as like what they offered Katie, which was you can leave right now, no charges. So what they did was, I wouldn't call it full immunity. What they did was he pled down to second degree. So he took a plea deal for second degree murder and got 19 years on top of what he was already serving for whatever he was already in for.
I can tell you, get off the phone, bro. Like, keep talking to her. Nothing to talk about. When you get down there, you talk to her personal. You don't need to be on the phone.
Hey, wait, New Mexico. That's where I want to go. I want to go to New Mexico. Yeah. Dry heat. That's yeah, New Mexico. I've never been there, but like, I feel like I could just be a desert squirrel. Just squirrel out there all day. Squirrely with the cacti.
I told him that's how you're going to get caught. I told him just like that. I said,
Well, part of it, I think, is because he has a prior record, right? You know, that will affect things. If you have a prior record. Katie was offered the best. You'll never hear that deal. I mean, that's again, she wasn't even be charged with anything. It doesn't make any sense why she didn't take it. But anyway, so yeah. So I mean, the immunity. Right. I see what you're saying, though, because it does seem like that, right? If you're like literally snitching on the entire operation, right? But yeah, I mean, I think part of it might have just been the prior record, to be honest. Because again, if they offer it, like, let's say he was a Katie McBanwell without any prior record, maybe they would have done the same thing with him, right? Or they would have done that to him and not her. But yeah, that would be my thought.
that's how we're going to get caught. You're on this phone. You talk too much, especially when you're drunk. You speak too much. But he always kept talking every time.
Especially when you're drunk, you speak too much, he says. So he's going to this is like relationship advice from Luis Rivera right now. Don't get drunk and then fight with your spouse or your significant other.
Fucking
funny.
Oh, God.
But did he call her when y'all were on the way back?
Words of wisdom.
Abort the mission. You're not going to do it. You're not going to kill the guy this time.
Yeah, the first night, he called you like,
we went through the PCA. I think you were there. We went through the PCA because they built this up. They built this from the ground up. Remember, it took them a long time. took them 2 years to make the first arrest, but it was, yeah, we went through it in the PCA. It was very fascinating because it was step by step by step by step. And it was a lot of steps. And so, I'm not gonna, just to summarize, like, it was like they got the toll pass video, and then they figured out the type of the car, and then they figured out which rental agency it came from. It was like step by step by step by step. And they built it all the way up, and then they took 2 years to do that. And then eventually they had enough to get the wiretaps and whatnot. And that's how they heard Charlie and Don, and then they set up the bump, right? Which is where the undercover FBI agent successfully made contact with Donna, trying to extort them for more money, like, because Lewis was already in custody, right? And then, the bump. But we've talked about that. So, and that was like in other words, they really built the case up probably more than they needed to, I would think, to make subsequent arrests. Like, it's just an example of a really, 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 really thorough case. I mean, when you look at it, and we went through the PCA, it's like so fucking solid. A lot of times it's like to have probable cause for arrest, but then they're gonna like, that's just for that, and then they build the case from there. When you look at the PCA, it's like, they really had it all the way down the line, and it's really impressive. So,
nothing happened. We'll probably come back, but nothing happened today. Like, fuck it, this shit is sour. It's not, we couldn't even find the guy. We followed him. We kicked. Every time we go to his house, I couldn't tell if he was in his house or not because his car going to the garage. So we could never know if he was there or not.
Did you ever hear a conversation between him and her, or was anybody questioning why y'all didn't do it?
No. Ain't nobody questioning us. Ain't nobody gonna question me. Ain't nobody even. I think that they didn't even know I was going on the ride unless the only one that knew was Katie. She knew I was in that car.
How did she know that?
Because he told her. He told her, I'm going with Tato. They call me Tato. So I think I'm going with Tato. So
we've got Tuto and Tato. Tuto is Alfredo, and Tato is, we'll call him Primavera, just for the heck of it.
I said, I asked him who knows. He goes, no, it's just Katie. I said, that lady knows I'm in the car. He's like, nobody knows, just Katie. But in my instance, I didn't trust him that day. I'm like, somebody else got to know. Because if you told Katie, Katie had to tell that lady. Because, that day that they murdered, when I seen Wendi, that's when I asked him, who's that lady? And he said, that's Wendi.
Oh, what was that? Hang on, y'all. Did you guys hear the W word?
Because, that day that they murdered, when I seen Wendi, that's when I asked him, who's that lady?
So we know that Wendi shows up at the crime scene right after the murder. Now, okay, now I remember hearing about this, but I didn't remember the details. But remember when we watched her interrogation multiple times, and there were certain things where I was like, that doesn't make any sense. Why is she talking about that? I think some of that is going to make sense hearing this.
He says, Wendi. I remember.
There it is. Yep.
When y'all get back to Miami, you just go drive straight back to Miami?
Yeah, straight to Miami.
And where do you go from there when you get there with the car?
What car? Which one?
The car he's driving. The rental car.
Oh, the Isom. I think he stayed with it for a couple of days.
Wait. Why are we? Wait. Can we go back to Wendi? They'll come back to it. Don't worry.
We came back. When I come back, I will live in Biddy's.
That's what now?
Dude, if Wendi, I mean, this is the part that, again, I was like, you only hear this minute. Like, Wendi showed up. And then, honestly, didn't it come up in her cross during Katie's second trial or her retrial? But, like, of course, Wendi denied it. Did she really fucking show up twice, though? Like, once before and once after? I swear to God.
For the Biddy, Floorboard. That's my spot. No matter what. No matter what I do, I'm always going to end up right there. So I'm thinking I was there that night. I came back home. I came home. Yeah, we went at Biddy's. It wasn't Biddy's.
Was Katie there?
At Biddy's?
So I think the reason is because I think what he's saying is when they were scoping out the house, right? On one of the, I don't know if he was referencing the first or second trip because they keep going out of order to Detective Isom's dismay, right? But what he's saying is like when they were like stalking, what not stalking, trailing, what's doing all that, right? He saw a lady that he learns, I guess, is Wendi, because that they were doing the drop off or whatever at the house. Like he saw her. He's saying he saw her at the house on Trescott. And Donna wouldn't go because remember, Donna lives in South Florida, right? But remember, Wendi lives in Tallahassee. But she does not live at the house on Trescott anymore. But it sounds like he saw her there. That's what that sounds like. We know she shows up after the murder, right? To the house on Trescott. And then she makes the whole story about the shortcut. That makes no sense. But this is before the murder, he's saying. And one of the things that, Ray got my attention with her interrogation was she gives that whole story that makes no sense about the alarms going off or whatever. Like about the alarm code of the house. And it sounds like complete and utter nonsense. It's like, why is she talking about it? And it's like, I should almost be worth going back again, because like whenever she's talking about this stuff, it's like, why are you talking about this? We have to remember there's a reason she's talking about it, right? We may not know what that reason is yet, but there's a reason. And I think that some of it's going to tie into potentially she knew she was there other times. And she's trying to set that up. Maybe. Let's see. You guys are funny.
I don't think so.
Right.
Did you all go straight to Billy's, or did you go to Jessica's first and then Billy's?
Who's Billy?
I stopped in my house, take a shower, changed up, got dressed, and went to Billy's.
By yourself?
In my house, yeah, that was my house. He left. He went. I don't know if he went to see Katie or he went to Shrimp's house. So I said, look, I'm finna take a shower and relax. I'm gonna get some coke and then we ride. And he met me in Billy's because I went to Billy's in my car.
By yourself?
Yeah. I went to Billy's. It was me, my brother, and him. I don't know if Ricardo came with me. Don't know if I picked up Ricardo that day. Can't remember. Can't really remember that much. I'm not seeing a lot of, But I always end up in Billy's. I go Billy's by myself, then everybody will meet us there.
Was there a discussion about not doing the hit?
Not at all.
There's no discussion at Billy's between you and Tudo?
Mm-mm.
So what was so at that point, was it just like, we're just not going to do this? Or was it, we're not going to do this now?
And we didn't speak about it, so I figured like it was kind of dead. But then he told me, look, we got to go back.
Same night?
No, like in a couple of days after, about 3 or 4 days, like we got to go back up there.
Is anybody wanting the rest of that $5,000 back?
He never told me about the money, if they wanted it back or not. But I know the money was paid, that he had to do it. Like, give you interest, you gotta go, you gotta go do it. But we never spoke. I never really spoke about this shit that much. Never spoke to him about it. Never came back and told him anything. When it happened, that day to me was dead. I buried the same day it happened. I buried that shit. Never told nobody nothing. I stayed quiet with it. I never spoke to him about nothing. Never told him nothing. But I know we came back. I remember him telling me we're gonna have to come back. And then we left, they wanted to come back and see what's gonna say. If we have to, we'll come back. But I really wasn't up to it, but we came back and everything happened.
They came back, baby.
Next trip, whatever.
I just want to back up just a hair. You said a while ago when him and Katie always had it messed up.
Now
And stuff. What was Katie
Stanford's
doing? I mean, you said somebody she was going seeing somebody.
Oh,
and
so
stuff.
you go see the dentist.
Who's the dentist? Tell us about that.
I don't know his name. I don't know his name. But
Oh my God.
the only way I knew his name.
Oh my God. 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 Hold on. Wow. The dentist. I'm telling you. The whole point of this scheme is that nobody knows who anybody else is. By just saying the dentist, they've already fucked themselves. Like that narrows it down. Oh my God. Oh my
Seeing
God.
somebody.
Oh,
and
so
stuff.
you go see the dentist.
Who's the dentist? Tell us about that.
I don't know his name. I don't know his name. But the only way I knew his name, I guess, I used to talk to my wife. She'd be like this. She's with a dentist. And I know this mother. I already knew she was fucking a dentist. He didn't tell me his name, but I couldn't remember. Right now, I remember his name because it just came to my mind.
There we go. I already knew she was fucking the dentist. That's quote worthy right there. Right there. There we go.
The only way I knew his name, I guess, I used to talk to my wife. She'd be like this. She's with a dentist. And I know this mother. I already knew she was fucking a dentist.
There.
told me his name, but I couldn't remember.
Brilliant.
Right now I remember his name. 'Cause
Brilliant.
it's in my mind.
Charlie.
At that point, he'd be like, this bitch over here cheating on me. We used to work together. We left the job one day. We left work. We went to a restaurant. And I went, we coming over here for it now because she's over here cheating with me.
Where'd Heather go?
She's working with. I'm like, damn. And that was like the first time that he told me, like, that's fucked up. And you over here stalking this hoe. Like, come on, you're not the only guy, man. You go get whatever you want.
He said stalking this hoe. Don't worry about the closed captioning. It said hole. Stalking this hoe is what he said.
Like, leave her, but I know he wanted to get the car and smash right through him. Like, yo, I'll get off the car if you're going to do all that stupid shit. If you want to run the car into that restaurant, I'll get off the car.
He was that jealous of him?
He was jealous. Real jealous. He's real jealous about Katie.
Wow.
But
But he didn't do that though, did he?
no, of course not. I think I wouldn't even be here. I think he would have been in
I
jail.
mean, he never approached it, did he?
Of
Anything like
course.
that, right?
I
No.
should have known.
Never.
I should have.
I know he told me that the guy looks like him a little bit. How the fuck the guy look like you, man? I know that's what he told me one time. He was drunk. I looked at him and I laughed. Like, you gotta be tripped for real. I remember him telling me that.
You got to be tripping.
Okay. All right. So we move up in time. You said he's talked about going back down. Tell
We
us
move
what's
up
the
in
next thing that
time.
happened
Great.
to make all that happen.
No, the next time he said, we gotta come up here. So we came up. That's when I rented a Prius. We came up. We took the drive up here that night.
How much time, how much warning did you have that you're going to take this trip, or how much he starts telling you?
He told me one time, and that's it. And then the time that he came, he told me that one time, yo, we gotta come up. And all right, whatever. I thought he was bullshitting. So yeah, all right, whatever. Because he was drunk. So.
Because you're working.
Yeah, 'cause
You
I'm
still have a job. He doesn't
Yeah,
have
I'm
a job
working.
anymore,
I'm
right?
working.
You helped him get a job way back
Yeah.
when,
I
right?
helped him get a job. I gave him a job.
Is he still working there with you at this time?
No, I had to fire him because he was drunk in the job.
Okay. So he's not even working.
I'm still working. I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever. I ain't really.
Yep. I had to fire him because he was drunk on a job. There you go. Speaking to Scott's point here, right? This dude, Lewis, had to fire Sigfredo one time because he was drunk. Good job. It's like a real
That
profession.
Wednesday when I get off work, he comes, like, man, we gotta go. Like, this nigga, in my mind, I ain't saying nothing. I'm like, he's serious about this shit. You know, so, all right. I said, what's up? What you want? He's like, we need to rent a car. I'm like, man, you better find somebody to rent a car. I'm not renting a car in my name. But there was nobody to find. I don't have no license, nobody. So I'm like, well, all right, let's go. I jumped in my car, in my Mercedes, went over there, parked by the side, like the next block over. I jumped off. I said, here, go my car. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna stay back here. I went in. He gave me the money. He gave me $250. I went inside.
$250?
$350.
$350.
I went inside. I said, man, I need a car. I said, I need a good car. He's gonna give me around to Orlando. I told the guy. Yeah, man, only when I got this, that little green car right there. I'm like, all right, that's fine. Boom. They were $350.
That little green car.
Left.
Oh my God.
Followed into my house. I took a shower. We left early. I think we left.
Louis, was there any
takes
discussions
a lot of
at that
showers.
point? You may have already said about how much money you were going to get paid for taking this trip. I mean, are you just doing this out of friendship, or was there a certain amount of
Collins? He's said this 50,000 times. And why are you talking again?
money that you expected to get? You already told us you didn't want to go. You didn't want to shoot anybody. What about the money?
I was really doing it because it's my best friend, and I didn't want him to take nobody else and get them all fucked up. Well,
Okay.
he told me I'll give you 35 grand.
That was before you took the first
He
trip.
said that at the very beginning of this entire thing, Collins.
That's before I took it.
Okay, I wasn't sure. I'm sorry for
That's all right.
interrupting. I just
Oh my
think
God.
No, it's good for clarification.
Yes.
That he'd already been, my understanding, please correct me if I'm wrong, is you'd already settled that he was going to give you 30 and then give you an extra 5.
Thank you,
30 and he gave me an
Isom.
extra 5, but he gave me an extra 7. He gave me was 37.
That's
Okay.
true, he did.
But that's before even leaving the very first time.
Yeah,
He said-
before even the first time.
And I believe it's your story, but I believe you said before something about you knew that the total amount equaled $100,000 or something.
Yeah.
Was that before you took the first trip?
Yeah, before he took the first trip, because he told me I'm gonna give you 30, but then he gave me 30. He gave me 37. He gave me 35 first, and then he gave me extra some money on top of it. So it was 37 in total. Then I asked him, "How much you getting?" He got like 40 something. So I said, "How much Katie is getting?" Well, she getting the rest. I'm like, hold up. I might be illiterate, but motherfucker, I can count money.
Oh boy.
You know, 37 and 40 something, and the rest. No, she getting more than 50. She getting more than 60 something grand in her pocket.
Oh,
So I mean, there was more money because,
dude.
you know, me being in prison in Coleman, I'm hearing about it. Oh, she getting a new car. This guy getting a new car. And I'm like, man, how they getting all this if this nigga ain't working?
Huh.
And she ain't doing shit but fucking his dentist.
She ain't doing shit but fucking this dentist. Y'all, this is gold. Let's listen again. The part where he's like, I may be illiterate, but I can count money. We have to go back. I saw where this was going. As soon as he started to do, I was like, oh my God, I see where this is going with this. And now we have trouble in paradise, as they say.
I'm like, hold up. I might be illiterate, but motherfucker, I can count money. You know, 37 and 40 something, and the rest. No, she getting more than 50. She getting more than 60 something grand in her pocket. So I mean, there was more money because, you know, me being in prison in Coleman, I'm hearing about her. Oh, she getting a new car. This guy getting a new car. And I'm like, man, how they getting all this if this nigga ain't working and she ain't doing shit but fucking his dentist? So the dentist buying her a car. She buying a car. She had already spent all his money. He don't have the money. He spent $5 grand on a Nissan Maxima. He spent $2,800 on a Monte Carlo. Bought the bike for.
So now he's going through. So both of these two clowns, right? They bought all these vehicles afterwards, right? They bought multiple cars. They both bought motorcycle. So he's going through now how much. So he kept track of how much Sigfredo was spending on cars. He's going through it.
I think it was 32 or 2,900. And the bike is we bought bikes, but ain't no 2016 bikes. These some old bikes. My bike was a 03, and his was, I think, was a 97, but it was souped up. Our bikes all over souped up, and I paid for my bike was $2,300. That's it. But you know, all this money that he spent, if you come to add up, he ain't got much left. Then he rented the apartment, paid for the apartment for 6 months. That way he don't lose it because he don't have no job.
Paid for 6 months outright?
Yeah, he paid rent for 6 months. You know what I'm saying? He told me I paid the rent. Then I come to the house, he got a big
Another thing you can tell from him, he has referenced many, many times how, like, you know, people, they got fired from their job or they don't have jobs. And you get a sense that he really feels like people should not be deadbeats and they should be working for money, right? Like, to a certain, like, you know what I mean? It sounds like he had a job at some point himself, but he's like, yeah, how are you going to, you know, you're going to blow all your money and spend it for this apartment for 6 months because you don't have a job. I don't know. If you guys see what I'm saying? Like, you know, there's some people who are just going to, like, you know, like the person who would win the lottery and be like, I'm going to do nothing the rest of my life. And then there's people who are like, okay, I'm going to keep working and then whatever. Like, I feel like, you know, like the lazy, that's what it is. It's like the lazy versus the not lazy. You guys see what I'm saying? And I feel like he's in that not lazy category. That's sort of the impression I get.
Where are you doing big things? Where you getting this money from? Because I know you spend all your money. Like, I know you do, though. I know you spend. He like, man, I'm down to that 3. I remember he asked me, yo, let me hold some money. And I told him, man, I ain't got no money. I did. So I ain't got no money. I already knew what he wanted for. I like, what you want? They had me for $20. I said, well, you're $20. Now I'm finna get Coke. I said, why you gonna go buy Coke if I sell Coke? You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, you need Coke? I'll give it to you, too. And nah, but you know, I don't want to just be like a Hoover and trying to ask you all the time. I just want my own shit. I'm like, all right. I gave him Coke. I said, you do what you do, however you get your money. But I knew he could get his money.
You saw the TV in the new apartment and everything. That's well after the murder.
Yeah, right after the murder.
I mean, time had gone by for a while.
Time had gone by. Only been like about, say, like 6 months, 6, 7 months, 8 months. The money blew fast.
But you're saying, what I'm hearing is, I know he already blew all his money, but somehow these things are still coming in.
Yeah, it's still coming in. Like, where it's coming at. And then I remember asking him one time, what you did with your money? Oh, I stashed some of my money in Katie's car. I said, you stashed some money in Katie's car.
Oh, right. We heard
And you
about
think
this
that
in the
girl will do
Proffer.
is clean her car and look
So
at
dumb.
Like, nah, I stashed
So
it. But I
dumb.
never asked him where he stashed it. He said he stashed it in the car. So I'm like, man, you was lying. And my mind, like, to me, you was lying to me because you kept getting money. You bought all these toys, man. You buying shit left and right.
Yep.
Your car, the
He has a
Nissan
job
broke down.
and sells
You
drugs.
destroyed
Yep,
the
yep,
car. You had to fix the transmission. You had to fix this. Like, fuck. The Monte Carlo you bought is an old school Monte Carlo. It needed work done to it. You know, you probably put $2 or $3 grand into it already.
After he bought it for 27,
After he bought it for 27.
and the Nissan was 5.
The Nissan was $5,000.
This is
You
hilarious
said
because
his bike was 3,200.
in a way, it almost sounds like, just hearing this, it almost sounds like him and Sigfredo are like an old married couple or something, where he's like talking to him. He's like, dude, look, you spent this much on the car. You already put this much into it, blah, blah. He's like, you need to be more responsible with your finances. Like, this is just amazing, and I love it.
And you only spent $223 on yours?
Yeah, I only bought me a bike. I didn't buy nothing else. I bought Jessica the little raggedy ass Toyota for like $200-$300 from her best friend. And that's it.
When you said that she had gotten a car, Tudor wasn't working at the time, right? You said something about somebody gave Katie a car?
When I was in prison.
Oh, okay, that was later on.
That's later on.
Okay, that's later on.
Okay,
Okay,
so I don't got nothing to do with no. I'm just,
okay.
I was just bringing like how y'all keep getting money, how y'all keep getting all this stuff.
So going back to when you're talking about, he wasn't working. Was Katie working? Do you know?
Yeah, she was working with the dentist, I believe. She was still working with him. She was still working with the dentist.
Okay.
So when he stashed his money in the car, what kind of car did she have at the time?
That same car, she has a Mitsubishi, whatever you want to call it, the SUV, the white one she has right now.
Why did she be?
All right, so he says, hey, we need to go back. We have to go back. I'm not going back. And the money's already been
And
arranged
I've been bringing it back to the point.
To make another trip, you're not going to get any. You're not going to get promised any more than what you originally promised, which is 30 plus 5 plus 2. And so he basically says that you go to the rental car place, you get the Prius, you go drop your car off.
Yeah.
Is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, and then what happens from there?
We took off, we came up here.
Same 2 guns?
No more, it was just one gun.
Okay, I thought both guns went both trips.
No, sir.
Just one?
Just one trip,
Short nose, long nose.
short nose.
What happened to the long nose?
Probably left it
I've never
home.
heard
What
that.
did the long nose?
Type of thing.
You left it at home?
No, he probably left it in his house.
Okay.
I don't know what he did. I went to one gun.
Okay, so short gun, the one you got from the black guy in the neighborhood for $150.
Yes, sir.
All right, and you haven't shot up all the bullets yet? Nobody shot any either one of them? How do you even know it works?
Cause he shot a hole through the fucking car.
That was an accident though. I'm talking about before he even left
my
Miami.
Oh no, he ain't tested or nothing.
Nobody tested it.
Nobody tested it. It was tested in the
Brilliant.
car that day. They shot the hole through it.
Okay, so
That's it.
and we'll get to that in a second. But basically, you saying that you bought the gun, never test fired it. He never test fired it.
Oh, look at Collins.
But
over
that's the
there.
only gun you're bringing this
That
time.
was the only gun we brought. Just one gun.
Okay.
The first trip was 2 guns. The second trip was 1 gun. That's it.
So you get in the Nissan. You're driving. I'm
Not a
sorry,
Nissan.
Prius.
The Prius.
Prius. You rented it.
Shout out to the Priuses.
You said something to them
Getaway
about he
Prius?
might drive it or no? Was he ever going to drive the Prius?
No. I drove.
I mean, I find it
He drove for a little bit.
another one of the things I love about this case, right? You've got these 2 dudes, hitmen, right? One or both of them have connections to the Latin Kings, and they're driving a Prius to go in and do this. It's just so fucking funny.
And we left. He drove. He took off.
We at
But then
least
he was
it's
drunk. You know
better
what,
for
man,
the
you should
environment
try
than
it,
other
'cause if
cars.
you get pulled over, this car's not under my name, it's under your name. So I'm like, you know what? You're right. But then I tell him, I'm in probation, man. If we get pulled over, I'm going to go to jail.
You're saying that to him.
To him. And we get pulled over.
Okay.
So the day we get pulled over, the officer grabbed my license, came back, gave me a ticket. He's like, slow down, put the seatbelt. Gave me a speeding ticket. And then I'm like, so I looked at Garcia and told him,
MCAT makes a
motherfucker
great
didn't take
point
me.
because remember they spent so much money on gas on the first trip because the first trip they didn't have the Prius. He's like, nah. I mean, I can speak to that. Like with a Prius, you could make that round trip 8 hours there and back You probably wouldn't even use a full tank of gas, and a full tank of gas for a Prius is 11 gallons. So, yeah, I mean, basically with a Prius, gas is not something you have to even think about. It's just it's amazing.
Yeah,
So you got a ticket in the Prius
in the Prius
on the second trip
on the second trip.
on the way up here. You have any idea what town you were near or what road you were on? Or
Man, I know. Keep going with these towns. You know, I'm not good with these towns.
I know.
The only thing I can probably say, I keep saying Gainesville, because that's like every time I pack, I'm like, yo, are we close? Every time I used to see, because they had a G on it, I'm saying, yo, we close. He's like, yeah, we like back in like an hour away from Tallahassee, something like that. I'm like, all right, but by that time, that's when I got pulled over.
But you weren't in Miami. You weren't in Tallahassee. So were you on the interstate, you think?
Yeah, I was again. I asked him, because when we got pulled over, I'm like, yo, how long from here where we get pulled over to Tallahassee? He's like, we got maybe like an hour or 2 hours the most. The top was 2 hours. So I'm like, all right. I'm not trying to get pulled over. I know if I get pulled over again, we fuck. But when we get pulled over, I tell him, yo, this is a sign, man. We should just turn around. He's like, nah, man, fuck that. We up here.
The sign.
So we drove to Tallahassee. That's when everything happened.
Okay. So you get to Tallahassee. He knows where he's going. You didn't drive the first time. So he knows where he's going.
You know everything. When I'm driving, he's telling me where to go.
He didn't need
You
no
don't end
map.
up at the same hotel.
Same hotel. Same hotel.
109 or 110.
Oh my God, the same hotel.
Same room.
Brilliant.
Okay. And from that point, what do? You start doing coke and stuff again, or?
Yeah, we started drinking, getting cool. I barely didn't sleep.
What time did you get here to Tallahassee?
Oh, damn. Had to be like, we left early that day, right? I think we left early that day. Then we got up here like around 11 o'clock at night. Let me see. Like 11.
Okay.
11, 10 o'clock. Somewhere around there. I'm never gonna give you the time, and then you might be all fucked up.
Was he talking to anybody on the phone on the way up?
No. No, he was doing the coke. He didn't really talk to nobody on the way up. If he did, I can't remember right now if he did. But the only person he's gonna talk to is gonna be Katie. He won't call nobody else.
Okay.
He won't call. The only person he talked to is Katie.
Okay. So you're at the hotel. You got the gun in the room?
The gun was in the car.
Okay.
The gun was in the car the whole night. He stayed in the car.
Okay.
The only time the gun was in the hotel was the first trip.
Okay.
But the gun was in the car. Wake up. I want to sleep maybe like around 2:30. 2:30 around that night.
In the afternoon?
In the morning. Because we got there at 10 o'clock at night. 10 to 11 o'clock at night. Went to the hotel. We're hanging out. We're just chilling. I said, man, I'm going to go to sleep. I got to get rest. Because if you're going to have me watch this guy all day tomorrow, I got to get rest. So I try to fall asleep. He was still awake doing coke. I want to sleep. The next day, it was Thursday. The next day we drove around there. I went around the block. I went around the block to the other park behind his house.
Pull out my Beretta.
Quick, let me go see if he's home. So we pulled in. He walked over there. He looked, came back. He's like, go around the house. He said he seen something, but he wasn't too sure if it's somebody. So when I go around the front of the house, that I come back like this. So I'm driving this way.
This one they see
Wendy's
Wendi.
walking this way.
There it is,
Kids.
Wendi again. There it is.
So I'm driving.
Holy
Before I
fuck.
get to the bump, I'm looking to my rearview mirror and I ask Garcia, man, what's up with this lady? Why is she looking so much? He's like, oh, that's that lady. That's Wendi.
Oh my
And
God.
oh, that's her name. I said, well, so you know, I'm like, okay. I seen her 2 kids. I said, what's she doing up here? What is she doing up here? Oh no, she came to make sure that everything's all right because he's leaving out of town tomorrow. So it's got to get done tomorrow morning before he leaves. Like, all right, we leave. We go
I
back
think
to
this is the same day as of the murder, I
Let
think.
me interrupt you for a minute. Was there ever a phone call from anyone around the time that you saw who he described to be?
When she walked, as I'm looking at the rear mirror, I seen her walk a little bit further from her house, get on the phone. By the time we get to the hotel, he's talking to Katie. That's when he asked Katie, what's she doing up here? You know? But I asked him in the car before Katie called, what is she doing up here? She came up here to see if everything's all right with the kids. I said, man, you gotta know something besides that shit. What this lady's doing up here? And she knows that we're up here. She knows you're up here.
Oh my God.
So what's she doing up here?
Did y'all?
So when he calls Katie.
Hang on. Whenever we talk about what do they have to show Wendy's prior knowledge, right here. Oh my God.
To see if everything's all right with the kids. I said, man, you gotta know something besides that shit. What this lady's doing up here? And she knows that we're up here.
She knows.
She knows you're up here.
She knows
so
we're
what's
up
she doing
here.
Up here?
Wow.
So when he calls Katie. Hey, what's going on? I seen this lady up here. Oh no, she's making sure that everything is fine. That what time he's leaving tomorrow on the flight or wherever the fuck he was going. I said, so we gotta do this tomorrow, huh? He's like, yeah, cause he's leaving, and she came to see the kids. But I seen her face and everything. I'm like, all right. So I'm like, we drive. We're going back to the hotel. I'm sitting down. I'm sitting down on the chair in the hotel, and he's looking like, you all right? No, I'm just curious what the fuck this lady's doing up here. Yeah, don't worry about that shit. Everything good, man. She just made sure that everything was all right. I said,
wow.
I don't like the sound of this shit, but whatever. If you say everything's all right, I trust you because I just trust you. I trust you because you're my dog. You don't worry about it, man. Here, man, take a drink. Like, man, it was early in the morning. It was 12. I'm like, man, I'm good. I don't want to fucking drink.
So this all happened before 12 noon?
Yeah, before 12.
On Thursday?
On Thursday.
You drove by, you saw her walking the kids. You asked him, he says, that's Wendi. She's making sure that we're going to do this or whatever.
That she want to make sure that we was up there. She thought that we were lying, that he was lying. Because they don't even know I'm in the car until she seen me that day.
Yeah, but your car's got tinted windows. Does she even know what kind of car you guys are in?
That car, it's not even tinted. Like you can see through it. It's like you can see real. You can see it's tinted, but not dark like people think.
Right, but she wouldn't know you from Adam's house. She wouldn't know you from anybody.
Yeah, she don't know me from anybody. But you can see you got a little short guy in the car like this. I'm driving like this, and you see Garcia. Garcia's on the passenger side. You know, so she looked and then he looked. Like,
yeah,
you know, that's what caught my attention. Like,
yeah.
What's up with this lady looking at the car?
Yep.
She didn't know she wanted to make sure that it was up here.
Yep.
That's Katie. Katie had told her.
Wow.
And then he called Katie. I remember leaving that day when we left. He called Katie. Yo, everything all right with this lady? She's like, yeah, everything's straight. Don't worry about it. Just make sure you get that shit done.
Do you hear that?
Yeah.
Or he tells you that?
I
can hear her talking on the phone.
You're in the car or in the motel room?
No, I'm in the car. We're still in the car. We have pulled up. Before we go in the hotel, we'll sit in the car for like 10 minutes.
Wendi, wow.
We don't go.
Wow.
We just start going because I'm sitting down like, yo, you see that camera right there? You know, it's facing that way. You see that one over there? Yeah, man, how you see all this shit? I said, because look at that camera over there, man. I tell them, yo, you gotta start drinking, man, before you can pay attention.
So you hear her voice saying that he recognizes her without question. He doesn't have to ask.
He don't even ask. He didn't even have to call and ask none of this shit. He already knew.
He's already saying, why is Wendi here?
Yeah.
So I'm glad you're hearing
why she's up here.
And then he relates to her on the phone.
He relates to her why she came up here for.
Okay.
That's the conversation.
So it's not a question of if it's Wendi. He already knows it's Wendi.
Oh, he already knows it's Wendi.
And he's telling Katie, why is Wendi here?
To make sure that he was up here, make sure he wasn't lying, that she was just paying him for nothing but.
So Tudo's met Wendi.
Yeah, I think he did. Matter of fact, I ain't even gonna answer that right there because I'm not 100%.
Okay.
Did you know Wendi?
No, not at all.
You ever seen her before?
Just that day. That day I seen her, that Thursday. I'm not gonna say I never met her, I never seen her. I don't know if he met her or he knows, but I know he said that's Wendi. I'm like, all right.
So the other
All
thing,
right. And Katie says
the reason why I was wondering if it's the same day is because Wendi says during her, well, she says when she's on the stand and also during her interrogation, she says that the day that the murder happened, that Dan Markel was supposed to be, or wait, does she say he's supposed to be leaving that same day? No, because remember, he was supposed to have the kids. It was his day with the kids. So Wendi says that the next day was when he was supposed to leave for his conference. So the fact that that's why I'm wondering it, well, I'm sure it'll become more clear. Interesting.
she wants to make sure that you guys are,
And we make sure that was up there.
and you heard her voice say that.
Yes, sir.
All right, so you're back at the motel, and he wants to start drinking. It's before noon.
Yeah, we hanging out now. Now we in the hotel hanging out ready for the next day. I'm like, man, listen,
Wow.
don't get drunk, man. If you want to do something, you got to do it right, man. He was toasted, man. Wake up in the morning, first thing he does, Chuck. I was taking a shower, like, don't tell me you're drinking, man. Man, I'm only taking.
Dude, again, how many showers does this guy take? But also, I'm sorry, we just have to roll this again real quick because holy fuck.
Is there any way that you would think
Somebody tried to kill my ex-husband. They should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law.
Famous last words, Wendi.
And shot, everything gonna be all right. He was already taking bumps. I'm like, oh man, fuck.
So at 12 noon, back on the Thursday, you're there, and did you go anywhere else? You had to go someplace else because the car has to get shot.
Yeah, get to the
Yeah, we were driving around. That's when we seen that black boy with a car. We were driving around looking for coke. Matter of fact, we were driving around looking for coke. Because we had went to some bar. I don't remember where the bar was at. He said, man, let's go around here because I know somebody got to sell coke. But we bumped into him in the road.
In the road?
Yeah, the road. We driving, bump into him.
I thought somebody already had his number.
Yeah, Garcia got his number. Garcia was trying to call him, but he wouldn't answer. He was trying to call him, he couldn't answer. So I told you we bumped him in the road. But he, yo, what's up, dog? He like, my phone. And he like, hey, man, we need some party. Like, follow me. So that's when we followed him. I'm in the back following him. That's when Garcia, I don't know what he was playing. I don't know why he was playing with a gun. I don't know what the fuck he was doing.
playing with the gun.
I'm trying to jump.
There it is. So it sounds like Alfredo is shit-faced and on coke and all this, and he's, being a dumbass playing with the gun. And Lewis takes his shit seriously. Sounds like. And anyway, so I'm gonna back it up. We're getting to the famous shooting of the Prius.
That's when Garcia, I don't know what he was playing. I don't know why he was playing with a gun. I don't know what the fuck he was doing. I'm trying to jump. Yo, what's up?
Clearly, Glenn has not watched this.
Man, y'all right? I don't know where I look at the car like they want to move on. Yo, this car is now moving. What you did to the car? I was just laughing because he's so stupid. I'm like, you did this to the car.
This is amazing. But also, I'm wondering too for Glenn, when Wendi gets convicted, is he gonna include that in his book?
Like, oh man, I don't know. I said, we don't got no gas. How the hell we don't got no gas? So we stopped. She looked under, like, oh shit, it's a line. I said, you shot the line?
Oh my God, he shot the gas tank. You've got to be kidding me. No way.
You serious?
No way.
So we pushed the car outside the road.
Oh my God.
The black boy came, like, man, y'all pulling me to the auto zone. I'm not going nowhere. I'm staying in the car.
Come to the auto zone.
I'm still in the car. They come back. He's like,
wow.
Man, we gotta check the car. I'm like, man, get out the car.
Can you imagine these guys rolling up to the AutoZone with this rental vehicle, with the Prius, and it's like, what are they going to even do for you? You just shot. Apparently, they shot the gas tank or the line to the gas. Wow.
Like, man, get out the car. Fuck, what you so scared of?
Dude, you can't make this shit up, man.
It's not scared, it's just being cautious, man. I wasn't trying to get seen by nobody. So I got off the car. I'm outside the car, and while they jacking the car, I'm right here talking to the black. This nigga stupid, man. He like, what happened? I said, I don't know what happened. The hose, he saw something here. I didn't want to tell him what happened, I said, I don't know. I hit something. But he got to fix some small little holes because he's a little mechanic, so he fixed it up. But I was outside the car for every 10 minutes. We jumped back in and we followed him. Followed him to some trailer parks. Some trailer park. I ain't pull up on the park. I just pulled up on the side. And we from right here when they got some coke. Went back to the hotel. Yeah, I think he followed us. He rented the hotel for us. This time he rented it. He rented a hotel.
And don't worry, guys, we're going to hear from Alfredo as well after this.
Same guy, we had down there the next morning. When
Right?
we woke up. That's when I went to
For real.
Markel's house.
He's got the work ethic.
Stop right there for a second. All right, with all that and the guy that went and found drugs for you, so forth. All these contacts with that guy,
For sandwiches?
you're saying is from Garcia's phone.
Yeah.
Not your phone.
He put the number in my phone.
Okay.
So I don't know if he called him from my phone one time. I think he tried to call him one time off my phone. I told him, no, don't call nobody out of my phone, man. I don't know this guy. First of all, I don't even like that guy. Like, man, we straight.
You ever heard name?
No, never heard his name. Never knew his name. Never heard his name. But yeah, I think he called him one time from my phone, and then he tried to call him out of his phone. Like, man, whatever. I ain't paying no mind. But he rented the hotels for us. You know, he rented a hotel. English. Twice, because, you know, we had to check out. The first time we came up here. The second time, it was the same night that we was there the next day. We had to rent it again.
Okay, so he gets you a hotel and you made it sound like it was a hotel that was closer to Markel's house.
Yeah, the one that he rented, his name was closer to Markel's house.
Okay, did he go party with y'all in the room or anything?
Budget
He
in?
was there for a little bit. He was there with Garcia. He was there. I was mad as hell that day. Like, I ain't come up here to make friends. So he was there with Garcia, hanging out. It seemed like they were best friends for a little bit.
Rental car company ever found out there was a whole shot in their line?
Did they find out?
Did you ever call them or say, or you just immediately just fixed it?
Well, no, we just fixed it right then and then. Garcia's like he's a mechanic.
Oh my God.
Little bootleg mechanic, you know how to do a little work. He fixed it himself.
Okay.
Fixed it up and everything.
All right. So
Wow.
then what do you do that night after you're at this new motel?
We're just hanging out. We're just hanging out, just chilling the whole night. We didn't do nothing, stay there the whole night. I parked the car in the back, just sitting there. I didn't do nothing. I was throw a picture of the owl, like I told you. Posted on Instagram.
He saw an owl, a
Posted?
bird. I don't know what kind. It sounded like a barred owl, maybe.
Wait. Something about Instagram and then a barn owl? Wait, what?
Car in the back, just sitting there. I didn't do nothing. I was throw a picture of the owl, like I told you. Posted on Instagram.
He saw an owl, a bird.
You guys.
New motel.
We're just hanging out. We're just hanging out, just chilling the whole night. We didn't do nothing, stay there the whole night. I parked the car in the back, just sitting there. I didn't do nothing. I was throw a picture of the owl, like I told you. Posted on Instagram.
I don't even know.
He saw an
I
owl,
don't even know.
a bird. I don't know what kind. It sounded like a barred owl, maybe. That landed in the parking lot at the hotel. And
Awesome. So these two guys, Isom and Lewis, apparently have already met before, where I guess it must have been included sound, and they're like, let's identify which type of owl this is. I wish they had recorded that interview. The way I would love to hear them to identifying, like avid bird watchers. Like I'm dying.
Took a picture.
scared him.
And what happened if you took a picture? What'd you do?
Right?
I took a picture and put it on Instagram.
Then what happened?
Amazing.
Katie called studio. Tell them to take that shit down.
You're gotta be kidding. Katie? You see now? Katie's not gonna be, I have to say, like, gonna be critical here. He takes this nice picture / video of this owl, the wildlife, puts it on Instagram, and you tell him to take that down? No.
If you're stupid or what. So,
I mean, honestly, that's the least of their worries, really.
I'm like, well, I took it down. I don't know if I took it down right away, but
Least
I took
of
it
their
down.
worries, the owl picture.
So she like, why would he do that? He can't tell nobody what is that. And in my mind, y'all be talking on the phone all
Facts, but also it's hilarious, right? Because it's like, the owl could be an owl from anywhere too, right?
I don't know if I took it down right away, but I
Oh
took
my
it
god,
down.
I'm dying.
So she like, why would he do that? He can't tell nobody where he's at. And in my mind, y'all be talking on the phone all fucking day.
Yup.
Fuck you worry about me putting the picture on Instagram.
Facts. Lewis, yes. The way that these fools got caught had nothing to do with the owl picture. Dude.
Yeah, I put it on Instagram. She called in and told her to take it down. So I took it down. That's it. We just hanged out all night. The next morning we left.
Oh, does Instagram, see, I don't use Instagram. Does Instagram automatically set your location if you post? I don't know how that works.
The next morning was a Friday.
There you go.
Friday morning.
That's fucking
Went
hilarious.
to Markel's house.
This is amazing.
Went over there. I parked by the park again. I waited for him to come out. When he came out, I followed him with Garcia in the car to the daycare. He gets to the daycare. I'm just driving in circles. I pulled up across the street of the building. At that moment when I'm pulling in the building, he's coming out. As he comes out,
Oh my god,
we
right?
follow him again.
Shout out to the owl.
This time we followed him all the way to the gym. Followed him to the gym, waited in the parking lot for a while, for like 45 to an hour at the most. Got there. So when he came out of the gym, I followed him home. As I'm following home, he goes around the back. I go around the front. We met him right in the garage.
So now we're going to get to the actual shooting, and I wonder what he's going to say who did it.
I was like maybe like 3-4 feet away from his car. Garcia jumps out, goes around the car where he's driving. I think Markel was on the phone that day. Shot him twice.
He was on the phone.
Got in the car. We left.
Oh, wait. Shot him twice. Hold on.
In the car where he's driving. I think Markel was on the phone that day. Shot him twice. Got in the car. We left.
We should all ask.
The kid's driving.
Oh.
We dumped the gun. We dumped the gun towards a bridge. Can't remember that bridge. I wish I could remember if I can show you.
Maybe the owl's on
I
OnlyFans.
really couldn't remember it. Drove. After that, I made it home. Never spoke about this again.
So instead of OnlyFans, it could be Owly fans. Hmm?
Never told nobody. The next morning, it's a Saturday morning. I'm in the barber shop. Katie calls my phone.
Not the barbershop.
Where's Dudo at? Stupid motherfucker don't answer the phone. Just like that. I'm like, I don't know. Let me find out for you. Give me a minute. I try to call. I think I called Shrimp's phone. Called Shrimp. I said, where's Dudo? Oh, he's here, drunk, sleeping. I said, wake his ass up. Tell him that Katie's looking for him. For what? Don't worry about it. I called Hibaro. Hibaro go pick Dudo up. So I think Hibaro picked them up, dropped them off in Katie's house. They showed up to my house. I'm still in the barbershop. I'm in the barbershop. My wife calls me. Babe, Katie and Dudo are here. I got a bag in my hand. It looks like this. It looks like a parade. But I don't touch it. Don't even look at it. I'm on my way.
I think that's money.
When I get there, Katie's upstairs because Jessica told her to come up because I just had Lulu. I get there, Katie and Dudo. Katie, oh, what's up, Dr.
Right.
Man? What's up?
Classic Tujo.
Dudo, what's up with the bag? Get the bag. I grab the bag. I think
Sorry, you just got to shout to Luda. What you got in that bag? What is it? Tell me what in that world is in that bag. What you got in that bag? A couple of, and then I'd have to look up the lyrics to go from there. But roll out, roll out. Y'all know the song.
money I stick in my pocket. I said, man, what you gonna do, man? I gotta go back to the barbershop. I gotta get a haircut.
He's got to get his
Leave
haircut.
Katie here, man. Let's ride. We left together.
Gotta get you
Went to the barbershop,
right.
got a haircut.
Yep.
He paid like 2 or 3 guys haircut. Give him $100 to the barber. Hey, man, go ahead and cut other people's hair. Let me get in front of this guy. We left. I ended up going to my mom's house. I see my mom.
Yep.
I had paid my mom's rent. My mom was over like $2,000. So I paid my mom's rent. I left. And went to my house, took a shower, got dressed.
Another shower.
I didn't really do too much that day. Just I went to Brady's for a little bit. And no, I went to somewhere else. I met some girl in another bar with Garcia. We hanged out over there.
I'm just looking up the lyrics or so. Me and my homies, drop that. We rolling on 20s with the top back. So much money, you can't stop that. Twin Glock 40s, cocked back. Did they say it? No, I don't think they had Glocks. I forget what they had. And then, oh yeah. Now where'd you get that platinum chain with them diamonds in it? Where'd you get them matching Benz with them windows tinted? Who are them girls you be with when you be riding through? Man, I ain't got nothing to prove. I paid my dues, breaking the rules. I shake fools while I'm taking my cruise. Tell me who, oh yeah, tell me who's your weed man and how do you smoke so good? You's a superstar, boy. Why are you still up in the hood? And then what in the world is in that bag? What you got in that bag? A couple of cans of whoop ass. You did a good job, just spying me. Or sorry, eyeing me, spying me. Man, that car don't come out until next year. Where in the fuck do you get it? That's $80,000 gone. Where in the fuck did you spend it? That sounds just like this, doesn't it? Story of this whole thing. You must have eyes on your back because you got money to the ceiling. And the bigger the cap, the bigger the feeling. The bigger I'm feeling, the more that I'm chilling, winning, drilling, and killing the feeling. Now who's that? Oh yeah. Now who's that bucket naked cook fixing 3-course meals, getting goosebumps with her body taps? I don't know if these lyrics are right. I thought it was with her body on top of the 6-inch heels. Anyway, getting goosebumps with her when her body taps the 6-inch heels. What in the world is in that room? What you got in that room? Couple of gats, couple of knives, couple of rats, couple of wives. Now it's time to choose. Anyway, okay. Oh wait, we got one more verse here. Are you custom made, custom paid, or are you just custom fitted? PlayStation 2 up in the ride. Is that Lorenzo kidded? Is that your wife, your girlfriend, or just your main bitch? You take a pic while I'm rubbing the hips, touching lips to the top of the dick, and then woo! Now tell me who's your housekeeper and what you got in your house. What about diamonds and gold? Is that what you keep in your mouth? What in the world is in that case? What you got in that case? Get up out my face. You couldn't relate. Wait to take place at a similar pace. So shake it, shake it. Some of those you can't really hear that much in the actual song. Okay.
From there, we went to Hard Rock. Garcia spent $7,000. And Hard Rock lost it. That's why I know he had no money.
My fave is a Dr. Dre and Snoop, but yes, love the rapping.
So he spends his money in the Hard Rock, losing his money.
Right. Y'all know what happened to me if I wore 6-inch heels. I'd be a goner.
I leave. We left the Hard Rock, whatever. I made it back home. Monday. That was that Saturday. That Sunday, I wake up, take a shower. It's maybe like around 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I go see my ex-wife because it was school about to start, I believe. So I gave her $5,000. So here goes $5,000. Buy the kids. But we got the money from it. I don't know why y'all be asking questions. Just get the money and don't worry about it.
What's your ex-wife's name?
Annie Diaz. I gave her the money. Boom, leave. Maybe a week later, like that, I take money to my sister in an envelope. I said, put this away from me. I don't want to have it in the house. Because when Jessica gets mad at me, she goes to my pockets and takes
Oh
money.
my God.
When I come home drunk, I didn't want her to find that money.
Takes her money.
And I didn't really want her to know it, ask me a million questions where I got the money from. So I put it away. My sister put it away from me in the closet. I think I used to stay with my sister. I had keys to go in and out of the house. So I used to go in and out of my sister's house. That's about it. That's when the story ended right there with the money. Mark out everything.
Let's back up to you come back home. Where do you take the car to, or where you and Tudo together? You know you stopped at the ATM. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're at the Prius. And
and the ATM. They've got these two fools together on every ATM camera, different ATMs. It's just.
And you stop at an ATM. You've seen that photograph.
I have.
Okay, and then from there you go somewhere.
Me and my home.
You're just getting back into town.
I can't remember. I remember going home or went somewhere else.
Well, you said you ended up going to,
Billy's, but I didn't go in the Prius to Billy's. I wouldn't drive that car. I ain't drive that car. He had that car. I didn't even like that car. He had the car, lost the car for 2 days. I had to go look for the car because he don't know where he parked the car at. I had to call AAA to go in the car and give me because he left the keys in the car, locked the car with the keys. I couldn't open the car, so he called AAA. I gave AAA $50 to open the car, get the keys. When the guy his stupid ass, here, come collect this car.
Oh my God, I'm dying. When it got, hold on. When it got his stupid ass, oh my God.
I couldn't open the car, so he called AAA. I gave AAA $50 to open the car, get the keys. When the guy his stupid ass, here, come collect this car.
Amazing.
His driver pack. I turned the car in and left.
Where did you find the car at?
A couple of blocks from Shrimp's house. I think Shrimp was staying like on 76.
Shrimp.
I'm thinking Avenue, somewhere around there, Miami Beach. I found the car like in 78,
Now there's
79th
another,
Street.
what rap song is it, guys, where they talk about shrimp, but they call it scrimp? Which song is that? I'll probably think of it here in a sec.
Like 2 or 3 blocks down in a corner, right by fire station. They would have towed that car with. Then I would have had to pay more money. That's how drunk he was.
okay. So when you came back, you split up. So he took the car. He took the car with him. Is what
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
saying.
we split up. He took the car. He had the car for a couple of days. I kept telling him, yo, I gotta return this car back, man.
Okay, but the next morning, Saturday, you said you go to the
Trying out the gutter.
barber shop.
Yeah.
All right, so the murder happened on Friday. Y'all drive all the way back.
Okay. All right.
You party.
That clarifies. The murder was on a Friday. So it was Thursday that they saw Wendi. So the day before they saw Wendi. So that clarifies it. They saw Wendi on the Thursday, and then now we know the murder for sure was the next day. Because I wasn't sure because Wendi said something about him leaving town the next day. So I mean, maybe she was lying about that as well. Which is interesting. Huh.
Whatever Friday night. Was that was it Sunday that he went to Hard Rock? Or was it that?
I think it was that Sunday. No, it was a Saturday. It was the next week.
Okay, so
Next week after that.
the next week after that. Okay, so before we get to that, you're back in town on Friday. We talked about Big Daddies.
Big
Yeah,
Daddies.
we talked about Big
So
Big
Daddy.
Daddies.
you remember
I
going?
wasn't too sure if it was
Right.
Big Daddy or not. I can't hear say
Big
it.
Daddy.
Yeah, I was there.
No, that's
Maybe
fine.
I was. You said my credit card went in there. If I did, I did. Who knows? I can't remember if I was there or not. I really can't.
Well, before this, I want to go back to your driving out of Tallahassee, and you said before that he calls Katie.
He calls Katie. I think right when we had dumped the gun, and then he called her, and he said, "Everything is done. Make sure you have my money. I'm on my way." When we get back to the house, he calls, "Yeah, no money." She goes, "Don't worry about it. You have it tomorrow morning." I can hear it.
I know. I want to go back. You're driving out of Tallahassee. The Markel's been shot. You're driving out of Tallahassee. All right. And then are you saying that you dumped the gun before he made the first phone call? Because the big deal was about he calls her and says,
Yeah, he called and told her it's done. Everything is done. I think way before we dumped that gun or after we done the gun, but the show 100%. He called and said, "Hey, it's done already."
do you hear her on the other
Yeah, I
end?
can hear it. She goes, "Okay, I know, all right."
Okay, I know. All
Yeah,
right.
like I'm like, yo, how the fuck does she know? Like, how would she know if this shit done?
But it's Katie's voice.
Yeah, it's Katie's voice, 100%. It's Katie's voice. He can't call Wendi. I don't know her voice. I know Katie's voice.
Okay.
So I'm like, all right, that's it. And I looked at him like, did you really just call this guy and say you're done? Like, where your mind is at?
All right. I'm using that as a reference point for when that conversation happened. Have you all dumped the gun yet?
Shit, I'm not sure. I don't know if I did or not.
Okay.
I'm not gonna tell you yes.
No,
or no.
that's fine. Just thought I was trying to give you some type of reference point to
I can't
remember.
remember where the fuck the bridge is at last night.
Well, I know. I was thinking if
He's talking about the bridge again. Yeah. So again, remember I was telling y'all it was a 19-year sentence, but it was running concurrently with his 12-year sentence. I'm still trying to find what the other charges were. I know I had found that at some point. I don't remember where I found that, but it says an unrelated federal case. But it's running concurrent. So what that means is that he already had a 12-year sentence. So since they're running concurrently, he's only serving 7 additional years on top of what he already had for something else. I'm still going to keep looking to see if I can figure out what he had. But yeah, so he only got 7 additional years.
If you already dumped it, we know we can narrow
I
down
can
here.
do a picture. You want to see it of me this morning thinking about the bridge? That's how much I've been thinking about this bridge all night.
Thinking about the bridge.
Just like that. That's what the bridge look like. The bridge look like that.
Wow.
That'll be me. I had pulled up right there to the side. Garcia had jumped off. There's grass. He didn't go all the way through it. He threw it from there. So I don't know if he made it to the water or not.
But you could see the water from the car.
Yeah, I'm right there. I can see him.
You crossed the bridge and stopped.
The bridge ends here, and it got like a metal. You know how it got the little metal
Guardrail.
guardrail. He jumped over the guardrail.
Okay.
So it's a concrete wall, then a metal
Yeah,
guardrail.
it's a little concrete wall, metal.
Okay.
And you had to jump.
But the bushes weren't so high that you couldn't
No,
see
no,
the
it just-
water.
Okay, I got it. So I was on the right track when I said RICO. Racketeering charges. Racketeering charges. There you go. In association with the Latin King gang. There it is. Racketeering. Federal racketeering. So basically drug dealing, right? So illegal activities to earn a profit. So it could be like extortion. That's what I'm assuming because we know he's already said he was dealing drugs. But like could include extortion, bribery, fraud, violence, and money laundering. Hey, Donna qualifies then, right?
Okay, it just grass.
Okay.
But
We don't know yet who shot him. That hasn't been, like, I was looking for that earlier. I can't find that definitively. And my guess is like, he just said like, when Lewis was telling that part of the story, he was just like, yeah, he was shot. He didn't specify who. And so, I forget who it was. One of you guys had the thought earlier, and I think it's probably true that they might, Lewis might say that Sigfredo did it, and Sigfredo might say that Lewis did it. Now, it sounded like when he was describing that day at the murder, it sounded like he said Sigfredo was driving, which would maybe mean he was kind of implicating himself as being the shooter. However, that doesn't necessarily mean it's the case. It could be the same person driving that's shooting. I don't know. Because remember, he does say that he was only supposed to be brought along for the drive. So yeah, at this point, it's unclear who actually shot him. But yeah, the federal racketeering charges is what he had previously.
and that's what when I was looking at that the other day. Yesterday, like in 2 years, I don't know if the fucking grass grew or they cut it. I don't know what. I don't know. There's so much construction out there now, so that shit had me confused.
There's a lot of construction out there.
Yeah, so I'm like,
So let me ask you this.
Yeah.
From the edge of that wall right there where Garcia was standing, how far to the water was it? Well, like from here to the wall? Was it way
I
down the
think
road?
that's talking about where they ditched the weapon.
okay, let's say if it's here. I'm gonna give you.
Oh,
a
I'm
sign.
drafting it out again.
Right
Yay.
here. The water will be way over there to the wall.
Okay, it's about view of the wall, maybe
Love this.
20 feet or so.
20 feet.
No, pretty close.
No, that's like 12, 15 feet.
No, it's some more than, that's
Well,
about
get out a
9
ruler.
yards,
Get out a
10
ruler.
yards, it's between 25 and 30 feet.
So as long as we have a reference, he's saying from this point to that wall, that's a wall of water.
Because when I pulled up, I can see it. Like from the point, I can see him. I'm trying to look at him like, what the fuck you doing? Is he throwing it? Because I'm seeing him
throwing
going
it.
like this. I'm
Yeah.
like,
There you
I
go.
wanna, because he told me, no, I took it apart. Did you took it apart or not? He said, yeah. So, all right, I believe you. Let's go. I really want to stay with it if I can put it. If I knew where I was going to stash it at. You threw it.
You were gonna stash it?
Yeah, I was going to stash it.
You were gonna drive all the way back to Miami with
I
it?
would have drive all the way to Miami and put it away and bury that shit somewhere. Nobody would find it but me.
Okay, what if? All right, so was there any discussion if you got stopped, what would you do? If you got stopped by the police with the gun?
No,
No.
we got stopped with the guns.
Right.
And if there was a search, I don't think they would have found it. If they would have found it, they would have found it on him.
On the passenger seat?
Yeah.
Very true.
I'm driving, so they would have found it on him. You know
Okay,
what I'm saying? So I say, hey, if we get caught with this gun, you know you got to take full responsibility. I'm not going to prison right now. Right now, your record's kind of clean compared to mine.
Ah.
Yeah, if we get stopped, I'll take it. You know what I'm saying? When I'm looking at it, yeah, whatever. he's drunk. You know, like.
That you were willing to take the chance on driving all the way back to Miami with a murder weapon.
Yeah, we almost halfway. Where we through that, we was halfway.
Well, as far as we went yesterday, it was more than halfway back, but I got you. Okay, so you wanted to keep it, but he decided it didn't need to go.
Yeah, he told me pull over, and pulled over and threw it.
Okay. Did he? But he didn't take the gun apart till he was down by the water. He didn't take it apart.
He was trying in the car the whole time. I'm like, bro, what is it to take the revolver and just pull the thing out? I mean, it's all you gotta do is pull it out, man. Like, man, I don't know, this shit's hard. I'm like, whatever. I'm just driving. I'm driving and looking at the rear mirror, looking for the police the whole time.
So we got a full cylinder. We got full cylinder of 6 bullets to start with.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right? That's how you had it.
Yeah.
And then he shot one through the floorboard and shot Mark to kill twice.
Cannot make this shit up.
And there's 3 bullets left.
Yeah, we 3 bullets left. Yeah.
What happened to the bullets?
I don't know if he took them off and threw them. I don't know if he left them because he opened it. He took the bullets out of the car. He had them in his lap.
Okay.
So I don't know if he grabbed them and threw them in the water too.
Okay.
Everything was with him when he jumped out the car. Whatever he did down there, he did. I didn't know what he was doing.
Did y'all have extra bullets in the car?
No.
Just you came up here with 6.
6 bullets. Extra.
Okay.
1 gun, 6 bullets.
Okay. So
Whatever he did when he got out the car and threw it, I don't know if he took the bullet and threw it. I know I seen him. He said he threw it. I know he came back to the car with nothing.
Okay. So before or after the phone conversation, but the phone conversation, he tells her it's done. And she says, "Yes, I know," something like that.
Yeah.
But
That's my understanding the way I heard it. So I'm because I'm driving, but my window's cracked. So I'm like, I screwed up a little bit because I really want to see what she's gonna say. So I'm driving like.
He wants to know.
What she said, she know? She said, yeah. I'm like, fuck, she know about this shit so fast. I don't know if Wendi was still up here. I
Wow.
don't know what was going on, but everything. He just told her, make sure we have that money when we get down there. When we get to my house.
Okay, couple things. So did he specify that he shot Markel twice? Is that what you mean? I missed it if he said he did. I was listening to the numbers, but I didn't hear. But also, I'll back it up so we can hear that. But also, Wendi again, guys. Wendi again. Holy fuck. Wow.
1 gun, 6 bullets.
Okay. So
Whatever he did when he got out the car and threw it, I don't know if he took the bullet and threw it. I know I seen him. He said he threw it. I know he came back to the car with nothing.
Okay. So before or after the phone conversation, but the phone conversation, he tells her it's done.
Okay.
And she says, "Yes, I know,"
Thank you.
something like that.
Yeah.
But
That's my understanding the way I heard it. So I'm because I'm driving, but my window's cracked. So I'm like, I screwed up a little bit because I really want to see what she's gonna say. So I'm driving like,
Yeah.
what she said, she know?
Wow.
She said, yeah. I'm like, fuck, she know about this shit so
She
fast.
showed up at the crime scene.
I don't know when Wendi was still up here.
Wow.
I don't know what was going on, but everything. He just told her, make sure we have that money when we get down there. When we get to my house, I was arguing with him about that. I'm like, yo, we come down here, there's no fucking money. Oh, y'all motherfuckers playing games. Don't be playing games, man. Go get that money.
Wow.
I got to argument with him that same day. He don't worry about the money being. He called, "Hey, where the money?" She goes, "Don't worry about it. You have it tomorrow morning. First thing sun come up, you will have it." I said, all right. I'm going to the barber shop tomorrow. By the time I get out the barber shop, that shit better be around to do. I mean, you're gonna have problems. You're making me go to a mission shit that I ain't want to do. I left it like that. Katie calls my phone. Hey, where's Tuto at?
this is Saturday morning.
Saturday morning.
Very next morning.
The very next morning. They ain't passed not even 24 hours.
You didn't see Katie Friday night.
I didn't see Katie Friday night at all. I seen her the next morning in my house.
Do you know if he did? You know, Tudo saw Katie the night before?
I don't know. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. I can't tell you yes or no. But I seen her in my house the next morning. That's 100% sure. She bought the money.
Where's the barber shop?
That's the
Right around the corner.
important thing we need to know. Where's the barbershop?
135th and 135th on this game. 135th on 16,
Okay.
and it's 135th. It's like when you go to the track, the railroad track,
Railroad tracks.
it's Biscayne.
About Biscayne?
Yeah, right in the corner.
Of Biscayne and 135th? Okay.
What's the name of it?
I think it'll be King Racer Barbershop. Something like that.
King Racer?
Yeah, King Ray Barbershop.
King Ray.
Ray, R-E-Y-E.
It's the Spanish pronunciation for crowd.
Okay.
Or the word for crowd.
It's not a gang. It's not no gang. No.
Okay. So you get a phone call while you're at the barber shop,
Yeah, when I'm at the barber shop.
and it's Katie.
It's Katie. Where the fuck is Tuto at? Just like that. I'm like, I thought he was with you. You know, like I didn't want to slip and say nothing stupid. So I'm like, well, he's not with you. Okay, hold on. I think I know where he's at. Let me call you back. You know, I'm like, it gotta be he's with Tati with shrimp. So she knows that. She like, oh, he gotta be with that dumb ass. He probably is. I'll call you back. So I call shrimp.
But she just asked for him. She doesn't say nothing.
Oh yeah, no. She said, who's gonna come get the money?
Come get the money.
Yeah, she like, where the fuck is Tuta? I said, man, I didn't want to slip, so I'm like, I'll find out. She goes, okay, but who's gonna come? Who's gonna come get the money? You wanna come get it? I'm like, I was gonna go, but like, nah. Thank God I didn't go, cause now I got at least some proof, cause she was in my house and she got the money. So I'm like, now I'm straight. I'm gonna call Tuta for you. So I sent Hibaro. Hibaro went to go pick him up, and they showed up both of them to my house.
You didn't go pick up Garcia over shrimps.
I didn't pick up Garcia for nothing in the world.
But you sent Hibaro to go get him.
Yeah.
I
Because
think
Hibaro
that's
was like my
actually,
dude.
Okay.
Go do this. Go do that. Go over there.
Donna.
Take my mom. Go do this. You know.
Katie know Hibano?
Yeah. She knows Hibaro. Not like
Charlie
she probably know Hibaro like for like a year. And then you leave the kids in the house. How can you leave them with this guy? You don't know if that guy's a sick perv. You don't know nothing about this man. Leave the kids in this. You know, Garcia leaves the kids over here. Come on, man. I used to get mad. How you gonna leave the kids with this dumbass little nigga over here? This man is 40-something years old. Supposedly did like a couple of years in prison. Yo, we don't know his background like that. I used to get mad at him leaving the kids.
You don't know his background. He doesn't feel comfortable leaving the kids around him.
In the house.
So Hibaro goes, apparently, or he tells you he found him.
Yeah.
Does he call you and say, hey, he's here at Shrimps?
Call me. Shit. I don't remember if he called me or not.
Somehow, Tudo gets with Katie, from what you're saying.
Yeah.
Because, all right, so you go ahead. I don't want to jump in.
I was in the barber shop. I believe I called Hibaro. I called Hibaro that day because that's the only person I would call. I said, go pick up Tudo. He's in Shrimp's house. Take him to Katie's house. Then Katie and Tudo showed up to my house. Garcia gave the bag to Jessica. But Jessica called me, hey, I got a bag here. It looks like a break. I said, listen, I'm on my way. Who's over there? She goes, to Katie and Tudo. I said, I'm on my way over there right now. Tell them don't move. Tell them don't leave. I want to make sure Katie was there for real. I thought it was bullshit. I get there. I ain't even get a haircut yet.
You also want to know that you got all your money, right?
You get a
So
haircut.
I want to make sure all the money's there. So
Yeah.
but I didn't even count the money there though. I get there, boom, I drive. I said, all right, go get the bag. I grab the money, put it in my pocket. I go to the car over Garcia. I said, do I have to count this shit or what? He's like, man, you don't have to. I said, you know what? It's easy to count because they were all staples.
There it is, guys.
$1,000. It was all hundreds, but a grand.
Easy to count because it was staple. Oh, and now we're getting to the part where they kept asking questions about like how much is in a staple. So he's going to answer that question. So good night, MCAT. I didn't even know it was a Super Bowl, but hope you have fun with your party. Hope your dip goes well. Yeah, it was definitely unbelievable, right? For sure, for sure. And don't worry, if you're going to finish on Replay Crew, we'll have it time stamped if you want to see what Sigfredo has to say in his only law enforcement interview. That will be coming up next. So, but yes, hope hope your dip goes well, and thanks for being here as always.
All staples. So $1,000. $1,000. It was all hundreds, but a grand staple each one.
There you go.
Okay.
Okay. So one stapled chunk equals a grand.
Let me give you
Are you saying stapled or a strap around them?
staples.
Through the money.
To the money. There's a grand in that staple.
$100 bills.
Two $100 bills stapled together.
Yes, sir. Just like that. So I grabbed it. It's called stacks. Stacks. I grabbed it. I'm like, I'm going to get the old hair for it. They gave me extra. I said, all right, man, let's go to the bar. So I get a haircut, man.
I get that
And
haircut.
that's it. I got my little haircut in my mom's house. Paid my mom's rent. Went home, took a shower.
Another shower.
So Garcia's with you the whole time?
You
You
take
doing
more
that?
showers.
You doing that right
Yeah, when I
now?
went to my mom's house, yeah, he was with
He's
me.
with you at the barber shop?
He was with me in the barber shop. He was with me at my mom's house.
So it sounds like you got 30 grand in stapled $100 bills.
Mhm.
And then he dug out five or six or seven
Yeah.
something.
When I went to barber shop, I got a haircut, so I changed $100 bill. Boom. I just said, man, stay with 40 and give me 60. Because the haircut's $20. And give me 60.
Did you check?
That's it. But he gave me the other extra. That's about it. That was like the whole nightmare right there.
And no more discussion.
Never spoke about it again.
How did Katie leave from Jessica's house?
Her car. She was in her car.
So she's still there with Jessica and Lulu the baby when you leave with two.
Wow.
Yeah, I left with Lulu. Let's go, man.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
All right. I think this is a good time to break. Is this for us?
You can keep it. That's fine.
Yeah, so Katie's the one who gets the wet money. Now, it might be that she gets it wet, right? And then they dry it, and by this point it's dried when they give it, because it sounds like there was a delay in getting the money.
What time did it go? 11:40. Yeah.
Probably gonna hit the road by 1:30.
Yeah.
Take a break and we'll talk in a minute.
Okay, that's fine.
Actually, if y'all want you just want to stay in here and talk, I will.
Do you need to go
That's
to
what
the
you want.
restroom? Right? You sure?
Yeah, let us talk a few minutes. Just tell us when the recording's off.
Hey,
Well, that was the entire.
what the fuck is that? Okay, so now we are going to switch over to Sigfredo. So this is going to be from, as always, a lot of the times, Mentor Lawyer is the only one that has these. So this is going to be, okay, here we go. So this is coming from Mentor Lawyer. So shout out to Mentor Lawyer for this. But this is going to be his only, I think it's just an audio recording. So that's a picture, right? That's Sigfredo on the left, and there's his attorney, but it's just an audio. And apparently they show up at his work. It's a big deal. He actually has a job at this point. They show up at his work and they interview him at work.
Something like that. We got some information about something that happened a couple of years ago, and your name popped up in it. We're just trying to. Okay. All right. This happened up in North Florida, up in the northern end of Florida. Up there. You ever been to Tallahassee, Florida? No, never.
Oh, it's like at that point, fuck. It's like, yep, you're done. They got you. I'm trying to move these. Here we go.
Okay. Do you know a Luis Rivera or Luis Rivera or something like that?
Like I said, I know several,
Okay.
but at the same time.
Oh, wait. The chick's been sitting at the table the entire time. I think that might be Lewis's attorney. She came in at the very beginning. She's been sitting there the whole time. You just didn't notice her. She doesn't say anything, but she was sitting there the whole time. That's hilarious.
Okay. Okay. Is there one that you're friends with or anything that you hang out with? Or
You would
anything?
be like a little more specific as to what it is that
He's kind of short guy.
asking for, or why I might know him.
Wow.
If I feel like if I can even say I know him, because from what my prior experience, I'm sure you know my name. You know exactly where to go.
Well, we found it from, yeah, we
Yeah,
want to look
so-
right. Oh, you got a nice job and stuff.
Yeah,
That's why we,
I got
why we
my
wanted,
family.
and we found out you
Honey, they're surprised he has a job, it sounds like.
had kids. I didn't want to do this in front of your kids. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I
It's bad enough
appreciate
doing it at your work, but I don't know where else to find you. It's either at home or at work. It's only
Yeah.
places know to come talk to you about.
So,
So I'm saying,
right? He looks like and you compare him to Lewis, right? He looks like a much tougher dude, right? Right? Yeah, totally. Or you're probably responding to Twiz. But yeah, no, I totally agree with that, Twiz. I also was surprised for sure.
I don't want to freak you.
Well, if you were to try to imagine what would a gang, I mean, he looks the part of like maybe, he does look tough.
Your kids out.
Yeah.
We walk a little further, maybe.
That doesn't bother me. That's fine.
Oh, okay.
All right. So why should I know or should I not know Louis Rivera?
Okay.
That's what I need to know.
Well, there's some information about some things that happened up north, and and your name was thrown out there. Some information just came to light recently that you and Mr. Rivera might have been had something to do with it up north. Do you know Dan Markell? Do you know who Dan Markell is?
Doesn't sound like anybody I know.
Doesn't sound like anybody now. Okay. So you've never been to North Florida either. As far as taking trips up north or anything, have you
None whatsoever.
None whatsoever. Never been up that way. Okay. Who do you live with right now? You live with somebody?
I live with my wife.
Yeah, you're married. Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
What's her name?
Why? That's I'm not gonna really.
You man, and your name came up in an investigation, obviously, and that's why we're trying to get your side of the story to find out if there's any validity to it, if there's any reason about it. Your wife works obviously somewhere and makes money herself. So, what kind of car does she drive?
Was
I'm trying to get you to talk to me about some stuff, and I can't tell you what our investigation is totally about, right? I can't
It's like
just
a
go into it.
one-sided. It's like a one-sided kind of.
I know it's
not really fair.
I mean, okay, your name came out like I told you.
Really
Gotcha. Yeah, no, you look like you're doing well for yourself, for sure.
I know. And right now, it's kind of, that I get badged with the FBI. It's like, wow, this is not something I'm accustomed to. So obviously, I'm on defense, and I don't think I should say anything more than I want to say.
Okay.
But I mean, if I can help, obviously I'd be more than happy to.
Okay.
I definitely don't want people coming over here to my job.
I know.
Because obviously right now that's stirred up. Because when I got this job, I'm not the greatest person to have a job in financing.
Sure.
So right now, what he practically did was just take.
You go back in and tell her you're a witness in the case. You go back.
That's a good question. I tried to find the date. They didn't have the date listed, so I don't know. It's interesting because normally they put the date. So I don't know if maybe that's just not available. That's a great question. I don't know. Maybe at some point in this recording, they will say the date, but yeah, it was not in the description of the video. And this is the only place it exists, right? Mentor lawyer, much of the time, he's the only person that has these. So I don't know. I'll do a Google search though and see if I can find that. But yeah.
Back and
I'm not going to go into stuff with that, because then they're going to think, are they in litigation? Are they going to court? Are they getting audited? Is it something that I'm doing against my company now? So it's like pretty much you just shaded part of my French all over a little bit of character.
Well, we're trying not to. That's why we try to just whisper to you and then you come out.
I appreciate at least the
we attempted to go the way if that were your kids, we thought this would be the better.
The discreetness, but a phone call maybe, or I don't know.
Oh, we didn't know your number either. What's your phone number? Your cell phone number?
Once again,
can you get that either?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I want to, but it's just I feel like I should be a little bit defensive now because you guys showed up to my job.
I hear you.
Upset actually.
I hear you.
Had to happen.
I hear you. We got a job to do. We got to
fix things out. I respect that. I respect that. I'm talking to me, so it's like. And then recently, it just doesn't feel right now. I don't know. I mean, you guys seem very welcoming and nice and everything you do. You're very good.
We didn't come in here.
Yeah, I know.
Like I told you,
beat me up, dragging me out of my job.
Like I said, it's totally voluntary. You're not under arrest.
Yeah, no,
we're here just talking to you and stuff, and we're just trying to find out. We got some information, and we're trying to find out if that information is even valid at all without ruining your life here.
I travel to Orlando. I go to Disney.
Okay.
I go to LA. I've gone to Dominican Republic, my family, stuff like that.
Okay, all right. Mr. Rivera is a little short, short Hispanic. I think he's got some tattoos and stuff.
I found it. So on May 24th, I found it because I pulled up his PCA. On May 24th, 2016, they conducted an interview with him. So, in other words, the interview we just watched with Luis Rivera was October of 2016. So Rivera had more than one interview, right? So they just weren't all recorded. And that was obvious because they referenced the other times they had met or whatever. So in other words, they had already Luis had already talked prior to May 24th, 2016, right? Because that's when this happened. So now I can put that date on the ticker. So I'm glad I looked that up. But yeah, the one we just watched was October, was after. So yeah.
I mean, you know a lot of guys you hang out with. I mean, there's a lot of them like that. This one got locked up in jail. He's in prison right now.
Okay, my name is very different
It is. It is very specific. There's not a whole lot of people with your name out there.
So
That's how we ever find you
Alfredo.
so easy because somebody gave up your name. Somebody gave up your name.
Okay.
Do you have a nickname? Is your nickname Tudo?
No, it's Alfredo.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Do you know Rivera is Tato?
I know
Tato.
I know a Tato. Yeah. My uncle's Tato too, though. So.
Okay, but do you know a Luis Rivera or Luis Rivera?
I know
That's Tato
Luis Rivera.
also. Okay.
Luis Rivera, yeah.
Okay.
I know several Luis Rivera.
Okay.
Just keep it like that because I don't understand where you're going with it.
Okay, well, I want to find out who this guy is and find out exactly what his deal is. If you're tight with him or not, if you've been with him or not, you used to hang with him.
Yeah.
At this point, remember at this point, Lewis is already because he was the first one that. In other words, they already know all his involvement, right? Like Lewis already talked because Lewis was already in custody. Again, that just wasn't that wasn't reported or whatever. So. They're doing that thing where they're like acting like they don't know anything about it, but they already know all about it.
So nobody allowed. I'm always with my wife, my kids.
Okay, I got you. Okay.
I'm like daddy of the year, actually. Everything else, awesome. I even babysit.
How old are your kids?
9 and 4.
Oh, awesome. They're good ages, man.
Yeah, boy and girl.
Boy and girl got one of each. Awesome. Having those ages, man, is pretty cool. They're out of that diaper stage, but they can still do their own stuff now.
She sleeps without diapers. So.
Really, no, that's awesome, man. Sleep through the night now and not have to worry about it.
We always sleep through the night.
Oh, okay.
So what can I do to so obviously we have to. There's some issues that you want to speak to me about. I feel like I shouldn't speak any more than I have to because for some reason I don't want to be collateral damage or even something to something that I have nothing to do with.
Right. If you had nothing to do with it, that's what you need to clear your name with, and
but still, for me to clear my name on something I don't know anything about.
Yeah. Well, here's the deal. We got a bunch of stuff at the office that I can sit down. If you want to go to the office, we can sit down and I can go over some stuff, some documents and stuff like that, and find out if you know anything about all this stuff. So you'd have to be willing to come down to the office with all that.
I would go out an attorney, obviously. I don't, that just sounds wrong.
Okay.
Just it's like you have a whole bunch of stuff on people that just saying that came and said
you might be able to help us out. You might be able to point us out and say, yeah, I know this person, they were doing this, they were doing that.
Yeah, I wish I
be able to point some things out.
I'm not really that guy. I'm not.
You're not the guy.
Oh, sorry. We're just talking. Thanks. You know what? It really helped clear some stuff up, man.
I have my attorney call you guys.
Who's your attorney?
I don't know yet, but I'm gonna call.
Oh, okay. Wow. Okay. I mean, if you didn't do anything wrong, man, you don't have anything. Well, I hear you, man. I hear you.
Don't be doing that. Don't be saying that now. Don't be saying he stopped himself short of saying if you didn't do anything wrong, you don't need a drink. Yeah, he stopped himself short of that. Thank you.
I hate to leave this hanging like this, though.
I know, man. I hate it too, bro. You telling me I got to do my job.
I know.
It's not hanging right now. When I walk back in there, the array of questions is going to be ridiculous, right?
Tell them everyone. That's why we won't talk in front of them. We're not going to put you out there like that.
Up to my desk. That's why my manager started. My supervisor out eating breakfast.
Right.
My supervisor comes up and she does it because nobody's allowed inside the finance office because we have people's personal information and then we're PCI compliant. People's accredited, we can't have.
So I have walk-in people come in and talk to you. It's all through the phone.
Yeah. So when you guys came in, obviously, I got you. She's like, this is not allowed.
I got you.
So,
I got you. Well, that's our mistake. We didn't realize what the hell set up in there. I didn't want to call your manager and say, hey, with the FBI, we need to talk to, we're trying to get around her so she doesn't, she doesn't let us screw your job up.
No getting around.
I can tell.
She does due diligence.
I can tell. That's why I wanted you to step outside so I can show you my credit, not short.
Yeah, but it could have been a disgruntled.
I know. I understand her reason. I totally understand. I know. But you can see about what we were trying to do. We were trying not to put you out there with your manager.
I understand that. No, I know what I seems to be done. That's why I said, okay, I'm not going outside with this guy. I don't know if he's somebody we lent money to, he defaulted on, he wasn't happy with the terms. He might shoot me in the hallway.
Oh, you can see it. See it in my shirt.
Wild that he's working in finance, man.
Yeah.
Very plain, big gun too.
Yeah.
I don't know. I really don't, I'm not going to go without an attorney. I mean, I understand it unless you're telling me I'm under arrest and you're taking me to jail. I want to help you guys. I really do. Okay. Anything I can do to help you, I would be more than happy to help you, but I'm not going to just put myself in a position where I might not be helping myself.
I got you.
It might not work out for me. I don't like that whatsoever.
I got you.
I mean, I don't.
I'm trying to think if there's anything else we can resolve this by staying here in this hallway. So you hadn't been to Tallahassee, and you don't really. Have you taken any trips with Mr. Rivera, with Tato?
No.
You ever been anywhere with him?
No.
No. Do you know what his phone number is? I mean, stuff like that. And your old phone number, stuff like that would help us.
No,
I mean,
actually,
might clear things up if we know what phone you were using and what phones other people are using during time periods. It would help us out. You tell us the phone number, stuff like that.
Nowadays, by like writing the phone number down. Like, do you really remember like any of your friends' phone numbers?
Not anymore.
Fair.
It's an old art. Yeah, it's an old art.
It is. I know my mom's number. You know.
Yeah. Ones that people have for a long time. What's your own phone number? You remember your own phone number?
I changed my number a couple of times too as well because me and my wife were separated for a while. So I was with some other girls and couldn't come back home with the same number.
When were y'all separated? How long?
For about 2 years.
Wow. You're back together now? Awesome.
Yeah, I got the kids, you know?
Absolutely. That's good though, man. That's good for the kids for sure, you know? Kids, there's arguments both ways, but kids need both ways. It's tough on you.
Kids are number one.
Yeah, absolutely. That's cool, man. That's impressive. You got back to it. Yeah. It's you know what it's like, man. So that's cool. So y'all been back together, and y'all were apart for 2 years.
Yeah, probably even more than that. A little more than that.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
It's all right though. It is what it is.
I hear you, man. I don't want to keep you from your job. I like to leave this.
I don't want to go back to my job now.
Wow, that's what he looks like now? Really? Or is that Luis Rivera now? Maybe that's Luis Rivera now. Yeah, no, it's got to be Luis Rivera.
Like right now, I'm in a position that I don't even know what I'm going to say when I get back in there. Because like, I don't have anything to say. I don't know what to say. But
I hear you, man.
The FBI came and asked me questions about some Spanish Latino guy that's short with tattoos. And they wanted me to know if I've taken trips with him. That's like odd questions. And it's, it's like, no, obviously, but it's still scary to me because I don't know what you guys want.
Right.
What people are trying to find me into.
Yeah.
Because the FBI don't just come around asking people questions. I watch enough suicide.
And and like I said, if we knew if we thought you did something, it wouldn't be me here standing here coming up to your work just talking to you. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. We're just trying to get information from you. That's why we're trying to get you to help us. You know what I mean?
But it's just at my expense. I understand you guys are trying to do something, but right now, you guys just,
I hear you. I'm just trying to think of ways to clear this thing up, man. I mean, if somebody called in and gave us your information about something that happened up north, I'll go ahead and tell you about it. There was a homicide up in North Florida.
By the way, so now we got the pictures there, so you can see here. You can tell in this particular picture that's Luis Rivera driving, and there's Sigfredo, and this is them at the ATM one of the times.
Florida up there. Did you ever hear about it, Dan Markel?
Homicide.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No.
Okay. You hadn't heard about that murder or anything? You know anything about? Ever hear it on the news or anything?
No murder.
Okay.
At this moment in the interview,
so
Tuto refused to say anything else without a lawyer present.
Okay, so it's over. So that's just one of the ladies. I'm not quite sure who anyway, she's part of the channel. I don't know if it's his daughter or whatever. Anyway, but for mentor lawyer. But anywho, so that's the end of the interview. Right there. So next up, what you wrote where, Heather? Fill us all in. Let's see here. Me and my homies. Oh, look who it is. Pop that. Okay, so we will watch Wendi again. No worries. Don't worry, everybody, if you were worried. But, well, I mean, technically, so in this trial, she testifies before Luis Rivera, but the plan was to watch Luis's testimony from Katie's trial, which starts after, you can see him right there. Starts after Wendi. I think he's directly after Wendi, pretty sure. Or no, Jeff. That's right. Jeff is after Wendi. And then Luis is after Jeff. Let's see what's happening here.
Prior to allowing those statements into the trial, has to make an...
Okay, they're going to try to stop something from coming in. There's Georgia.
So tomorrow morning, I'm thinking that it could.
Even if it starts at...
Okay. Eh. What is Dr. Uggs? Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. I think it was the 70s, late 70s, maybe early 80s. I'm not entirely sure. Can I move you? Subtitles? We know he'll be coming in when we hear the chains. Aha.
Rivera, if you could step up to the witness stand, please. Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in.
There we go.
Okay. Please raise your right hand. Face the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Please have a seat.
What is your name, sir?
Luis Rivera.
Do you go by any other names?
Tato.
Tato?
Yes,
Tato?
ma'am.
Where are you from?
Ma'am.
Have you ever been convicted of a felony?
Yes.
How many?
10.
Are you currently incarcerated?
Yes, ma'am.
In federal prison?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you currently serving a sentence associated with the murder case that we're here about today?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're also serving a federal sentence for a RICO case unrelated to the murder?
Racketeering.
What was your plea in reference to this murder case?
19 years.
19 years. And what did you have to do in exchange for the 19 years? As
Cooperate.
opposed- Cooperate. What does that mean to you?
Say nothing but the truth.
Hold on 1 second. Could the witness perhaps sit forward so we can hear him?
I knew that. I knew it. I was literally going to say, someone ask him to get closer to that microphone.
Also see him at defense counsel table.
What's happening that you guys are talking about?
Okay, thank you. Can you see?
You may proceed.
All right, cooperate. What does it mean to you?
Tell?
Tell what you did?
Yeah. Snitch, I guess.
Snitch, okay. And has anybody told you what to say?
No, ma'am.
Have I told you what to say?
No, ma'am.
Am I giving you some kind of code
I'm
signals of what
ignoring
to
you.
say?
You can tell
Not at all,
me.
ma'am.
Has anybody ever done that for
Nope.
you? Your lawyer?
No, ma'am.
Law enforcement?
Nope.
All right. Your understanding of your deal was it was contingent upon you telling what happened in association with your role in this murder.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So you've got that going, that sentence. You've got the federal prison sentence going, and you also have pending a BOP case out of Miami. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's a up to 15-year penalty on that case, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Have
Hold on
you
a second.
been-
Objection? Objection, Your Honor, just for the use of the initials BOP. We would ask that it be explained what it is.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
fair.
overruled.
Be handled on cross judge.
Oh.
And so that case,
Interesting. I want to know what it is.
have you been promised anything in reference to that case?
No, ma'am.
All right, so that's just still out there.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, have you been promised any reduction or special treatment on your federal case in exchange for your cooperation in this
No, ma'am.
murder?
Nope.
Okay. And you've written some letters asking for reductions in sentence and that kind of thing. Have you been promised anything other than the 19 years in exchange for your cooperation?
No, ma'am.
Were you already serving the federal sentence when the cops first came to you to ask you about this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Is the facility that you're currently serving your sentence in, that's federal, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and at some point you'll leave the federal facility and go to a state facility to serve the remainder of your sentence?
Yes, ma'am.
Yep. So how that'll work is he'll finish his 12 years in federal club fed, and then he's going to be very much disappointed when he goes from there to state prison for the other 7 years.
What are the conditions like in the federal facility that you're at right now?
What kind of condition you talking about?
I mean, is it like a resort? Is it a nice place to live?
Not
Well, compared to the state penitentiary,
at all. It's
Why
prison.
not?
Same thing as regular prison. There's nothing sweet about feds or state. They're all the same.
that's really funny. That I don't know why she's asking these questions. I mean, literally, it's like a whole thing. Everybody knows, right? I mean, that's like a known thing. If they coached him to say anything, this might have been it, because I don't believe that.
All the same, meaning not great.
Not great at all.
Well, obviously they're all not
All
great.
right, this murder occurred back in July of 2014.
I mean, it's no budget in, you know what I mean?
I want to sort of lay out the timeline a little bit with you. Do you know when you were arrested in the federal case?
2015.
All right. Does May of 15 sound right?
Yeah.
And when were you sentenced on the federal case? If you know?
12 and a half years.
I know, but on what date did you enter the plea?
I don't know.
Can't remember that. Okay. But you were definitely serving that sentence when law enforcement came to you to talk to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you agree that it took about 2 years for them to make this case against you?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Yep.
All right. And was Mr. Garcia arrested around the same time that you were for the murder case that we're here about today?
I think he got arrested before me.
Okay. Was it like years before you or like
Months.
days? Months?
For like a month or two, something like that.
Okay.
I think he's actually wrong about that. I think he was arrested after, but if he was already serving time, he wouldn't have known anyway.
As part of your cooperation in this case, did you give a proffer? That's where you talk to law enforcement.
Yes.
All right. And did you tell law enforcement everything that you knew about the case?
That's what we just watched.
All right. And you've also been subject to some depositions on the case where you
Mhm.
depositions are where you talk and answer the questions of the lawyers that represent Mr. Garcia and Ms. McDaniel. Have you
Yes,
done that
ma'am.
as well?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Again,
And I know a lot of time has passed
again,
between the
it's a rarity it's a Florida thing, right? In criminal trials, everybody gets deposed.
time that you gave those statements and today. Has your memory gotten better or worse or about the same from back then to now?
It's been like 8 years. Certain things I'm gonna remember, certain things I'm not gonna remember.
Okay. And if you'll just let us know, it's okay if you don't remember something, just be sure to be clear about which things you don't
And
remember.
think about it, right? Again, it's so specific to Florida, but think about it. Like in any case, right? People aren't going to remember things, especially if it's been a long time, like in this case, right? Where it's now the years keep going by. And that's part of it, right? Because then if somebody doesn't remember, whether they're trying to impeach them or just refresh their recollection or whatever, they've got these depositions, right? And so it's actually pretty clever because, you know, in other states that don't have that, like North Carolina is one of them, if somebody doesn't remember and they haven't testified in court before, or, you know, like the only other situation where you could like be like, oh, here's your prior statement, it would have to be in some other situation that is, you know, either testifying at some other proceeding for the same case, or maybe some sort of law enforcement interview. But again, if you're talking about like, let's just say it's like a eyewitness or something, right? Like they may not have that, you know? And so that's the thing is like depositions, and actually you're going to get a lot more information from depositions anyway. And usually they'll do more than one, so they can see if anything's changed over time. But anyway, it's just, in other words, I'm just thinking it seems like a good idea, because if you've got witnesses who can't remember and then they don't have any other way to go back and be like, oh, here's what you said at the time, then it's like okay, then we lose that information, you know? So I know, right? For sure. But this is a thing, this is specific to Florida. As far as, you know, in civil, obviously deposition is always everywhere, but for criminal, I mean, it's par for the course. And in fact, it's a thing where you can get kind of yelled at and in trouble if you don't depose. We saw that happen in Casey Anthony. So, and by that, I mean the state not deposing witnesses that they could have and should have deposed. Yeah, but like in North Carolina, nope. There's very rare limited circumstances where it's like, it can only come from the defense, and it's like only like if somebody's out of state or out of country and like they're also going to die. It's like, but like you have to jump through a million hoops to do it. It's like extreme. And that's like the only time. And for the state, never. So if they've got a witness that passes away or anything, too bad, so sad.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Before you were taken into custody on the federal case, did you have employment, like legitimate employment?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
What was that employment?
I work construction in a masonry company.
Was it
15
always
years.
for the same masonry company, or did you bounce around?
No, I worked there for 15 years straight.
Wow.
What was the name of the company?
Wow.
Coastal Masonry.
15 years straight. Working.
And what were your duties there?
I was a labor foreman. I ran
That's
the crew.
amazing.
I was like a boss, ran the crew and operate machine, make mud and scaffold and stuff like that.
All right. So you were participating in construction, building,
Yeah.
bricklaying.
Yes, laying block.
I want to ask you about your membership in the gang, the Latin Kings. Are you a member, or were you a member of the Latin Kings?
I was.
All right. And you're not now.
Oh, man.
Why is that?
Because of the cooperation I'm doing today,
All right,
right
so
now, this moment.
it's a violation of the agreement, basically the code of the Latin Kings, to give testimony to help the state at all. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And has anything about your cooperation in this case altered your position in prison amongst the other inmates?
Yes, I go through a lot.
What is the situation in prison based on the fact that you're cooperating in this case?
Yeah.
People trying to hurt me.
Here we go.
People try to kill you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. This murder that we're here in court about today, did it have anything to do with your membership in the Latin Kings?
No, ma'am, not at all.
All right, but the Latin Kings don't care about that.
They don't care about that.
If you snitch, you're in trouble with him.
The rule is the rule.
They don't play around, those Latin kings.
Were you hired to participate in the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you paid to participate in the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
Who hired you?
Sigfredo.
And who hired Sigfredo?
His wife paid me.
Who paid you to participate in the murder of Dan Markel?
Sigfredo.
All right. And who gave him the money?
His wife paid.
Did you ever even know Dan Markel?
Not at all.
Never seen him in your life?
Never, ever.
Had you ever come to Tallahassee before you came here for this case?
No, ma'am.
You have anything against Dan Markel?
Not at all.
So your motive in this murder was completely financial.
Yes, ma'am.
Who was the first person who ever asked you to be involved in this murder?
Sigfredo.
Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Who set up this arrangement, this conspiracy to murder?
My understanding that I know was Katie was involved. She was a mastermind. She was in the middle of it. She told him to come do a job, and he came and told me.
Did you have any understanding of why we were coming to Tallahassee to kill this guy?
Not at that moment.
Okay.
It'll be interesting too to see what happens, like, so when he gets cross-examined, right? Because this is really damning evidence for Katie, right? And this is her trial. So, and we saw the dude lawyer, which is going to be crossing him because he made the first objection that we heard. So it'll be the same dude. We saw him with Wendi, which again, Wendi was it's an interesting situation for this trial because Wendi is basically good for both sides, like as in improving the state's case, but also like showing that like she was really the one who should be sitting there on trial versus Katie. Same with Jeff. They were both witnesses that like help both sides basically. But like this is a witness who is going to help the state, but be really damning against Katie. And so it'll be interesting to see like on cross, they're going to try to pick it apart, right?
But you knew it was a murder for hire.
Yes, ma'am.
And you knew someone above Katie the money was coming from somewhere above Katie.
Yes, ma'am.
I wonder if he's going to talk about Wendi.
How did you know Sigfredo Garcia?
Childhood friends. We grew up together.
All right. What about Catherine Magbanua?
I met him through him.
You met her through him?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was their relationship?
They were husband and wife. They had kids together.
All right. And how long had Sigfredo Garcia been with Catherine Magbanua?
Like 10 years, probably, something like that.
All right. So a long time.
10 years.
And he was your best friend.
Yes,
wow.
You referred to him as your brother?
10 years.
And did you all hang out on a regular basis?
Every day.
Including often Catherine Magbanua when they were together?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So you've been around her many, many times in your life.
Yeah, he worked with me.
And he worked with you at Coastal Masonry?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And did you and your child's mother, Jessica,
and he got
hang out
fired
with
because he was drunk?
Sigfredo Garcia and Catherine Magbanua as couples?
I mean, once in a while. I like that, but once in a while.
All right. Were Jessica and Catherine Magbanua friendly?
It was all right. They were friends.
Okay. At least at one time they were friendly?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. They get a fight? I want to do a tea.
Who was paid, to your knowledge, who all was paid to participate in this murder?
Who was all paid? It was me, Sigfredo. Katie got paid.
Who is the dentist?
Ooh.
I don't know him. I call him the dentist, but his name is Charlie, I guess. But
he does call
at the time of this murder, you just knew there was a dentist.
Wow.
Yes, ma'am.
And who did you think the dentist was?
Was working. Katie was working.
All right. And did you ever know Sigfredo Garcia to be in contact with the dentist?
Not that I know.
Did you have phone calls with the dentist?
No.
Text message with the dentist, to your knowledge?
No, ma'am.
You ever see him talking with the dentist?
No, ma'am.
All right. And you didn't know the dentist?
No, ma'am. Not at all.
Never personally met him?
Never.
How did you know that the dentist was dating Catherine Magbanua?
Sigfredo told me one day. And I seen him with Sigfredo, but not really seen him like that. But we pulled up in a restaurant where they were eating, and he told me about the relationship that they had together.
To your knowledge, did Charlie Adelson have any affiliation with the Latin Kings?
No.
Did he have any friends or contacts in the Latin Kings that you knew of?
No.
He's like, are you kidding me? They wouldn't hang out with him for anything.
I know him, but no.
Yeah.
And you were the boss of the Latin Kings in that area, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, they got him to see that.
So Sigfredo Garcia knew who the dentist was.
I mean, he knew that they were dating.
Okay. He knew that we were saying wife, but were they legally married?
They weren't.
Do you know?
Who was married?
Garcia and Magbanua.
Oh, I don't know if they were legally married, but he always called his wife, just like I called Jessica my wife, but we're not married, you know.
All right. So
I figured that out from the get-go. I was like, hey,
Garcia.
that's the lingo. That's what the kids say.
Garcia know that his wife was seeing a dentist?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he know the name of the dentist? To your knowledge.
Where did Twiz go? Is Twiz busy reading your messages, Heather? What is happening?
All right. So did Sigfredo Garcia, when you were enlisted to come to Tallahassee to commit this murder, did he indicate to you that the dentist was behind this or that the dentist family was behind this? Anything to that effect?
No.
People are missing out.
What about this? Something to do with a lady and her kids? Tell us about
that.
All I knew that she was giving us the money. I called her the lady because I never knew her name.
Oh my God.
But that lady turned out to be Wendi Adelson, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And your
Sorry.
understanding of this murder was
Sorry if I scared y'all's animals. I'm screaming. You guys. Twiz is here. Good. Just in time for the spinning wheel. But after that, it's going to be Wendi. Oh my God. Oh my God. YouTube.
All I knew that she was giving us the money. I called her the lady because I never knew her name.
Oh my God.
But that lady turned out to be Wendi Adelson, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And your understanding of this murder was that ultimately what?
That she was going to pay.
That the money was coming through from her, or
Yes.
and that this murder was to help her in some way.
Yes, ma'am.
Help her.
To get her kids back.
And did you ever know Garcia to have any contact with Wendi Adelson?
No, not to my knowledge.
So all the contact with any Adelson or dentist person happened through Catherine McDaniel.
Yes, ma'am.
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
What?
Did Sigfredo Garcia have a beef with the dentist?
I mean, he didn't like him. They was together.
He didn't like him because he's dating his wife?
Yeah.
That's exactly what Katie said. And that makes sense. That makes
How much were you
sense.
paid for your part in this murder?
They gave me $37,000.
That's exactly what he said before. Remember, they added it up. It was like the 30 plus the 5 plus the 2. Consistent.
All right. Do you see
Here's
anyone in this?
Georgia? Hey, Georgia, can you ask him on the record what he thought about Mr. Collins?
Courtroom that came to bring you the money?
Yes, ma'am.
Who
Yes,
came to bring you the money?
identifier.
Katie.
All right, please point that person out and describe what they're wearing.
She's right in the middle between the two lawyers. She's waiting at them.
This is the thing, like I mentioned before, right? In every trial, you have this, right? Where they identify, they have to do this. It's interesting, like I was mentioning with BK, that, I mean, it's a rare case where, like, I don't know that anybody could do that. I mean, in terms of before, like, in other words, the law enforcement officers, after they arrest him, that doesn't count, right? So, like, unless the state subpoenas a family member or something, but that wouldn't identify him in connection with a crime. Anyway, it's just interesting. Just thinking back to the whole thing about how they're going to be using the freaking traffic stop in the citation or whatever.
Cito with
identity.
white undershirt.
Let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
That's highly unusual.
All right. So Garcia is a lifelong friend of yours. Did you refer to each other as brothers?
Yes, ma'am.
The rental contract for the Prius, you've seen that before, right? That has a number listed at the top with the name brother. Is that Sigfredo Garcia's number?
In the Prius?
You know what I'm talking about? The rental contract has a number written at the top that says brother.
Yeah.
Let me show it to you.
It's also sad that this, I'm sure, ruined their friendship or their brotherhood, as it were. They're lifelong friends. Like, that sucks. Just another thing ruined with all this, among many things.
In the blind. You got to open the slide right there.
Oh, they're struggling with the Elmo. We got it now.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so first we'll shout out to the Elmo. So this is the rental agreement. She's put it up on the Elmo, and then now we're seeing it on the screen. But she's using the Elmo here.
Rental car agreement
Yes, ma'am.
for the Prius?
Yes,
Who rented the Prius?
I did.
What was the Prius? What was the purpose of renting the Prius?
To come to Tallahassee.
All right, and there's a phone number written up here. This
Wow.
is your information here. Is this your phone number? 8153.
Yeah, it's my number. It's been years.
Okay. Do you have any reason to dispute that that's your phone number?
Man, not really.
No.
This number up here, brother. Who was brother?
Brother would be Garcia.
That's funny. Hybrid Auto Rental Center. So they only I guess they only have Priusi? I don't know. Plural.
Do you have somebody that travels with you to that house?
Yes, ma'am.
In this Prius?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this phone number, are you able to recognize the number?
I've been years.
Do you have any reason to dispute with that?
And there's the Alamo, guys. Hang on. Did y'all see it?
Do you have any reason to dispute with that?
Right there. There's the Almo. Hi, Almo. Love you.
No, that's
Yeah,
it. That's
the Almo. I love the Almo.
Did Garcia go by any nicknames?
Tuto.
So Tato and Tuto.
Yeah.
You're Tato and he's Tuto.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm happy to say we finally have that. We have that
You
down.
mentioned that
Who's who?
Sigfredo Garcia worked with you at Coastal Masonry. Was he working at Coastal Masonry at the time that y'all came up here to Tallahassee?
I don't remember.
Was Sigfredo Garcia fired at some point from Coastal Masonry?
Yes.
But you don't remember how that fell into the timeline of this case?
Yeah, I can't remember.
Okay. Why was he fired from Coastal Masonry?
Oh, he was drunk.
Drunk at work?
Yes.
All right. And is alcohol a problem for him?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever get fired for being drunk at work?
Me? No.
All right. So you mentioned Garcia was the first person to ever say anything to you about coming to Tallahassee. Do you remember when that was?
Well, he said we're going to take a ride to Tallahassee. Do I remember the date?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. How long? You came to Tallahassee 2 times, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And are those only 2 times you've ever been to Tallahassee other than for court?
Just twice.
Okay. And before you came to Tallahassee the first time, how long before that did Garcia approach you about, we're going to do this trip?
Maybe a couple of months.
All right. And as a result of him coming to you, did you get a gun?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you get a gun knowing you were going to do a murder with it?
No, he said that moment, no. I thought we were going to do a robbery until we came up here.
All right. So initially, what was said to you by Garcia?
Well,
Or what you were going to do up here?
I was coming up here to do a robbery when we got like halfway. Just want to find out about what was going to happen.
All right. So you knew you were coming to Tallahassee to do a job.
Yes, ma'am.
And as a result of that, you purchased a firearm.
Yes, ma'am.
Was that a
He was
legally purchased
bamboozled.
firearm?
He was hoodwinked, as it were, bamboozled on the drive as like, hey, sorry, not a robbery, but sorry, it's a murder. I don't know. In BK, I don't know what's BKDDR-ing. I know Meg P. That's funny. That's funny.
Not legally
It was dirty.
What does that mean? Where'd you get it from?
Buy a gun in the corner on the street.
All right, so you got a gun on the corner.
Consistent.
And is that the gun that ends up being the murder weapon in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have other guns before you bought that gun?
We had 2 guns.
All right, was one of them yours?
Yeah.
All right, and what about Garcia? Did he have a gun as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Amazing
Okay, but
how
you
you
don't
can hear him so much better in his police interview, even though he's got a microphone right there.
want to use either one of those guns. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, we bought that one gun, the 38, come up here with. But we had guns.
You had guns, but you bought a gun specifically for this purpose.
Yes,
All right, that's what I was trying to get at. What kind of gun was it?
a 38.
Is that a revolver?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and did you know initially, like when you bought that gun, for
Yeah,
example, that
Fredo?
how much you were going to be paid for this job in Tallahassee?
When I was coming this way, yes.
When did you find out it was going to be $35,000 or $37,000?
Halfway this way, he said going to give me 35, and then he gave me extra. That's why I said 37.
Because he
Yeah,
was
so
like,
initially the deal was you were going to make 35.
because he was like, hey, the math's not adding up, bro.
Right. Okay, but you ended up getting an extra 2,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so when did you find out it was going to be 35,000? On the way up?
On the way up,
All right, tell us what Garcia told you on the way up.
taking a ride up, we was going to do a robbery, but coming halfway this way, he explained to me that was going to be a murder. To get 2 kids back to the lady.
All right, and did you agree to do the murder, to participate in the murder?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you willing to be the shooter in the murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you the shooter in the murder?
No, ma'am.
And is that it just worked out that way, or is that something y'all decided?
It just worked out that way.
How did y'all know where to go and when to do it and who to kill?
Oh, he knew his way up here.
Who provided the information to you all as to who to kill?
To come up here?
Yeah.
Katie told Sigfredo the address, and we got up here. He had a piece of paper, so we came up here straight.
All right, so he had a piece of paper. Was that in the Prius?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did he have the piece? I know you made 2 trips. The Prius was the one with the murder, right? And then there was a trip before that.
Yes.
Okay, let's talk for a second about the trip before that. Did you have the murder weapon both times?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have the paper both times?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what was on the paper?
A picture of the dude.
Dan Markell.
Yes, a picture of him and an address.
All right. And was the address on Trescott Drive? Was the address the place that you ultimately ended up killing him?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you ever witness Sigfredo Garcia have a conversation with anyone about this murder or this case other than you and Catherine McDaniel?
No, just us two. That's it.
Does Catherine McDaniel go by any nicknames?
We just call it Katie.
Boring. What
Was
about
it normal
Toto?
before this murder case?
What about
occurred for
Tato? What about Toto?
you to talk to
I'm calling her Toto from now on.
Catherine McDaniel on the phone?
What you mean?
Did y'all call each other?
No, not.
So you would only see her or have plans with her through Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you States Exhibits 44 and 45. How tall are you, Mr. Rivera?
5'4".
What about Sigfredo Garcia? How tall is he?
Like 6'1".
So he's considerably taller than you are.
Yes, ma'am.
Who I mentioned her a little bit, but who is Jessica Rodriguez?
The mother of my child.
That's the woman you previously referred to as your wife.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you living with Jessica Rodriguez at the time of this murder that we're here about today?
Yes, ma'am.
What address were you living with her at?
I can't remember.
If I say it, would you be able to say yes or no?
I know it's on 15. Go ahead.
1515 Northeast 135th, number 14, North Miami.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that where you were physically laying your head at night during this? The time that
Physically
this murder
laying your
occurred?
head at night.
Okay, because there's a Normandy address on the rental contract. What address is that?
That was on
Oh my God.
ID,
I just have to
my
say,
license.
y'all, look at the clerk over here. Look at her mask. Hold on.
All right, is that a place you had lived as well?
No,
She's got like burgundy or red sequins. Like, look at that. Look at. She's like, I'm gonna let my personality shine through. I love it. I like your style, ma'am.
I'm mother-in-law. My ex-mother-in-law lives here. I use
Okay.
her address a lot.
And when you say your ex-mother-in-law, that's the
remember,
mother of another child that you have, right? Not Jessica.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Oh wow.
And did you receive mail at the Normandy address?
Yes, ma'am.
Mother of another child of another mother of another, whatever it was. A lot of people.
What was Sigfredo Garcia and Catherine McDaniel's relationship like?
Oh, we heard about that.
They had a on and off relationship, you know.
Yeah, that's putting it nice.
Regular couples. They argue.
That's not regular.
Bad.
They
There was
fight, they break up, they get back together?
What
Yeah.
regular couples do
Okay.
you know?
Was there one of
Yes.
them that wore the pants that was in charge?
She would have been.
Wow.
All right. I want to ask you about the
Wow.
first trip to
That's an
Tallahassee.
impressive
And the
question.
phone records show that occurred June 4th, 2014. Do you have any reason to
All
dispute
right,
that date?
number one.
Not at all.
All right. And who came to Tallahassee on that trip?
Me and Garcia.
All right. Did you actually take off work at Coastal Masonry to come to Tallahassee?
Yes, ma'am.
Wow. Took off work.
What vehicle did y'all travel to Tallahassee in that first time?
What was a Hyundai or Nissan, something like that?
Who owned that
Right,
car?
so the thing is,
He
they
brought.
were like, hey, see, it's not they. Lewis was like, hey, when we come back a second time, we are taking a hybrid car because we spent too much fucking money on gas.
He can't pick me up in that car.
Okay. Do
It
you
was a
know?
I think it was a rental.
Yeah.
Okay. So it wasn't a car you had seen before.
No.
All right. So he shows up in the car and he is Sigfredo Garcia.
Dentist. She was fucking the dentist.
Sigfredo Garcia, when you say he showed up in the
Oh,
car?
yes, ma'am.
All right. And when he showed up, where did he show up?
I was in my friend's house.
All right. So he comes and gets you from the friend's house?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you already have the gun at this time?
No.
Okay. What happened? How did y'all go get the gun?
And after that, I went to my house. Then he asked me, he said, I need a gun. I said, don't worry about it, I'll get it. I ended up buying a gun around the neighborhood. That's about it.
Did y'all ride to Tallahassee that day?
No, I don't remember.
All right. But it was after he rented the car.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And the car that he rented, did you take him to get the rental car?
No,
Do you know who took him to get the rental car?
no.
All right.
Yeah.
You mentioned you learned along the way that you were coming to do a murder, not a robbery. Was that on the first trip?
For sure.
Okay. So you learn along the way you're going to do a murder. Was the purpose of the first trip to scope out the place, to do the murder, or something else?
To scope the place out.
Okay. And what did you do to scope the place out?
We sit near his house by a park for a little bit.
In whose house?
Oh, Marquez.
Markel's?
Marquez.
Okay. And what did y'all do? Drive around the house?
I drove around the house first. We drove around it. We went around the block like twice, and then we sit by a park for a little bit, washed out, and then went to the hotel.
Went to the
and
park. What'd you guys
did the
do?
same thing. And
Play
then
hopscotch?
If there had been an opportunity to kill Dan Markel on that first trip, would y'all have done it on the first trip?
Yes.
Right. And why were you not able to accomplish the murder on the first trip?
He was with the kids.
You didn't want to kill him with the kids in the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have cell phones in the car with you on the first trip?
Yes, ma'am.
Were either of you using drugs or alcohol during this first trip?
Were they ever?
Which one of you, and what type of drugs or alcohol?
It was alcohol and cocaine.
And were both of you using alcohol and cocaine?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that something that was normal for the two of you?
Now,
not for me. For him, it was. Not for
right.
Okay,
I
does
mean,
that
it
mean
was
you were
clear that Sigfredo was using a lot more.
more drunk or high than he was?
me. No, he was more drunk and high than me.
How is that?
He kept drinking. I was the driver.
Okay, so did he partake in larger quantities, more drugs and alcohol?
He'll take more.
You know what's interesting?
And you got a speeding ticket.
When I was looking into this the other day, you know what I learned? I guess this was yesterday. I learned something new about this. Apparently, with Sigfredo, y'all, they were seeking the death penalty. I mean, I'm saying that because I was like looking for the testimony, you know, to get ready and for the interviews and stuff. And like one of the things that popped up was like his sentencing, and it said that the jury spared him by giving him life, which is, I mean, I didn't. So in other words, I didn't. That's where I'm thinking, you know, the fact that they spared him and gave him life. I'm like, wow, like they were seeking the death penalty apparently. Surprising.
On the way to Tallahassee, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had an opportunity to see that ticket before?
I've seen it before.
Okay. Small print. Can you see it?
Yeah.
All right. You recognize this software? You don't read well.
Welcome back.
Can you recognize this as the ticket you got?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask if evidence states 65.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
The admitted state 65.
It's funny. I know you said you had some Mountain Dew and so you couldn't sleep. My nephew, I saw my niece and nephew earlier tonight. We got together and had dinner and stuff with the fam. And my nephew, who just turned 7, he apparently was drinking sweet tea all day, and I guess that has some amount of caffeine in it. So he was freaking hilarious, like bouncing off the walls, and he's just absolutely adorable. But like a part of like he would like be like singing, and then he would like break into dance, and like he was like doing the worm on the floor, and then he would start doing magic tricks. Anyway, it was adorable. But see, for me, I drink coffee all day every day, so like it wouldn't even the caffeine in coffee doesn't, it's just my body doesn't respond to it. It's just normal. So it's just funny. I can't relate to like a Mountain Dew or a sweet tea or even a coffee, like making me feel energetic or more energy. So it's funny. Heather, I think, is telling you to go to bed. Hopped up on Mountain Dew. Yep, Purdue.
Yes, ma'am.
Yep, yep. I've literally never had Mountain Dew. Isn't it kind of like a Sprite?
Can you estimate for the jury about how much time you spent watching the house or driving around the house, scoping it out? And I'm referring to the first trip.
Well, it's probably 2 nights.
So several hours, it's fair to say. Did you ever follow Mr. Markel anywhere other than just watching him around the house?
Yeah, I was following him.
Daycare.
Where'd you follow him to?
Following him to the daycare.
The gym, I think, right?
First, we were following him to the daycare. Then when he got off the daycare, I lost him. So I ended up going back to that little place, the little park, waiting for him. Never shows up. Just following him around with somebody.
And you're talking about the park near his house?
That's really funny.
That's where y'all would sit and wait for him to pull out?
I mean, it's like neon green.
Did anybody ever get out of the car and go peek in the windows or look in the house?
Having said that, I don't know if that's just the container that's neon green. I mean, am I right? Isn't it kind of like a neon green color? It's interesting.
Not that true.
Not that true.
I totally agree. I totally agree. He's definitely, I mean, you know, I really loved his demeanor, you know. I don't know if it's just because they're telling him this, you know, to act a certain way or, well, you know, like you're in court, whatever. But like, yeah, it's, you know, because your job is just to answer the question, right? And so part of what made him so likable in the proffer / interview was that he was able to just openly tell his story. He was able to act it out, which I loved, you know, and just sort of like give it his version. And so I don't know if that's part of it, but also he's harder to hear and the microphone is like not doing a good job. But I totally agree. It's a different demeanor. And you know, but so far what he's saying is consistent with what we've heard from before.
Did you know what type of vehicle he was going to be in, or did you just
like urine? Would you want yellow drink?
observe that when you were at his house?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. All right, so you followed him to the daycare. What about after the daycare?
Gym.
I lost him.
All right, so
or maybe the gym was only the second trip.
Is the reason why you didn't the killing didn't occur on the first trip because you kept losing him?
Yes.
Yes, this is in 2022. And this trial was a month after Charlie was arrested, by the way. So yeah, so this is 2022. So yeah, so that's a good point. So 8 years later, yeah. Interesting though, that is a different answer. As I was just saying that he's been consistent. That was a different answer because what he's saying here is that the only reason it didn't happen, the murder, is because they lost him. Versus in the proffer, he said that, well, it sounded like that was part of it, but also like he didn't want to go through with it and he wanted to instead, you know, set it up as like you know, robbing the lady. So it sounds like he's not saying that now. Yeah, right.
All right. Was Sigfredo Garcia in contact with the defendant, Catherine McBanois, during this first trip? Did they talk on the phone is what I'm asking.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Don't remember. Do you remember any statements such as make sure she has the money and concerns
Objection, Your
about the
Honor.
money?
Leading. That's not a leading question. So that
Sorry, y'all.
that's overruled.
No kidding. Now let's take a listen and see if there was a valid objection he could have gone with. I don't know if there is. Let's just see.
Do you remember any statements such as make sure she has the money and concerns
Objection, Your
about the
Honor.
money?
Leading.
Yeah, I can't think of any reason that would be objectionable at all. Unless the she was somebody who was not also a defendant. Like, let's just say it was, I don't know, some random other girl, right? Then it would be hearsay. But considering they're talking about Katie McBanois and this is her trial. So yeah, I can't see a valid objection there at all.
That's not a leading question. So
What is a translucent doll?
Overruled. You can ask a question.
Do you remember any conversations like that?
Not that trip. The second trip.
Okay. Do you remember any conversations involving don't do anything stupid?
Yes.
And was that first trip?
Both trips probably.
Okay. And what was the nature of those conversations?
Like, don't do nothing stupid. Be careful.
Who was saying don't do anything stupid?
Katie.
Who was she telling that to?
Sigfredo.
How
was it you were able?
Y'all,
how do you
raise
know
your
that?
hand if you knew he was going to say that with that question. Who was she? Who was she saying don't be? You saying don't be stupid? Who was she telling that to? We all knew, right? Sigfredo.
Like, don't do nothing stupid.
Hilarious.
Be careful.
Who was saying don't do anything stupid?
Katie.
Who was she telling that to?
Sigfredo.
How was it you were able?
Of course.
How do you know that what she told Sigfredo?
Only person he called.
He was calling her during the first trip.
Second trip.
Second trip.
Who are you talking about there? Who are you talking about?
All right, so let's go to the second trip.
Hey,
then.
did you miss? I think you missed the wrapping earlier.
Second trip, do you agree was July 16th to July 18th of 2016?
I don't remember the date.
But is that the time when the murder happened?
Yes.
All right. Who went on the second trip?
I did.
Who else?
Sigfredo.
All right. And I think you said
Yeah,
you traveled in the
what are you noticing? I haven't noticed anything. Well, I haven't noticed anything from the update, but I did the update. So what are you noticing? Good night. There's a song. Oh no, wait, that's tonight. Yeah, never mind. Trying to think of songs. That's hilarious. I'm sure also not true. But well, yeah, I want to know more about the iPhone update. What have you noticed? What is it? Meg P? It's funny.
Prius that time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Who went to the rental car place to rent that car?
I did.
Was anybody with you?
Yes.
Who?
Sigfredo.
All right.
Alfredo.
He didn't come inside with me though. He waited around the corner.
Alfredo and
Oh, he didn't
Primavera.
go into the rental car place? Did y'all leave right from the rental car place to come to Tallahassee, or did you do something
No,
else?
I went home and dropped my other car off. We drove the other car to the house.
Okay. And did you leave that day, that same day that you rented the car?
That night, yeah.
All right. Did you take your phones with you for the second trip?
Yes, ma'am.
And for the actual murder, did you have your phones working?
No.
Yes, ma'am.
You never turned your phones off?
Well, I turned them off. We turned them off a few times.
Okay. Did you turn them off for the actual murder?
Yes, they were off. The least they were off.
Say that again?
I think they were off.
You think they were off? And is that both of you turn your phones off or just you?
My phone looks the same.
That's okay. How many guns did y'all have with you on the second trip?
One.
Just the murder weapon?
No, two. Sorry.
Okay, what was the other gun?
It was 38.
Huh?
It was a 38.
A 38? Whose gun was that?
That was Garcia.
Who knew that you all were coming on the murder trip?
Murder trip.
Only Katie? You didn't tell Jessica?
No, nobody knew.
Why did I feel that one coming, Heather?
Where did y'all stay on the murder trip?
In the hotel.
Okay. Budget in sound right?
Yes.
Shout out to the budget in.
Were you using drugs and alcohol on this trip?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What about Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that cocaine and alcohol as you previously testified?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. When you arrived on July 17th, what did y'all do? Did you do any casing or scoping out of the house on that trip?
Yeah, I spoke to my dad. That day I showed up here. I followed him.
Jessica's his baby mama, but also calls her his wife because that's what they do. That's the slang. So baby mama / wife / probably not legally married. Although I feel like he says that they ended up eventually legally married. But anyway, yeah, baby mama. Well, yeah, because we heard him talk about his still trials and tribulations with that law enforcement officer. But again, he could have been.
Following him all the way to
life is the
daycare, and I finally got to follow him all the way to the gym.
Okay, but this is when you followed him to the gym. That was right before he got killed, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What about before that? Was there any scoping out that occurred? I think you mentioned earlier that somebody got out of the car at one point and went up to the house.
Oh, yeah. We ended up parking around the back.
He's got to be so sick of this, right? Because he's going to testify. I mean, he's testifying at every single trial, right? And by the time they get to Wendi, he's going to be like, "Oh my God, I've done this a billion times. Can't you guys just use my other?" You know what I mean? And the other thing is, it's not easy to bring these inmates in. It's going to be the same deal with Charlie for Donna's trial, because when you're in these different facilities, they transfer you all over the fucking place. So right now, Charlie's in South Dakota, either North or South Dakota. And, anyway, so the transfer is a whole thing. But anywho, I'm just thinking about how this must get really old. You know what I mean?
I know. Sigfredo got off the car. I went and looked through the window, but he was there. So
Who was there?
Marquez.
Okay, and is that a good thing?
It's a good thing, but we followed him from there. We just scoped out the place.
All right, so Garcia gets out, looks in the windows, and then y'all just continue to kind of scope out the place.
Yes, we went back around and I parked by the park.
Okay, at some point you
I was just thinking,
follow him to the daycare. What happens at the daycare?
Oh, I sit there and wait for him to drop the kids
I
off.
want to go to South
When
Dakota.
he dropped the kids, I get back in the car.
Go to the Black Hills.
Yeah, I'm going. He ended up leaving there and we followed him to the gym.
And is that Premier Gym that we've seen the surveillance video of the Prius on?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So y'all wait out in the parking lot while he's in the gym?
Yes, ma'am.
What happens
Oh my
next?
God, that video. I'm sure for those of you guys who haven't seen it, I'm sure we will see it here at some point because they play it. But it's just a fucking funny where it's like the Prius following the other little car, and it's like, you know, like you think about like ominous, right? And you see this like little Prius, and it's like you know, Jaws music, cue Jaws music, doo 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 doo. Anyway, it's just fucking funny, right? Again, the Prius of it all.
Well, you finished the gym and fall into a house. So when he gets to the house, he made it was a left turn. And one of the corners, I kept going and made another left. So when he made it into the garage, we pulled right behind him.
All right, so you're talking about on the way back to the house from the gym.
Yes, ma'am.
So he was in the
ended up taking a
garage.
different route, just a little block around to get to the house.
Yes, ma'am.
So when you were pulling up down the street toward the driveway, he was coming opposite direction. Is that
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
All right, so he pulls in the driveway first.
Yes.
Okay, and how close, when you say you pull in behind him, how close do you get?
Like 3 feet.
So right up to the bumper.
So awful.
All right,
So
what
awful.
happens next?
First, he jumped out.
And okay, there you go. So Sigfredo. So a couple things, right? Like first of all, if you see a Prius pull up behind, you're not going to expect hitmen to be in the Prius. So I don't know. Maybe that was smart on their part, but so Sigfredo got out of the car.
Went around the car. The
Wow.
driver's side.
Wow.
Shot him.
There we go. There we go.
Were there any words exchanged between Garcia and the victim? Is that a no?
That's a no. Sorry.
That's
Do you know whether the
fucking
victim's window?
risky though, right? Because wouldn't you rather stay in the car anyway? Of course, right? Why would Sigfredo do anything that wasn't dumb?
Was up or down?
I think it was up.
So he was shot seated in the driver's seat of his vehicle.
Yes, ma'am.
What was his position in the vehicle? Was he in like a normal position behind the wheel?
Yeah.
Did you see him do anything, say anything, make
He
any
tried to put
moves?
his hands up.
So I mean,
Say
so
that
this dude didn't do any of the, he just literally rode in the car, like wild,
Him trying to like put his hands up.
right?
You saw that.
Awful.
Okay.
Broad daylight, yeah. And remember, Dan was on the phone.
How many times was the gun fired?
Twice.
Both times by Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Were they two separate gunshots?
Question. I don't know. What do you guys think? Like, I don't know, I guess like a black SUV, like in movies. I don't know. Like in other words, you wouldn't be like, oh, danger, right? But like if you saw like some crazy souped up black SUV, maybe. I don't know. Oh, that's fucking funny. He was talking to somebody at the kids' school, I believe, either the school or the daycare. That witness testifies in the trials. I think it was somebody at the kids' school or the kids' daycare, something like that. Because they were in the middle of trying to sort out like which school they were going to be going to. And it was an issue that Wendi had raised like that morning or whatever.
That's are rapidly in succession, meaning was there time in between or were they right back to back?
Back to back.
Did you stop or get out to see if the
No.
hit had been successful?
Yeah, he didn't.
What did you do?
Giving him a hard.
Backed up and left.
All right, and you've seen the surveillance video of the Prius leaving town from the bus video?
It's just wild that he got out of the car. I just,
Yes, ma'am.
why?
Was that y'all in the Prius?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was the driver?
Me.
Who was the passenger?
Garcia.
And you've seen the ATM images of y'all at the ATM in Pembroke
Yes, ma'am.
Pines, I think?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was you in the driver's seat there as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Sigfredo Garcia in the passenger seat.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I want to back you up and ask you about a few things that happened the second trip. You've talked about
Second trip?
seeing the lady or seeing who you believe was Wendi Adelson.
Oh my
Can you tell us
God.
about that?
Well,
Please tell us
the day
everything.
Before.
Day before the killing?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, tell us about that.
I was scoping the house, and I was scoping the house and leaving. She was walking the sidewalk with 2 kids. I
And that
remember-
was on the road where
Here we
Markel is?
go.
Yes, ma'am.
All
A couple of houses down from his house.
Okay. And were you driving at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
What did the lady do when you saw her?
She looked at the car and got on the phone right away. Made a phone call.
Wow.
Okay. And how did you know that the lady,
Wow.
or why did you think that the lady was Wendi Adelson?
Let's ask Garcia, why is she looking at the car like that?
So
Yeah,
you know
right.
what, guys? Remember in her, dude, like I said, right? With Wendi in her interrogation, that's a terrible pause.
It's the lady.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Oh my God, why? Okay, remember like we were saying in her interrogation, right? Like how everything that happens in there she's saying it for a reason, right? Remember how many times Wendi has to throw in there that she regularly deletes stuff? Remember, like they'd be referencing some sort of benign call with whatever the fuck, and it's like, oh, well, I delete calls after I make them. I delete. Remember, guys? And it was like, what the fuck? And then the part that stood out was like she deleted, the TV appointment on her calendar. The thing is this. Without watching Luis Rivera's proffer and his testimony, there's a lot that people are missing, which I'm realizing now, because again, I hadn't seen maybe all of it, or if I had, it was a long time ago. But like, holy fuck, if this isn't maybe some of the most important fucking testimony. Like, I was always thinking that Jeff's testimony was maybe the most damning towards Wendi, and I would say that this is maybe even more so, because like, that's putting Wendi on the phone. Fuck. So remember, and the reason I'm bringing it up, right, is because they did an extraction on her phone at the time, right, when she was there. But she had already told them, oh, I delete the calls. Fucking fuck. And depending on who she called, I mean, presumably it was somebody in her fucking family, right? They probably deleted their call as well. Now, of course, there's still the potential that will show up somewhere, right? Like, for example, when you delete the calls, right, it's still going to show up on the call detail records from the network provider, the carrier, cell phone carrier. So now let's just say, guys, that Wendi was calling Donna. There's a reason that we may not have known that yet, and here's why. Because they haven't been to trial yet, right? So this might come out. So Donna goes to trial in June. I'm just so excited for what all we're going to learn, right? Because there's going to be things that happen between the two of them specifically that haven't come up in the other trials. And I tell you what, and maybe that's why, right? When we think about why are they waiting for Wendi? If through Donna's trial, they put in all this communication with Wendi that, in addition to what we already have, shows her prior knowledge and involvement, bam, right? So I know. I mean, I don't think Wendi paid the hitman. I really don't. I think it came from Donna and Harvey, poor Harvey, and maybe Charlie. I don't think that Wendi, I don't know for sure. I mean, it's possible. It's possible, right? I guess it's possible. Again, things we will learn at upcoming trials. Because even in terms of the money, right? Like Katie got the money from Charlie. Charlie got the money from his mom. So it's possible that Donna, maybe she got some of the money from Wendi. Again, when will we learn that? Donna's trial. If that's, So it's nuts though. But this phone call, like the two things, right? Her first of all, her showing up being at the house, right? That was already crazy. But then also making a phone call. Wow. And the speed. Wow.
Car. I got on the phone right away. Made a phone call.
Okay. And how did you know that the lady, or why did you think that the lady was Wendi Adelson?
Because I actually see her. Why is she looking at the car like that? Yeah, that's her. That's the lady.
Okay. So you believe that to be Wendi Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right. Was there an incident involving the gun being fired other than at Mr. Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that on the second trip as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us about that, please.
Oh, here we go.
I was driving. Garcia had the gun out and just shot on the passenger side on the floor.
Intentionally?
I have to be. I don't know what he was doing. He just shot.
All right. So y'all are just riding down the road.
He's trying not to laugh there. That's funny.
Yeah, just driving. And the gun went off. I just looked like, what's going on? And he shot the gas line.
Okay.
So now that's giving us a flavor that's way more of like, this reminds me more of like what he was like in the proffer.
Was that an accident or did he mean to do that?
No, it's an accident.
All right. So as a result of him shooting the floorboard, did that damage or interfere with your ability to drive the car?
Yes.
How so?
They hit the gas line and we ran out of gas. Right.
Incredible.
What did y'all do about that?
We pushed the car to like a small little area. And some dudes helped us out. Took him to like an auto zone.
Wow.
We came back, jacked the car up and put the hose line.
And was this the same dude, the guy that took you to.
Are you laughing
to
at the
park to
gas
fix the
line?
car, was that the same dude that y'all had bought some drugs from here in Tallahassee?
Yes, ma'am.
Wow. He really
And
came
was
in
that dude's
handy.
name Shadrach Nobles?
I don't know his name.
Don't remember.
He came in handy, didn't
Were
he?
y'all able to fix the car?
Yes.
Do you have any experience fixing cars?
No, I mean, I know about cars, but he fixed it.
Who? Sorry, Sigfredo Garcia?
Fredo, yeah.
Does he have experience fixing cars?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did he do a good job?
He did. Then
Ran after that? Made it all the way back to Miami.
I mean, it really is like a cartoon, right? Like when you imagine cartoon, like, you know, or like, you know, in a kid's movie where they like the criminals and they're just like so dumb, like Home Alone type style, right? It's like that type of humor, like slapstick, right? The slapstick. That's what it's like, right? 100%. 100%.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Was that shooting the car? Did that happen the same day as the murder or something else?
No, not the same day.
Okay. So, but it was on the second trip?
It was on the second trip, yeah.
Okay. What about, did you have Instagram at the time?
Oh
this
my
murder
God.
happened?
Literally, I was just going to say, what about the owl? And then she said, did you have Instagram? I'm like, oh my God, please talk about the owl. It doesn't matter at all in terms of the trial, but please, can we learn more about this owl picture? Thank God. Thank you, Georgia.
And was there an issue with you posting something on Instagram?
Oh my God.
Yes.
The owl.
Was that the first trip or the second trip?
Amazing.
If you remember.
I don't remember. But
All
I
right.
remember taking
Can you
a picture.
learn more about when you sat down with Detective Isom and you guys both really wanted to make sure you figured out exactly what type of owl it was and identifying it? That's what matters.
I had an issue.
All right. Well, just tell us what you remember about it.
I took a picture of, I think it was a lion. And I remember Garcia getting a phone call. They tell me to take that down. That's too much evidence. Where we was at.
All right. Say that again.
I remember Garcia telling me to take that picture down. That's too much evidence where we was at. Katie called Garcia and told him, hey, you need to take that picture down ASAP.
Okay. Why would it be a problem for you to be posting a picture from Tallahassee?
So we came out here to do a job.
Okay. So there could be data associated with where you took the picture.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you said Katie called Garcia and told him to tell you to take the picture down?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. How do you know that Katie called Garcia?
Because we together all day. Like we right next to each other. He said, hey, she said, take that down. You tripping.
Okay. Was there a particular reason that the murder happened on the day it happened? Did anyone tell you it had to happen that day?
Not at all.
We know why, Jeff.
Did you have any knowledge about the victim's plans? Where he was going to be and when?
Oh, right. And also that.
So that day, I seen that lady walking.
Wow.
They said we got to get the job done because he was leaving on a trip.
Who was leaving on a trip?
Marquez, what's his name?
Dan Markel is the name of the guy you killed.
Yeah, Dan Markel. So he was leaving that Friday. I think it was going to be on a Friday. He was supposed to leave.
All right. So how did you know that Dan Markel was planning to leave town? That's really my question.
Garcia told me.
Garcia knew it?
Yes.
And do you know how Garcia knew it?
Katie told him.
How do you know that?
Because Katie told him, hey, you got to hurry up and do this because the man is leaving.
Did you hear that for yourself or he told you that?
He told me that himself.
All right. After you kill Mr. Markel, and do y'all leave town right away?
Yes, ma'am.
When is the first time either of you gets on the phone after the murder?
Maybe like an hour later, something like that. An hour or two.
All right. Is that while y'all are headed home?
Yes, ma'am.
Which one of y'all makes a phone call first after the murder?
Garcia.
Alfredo, of course.
And who does he
Alfredo.
call?
Katie.
Of course.
Are you able to hear that
Brilliant.
conversation?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Is that a situation where you're hearing Garcia's portion of the
I'm
conversation or
pretty
you're hearing both sides?
Both sides.
that in the PCA, it said that they not only did Alfredo call Katie, but like I'm pretty sure that in the PCA, it was like he called her while they were also at the ATM and getting filmed at the ATM. Like all the things at once.
How is it you're able to hear both sides?
Because he speaks and he shuts up when she talks.
All right. And when she talks, you can hear her voice through the receiver?
Oh my God.
You're sure it was her voice?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize her voice?
Yes, ma'am.
You're familiar with her voice?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What was that conversation?
So he called and said, it's done. He said, I know. I tell him, hey, what's up with the money?
It's
Hey, where's the
done.
money at?
Fucking
He
hell.
said, tomorrow.
Can't
Next day was a Saturday.
why aren't they talking in code? Like, hey, I bought a new TV.
Because I remember because I was going to a barber shop.
Oh, barbershop.
All right. Was there any discussion or dispute about the fact that y'all were going to get the money the next day instead of that day?
Don't remember. Just remember getting the money the next day.
It seemed like there was a bit of a hustle.
Sigfredo Garcia calls Catherine Magbanwa, the defendant,
Yes, ma'am.
and he says it's done
Yes, ma'am.
or something
That sounds-
along those lines.
That
The job
sounds
is done.
bad.
Job is
Sounds
done.
She
bad.
says, I know.
Yes, ma'am.
Did she elaborate on that? Did she say how she knew?
No,
Objection, Your Honor. It's leading, but it's also asked and answered.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Overruled.
Did she say how she knew?
No, ma'am.
All right. Who was responsible when you say she's going to get the money? Is it her responsibility to get the money to pay you, or somebody else?
Hey, what you mean?
Who's going to get the money?
Katie's gonna get that money.
Take the money and run. Take the money and run.
All right, let's talk about what y'all did when you got back to Miami on the day of the murder. What did you do when you got back?
Barber Shop.
But I got back. When I got back, he went home, took a shower, we got dressed.
I was gonna say take a shower. Yeah.
Went out and spent some money, didn't you?
We didn't get that money yet.
Okay. So y'all did what then? Just went to the local place?
Yeah, went to a local bar, hang out.
Okay. And the money, I think I forgot to ask you about this. Did you have any money for the trips that was provided to you?
Ma'am.
Tell us about that.
Sigfredo blew all of it.
He had money, he had like at least like $5,000 in his pocket.
And was that the first trip or the second trip or both?
Both trips he had money.
All right, and that
And
was
more on
Sigfredo
the first-
Garcia?
Yes,
And
ma'am.
more on the first.
Okay, and did you know where that money came from?
Yes, ma'am.
Where
Yeah,
did the money come
right.
from?
From the lady.
There you go, Heather.
Katie.
Okay, so Katie provided the money for y'all to come do the trip?
Yes, ma'am.
Would y'all have had your own money to rent the car and buy gas and
No.
hotels, food?
No, ma'am.
All right, and y'all bought cocaine while you were here too, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And alcohol?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so when you got back to
Right, strangely from the same dude who somehow happened to be there when they shot the thing in the hole in the Prius and helped them get it to the AutoZone. Like, what is this? Like their guardian coke angel? Like, what the fuck?
Miami after the
What?
second trip where the murder was committed, did y'all have any of that money left that was provided for the trip?
I mean, we had a few more. We had some money left because he gave me money in my pocket to hold.
Do you know how much you got before, I guess for either trip, for that purpose of the trip?
Second trip, he just gave me $300.
So y'all did have a little bit of money to go out with then?
Yes, ma'am.
Like they're like they shoot the hole, or it's not they. Alfredo shoots the hole in the Prius and the gas line. It's like fuck, and then they look over and like the heavens open up and there he is, our guardian coke angel. I'm here to help you push the car off the road and somehow push it all the way to the AutoZone. I mean, that's some angel right there, right? That's funny. That's funny.
You said Katie was responsible for going to get the money. Did you go with her to get the money?
No, ma'am.
Did Sigfredo Garcia go with her to get the
He
money?
came with her. He wasn't with her. No, ma'am.
Okay. You said you got the money the next morning. How did y'all get together to exchange the money the next morning?
Well, the next morning I got up and I went to the barber shop. I get a phone call from Katie.
Here we go. The barbershop story.
Yeah, we're gonna come get this
One of my
money.
favorite
I
parts.
said, Tudo, Garcia. Where he's at? I said, I don't know, maybe in Shrimp's house. Some girl that he met.
Shrimp?
Shrimp's one of his other girlfriends?
Yeah.
Okay. So let me back you up just a little bit. I should have asked you the night before when y'all were out, was the defendant Catherine Magbanua with you and Sigfredo?
No.
So you didn't see her that night at all?
No.
All right. And the next morning y'all talk about it and she says she's looking for Garcia.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know how to find him?
Yes, ma'am.
And how was he to be found?
I had one of my friends go look for him in Miami Beach.
And that's where Shrimp lived?
Yes, ma'am.
And
Yeah.
how did you know? he
Shrimp
was gonna be
is
at
one of
Shrimp's
his
house?
ladies.
My best friend. I knew everything about him. He was with her. He was staying with her.
You knew he'd be found there?
Yeah.
Okay. But he wasn't answering his phone
At all.
because he had dumped his phone, right?
Yes.
All right. And I should have asked you when we were talking about heading back after the murder, what happened with the murder weapon in this case?
We dumped it
How did you dump it? Where did you dump it?
in the ocean.
All right. Where in the ocean?
Like just driving back home, just pulled over by a bridge and just threw it off.
Okay. And was it like an open ocean?
Yeah, open.
Okay. Was it, were there trees and bushes around as well?
Yeah, because he got off the car and threw it.
Okay. So like an overpass or a causeway.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so the bridge, that wasn't where they didn't ditch the gun.
Did you
They
know,
just,
was the gun thrown into the body of
Maybe
water
they
or
didn't even
into
ditch the gun.
shrubs and bushes nearby?
I was in the car. He got off the car. He went down. So he was some bushes. So he threw it to the water. That's what he told me. He said it hit the water. Don't worry about it.
He thought it did hit the water?
Yeah.
Okay. But did he have to jump into the bushes to make the throw?
Yeah.
So sort of off the
Right
guardrail?
right under the
sounds
bridge.
like an athletic maneuver of some sort. Did he have to do a pirouette? Was there a side swipe involved?
Your Honor, if the witness could sit forward again, just Ms. McBanwell cannot see the witness as he testifies.
All right, just move a little bit forward.
Amendment
if you
right,
can.
confrontation
Right,
of
that's
your
fine.
witnesses. Well, not your witnesses.
All right, let's talk about when you
All
got paid.
witnesses.
So you sent a friend to get Sigfredo Garcia. Where do y'all meet up?
Oh, we got paid? At my house.
All right, tell us what happened. You mentioned something about the barber shop. Tell us the whole
I was in
story.
a barber shop and Jessica called me. She said, they're here into the house. So when I get there, Katie's in my house and Garcia's in my house.
And did you see what vehicle they arrived in?
So it's like a SUV, a white SUV.
Okay, was that a car that you recognized?
Yeah.
Whose car was that?
Mitsubishi, he said.
All right, so they arrive in Katie's car and Jessica called you and says they're there.
Yes, ma'am.
And where are you?
I'm in the barber shop.
And how long does it take you to get there from the
His
barber
hair,
shop?
his hair did.
Okay, so that's right up the street.
Right down the corner, yeah.
Okay. What
His
happens
hair
when you
did.
get to the house?
I get to the house and I see Garcia. I grab the bag. Someone get back in the car and left.
Use
I
a
wasn't too
fly
long in the house.
gal, get your nails done, get pedicure or what? Get
Alright,
a
so you go
pedicure.
in the house.
Your did something like that.
Katie and Garcia are there. Is Jessica there?
Yeah, she's there too.
All right, and you get the money in what kind of packaging?
It's in a brown bag, like a small brown bag.
Ah,
Brown paper bag
what
or
you got
plastic?
in that bag?
Okay, did it have any other bags inside it?
I don't remember.
Okay, so you get the money. It's in some brown paper. And do you count it? Do you open it?
No,
Why not?
I didn't want Jessica to know what was going on. I just grabbed the bag, told Garcia, let's go.
Because if she saw that money, she'd be wanting some of that money, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what he said in the
Okay,
profit
so
check.
when do you open the bag?
In the car.
When you're in the car, what car are you in? When you open the money?
My car.
All right, who's in the car with you?
Garcia.
All right, is that the old Mercedes?
Yes, ma'am.
What year Mercedes was that?
Like 87.
Okay, so you and Garcia get in the Mercedes. What does Catherine McVanoa do?
She was in my house.
She stayed in the house.
Wow, that is wild that the Mercedes was
All right,
still
so you're
running.
seeing the baby.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you open the money, how much money was in there?
35.
Okay, did you count it?
No, I trust him.
And when you say you trust him, you're talking about Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you mentioned that you got a little extra money. When was that done?
All right, think right there and then. Be like, here, take this. Right, or right when we went to the barber shop. Yeah, take two more though. Do me a favor.
So when y'all
I'll
left
make
the
sure
house
you
after getting
cover his-
paid, you went back to the barber shop?
Yes.
Okay, and that's when Garcia gave you some more money.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, tell us about the money once you opened it up. Was it packaged in an unusual way?
Yeah, I never seen money stable. All hundreds and they were all stable.
And this money was what denominations of bills? You know what I mean by that? 10s, 20s, 100s?
Heather,
All hundreds.
All
this would make
hundreds
sense too,
stapled
because-
into
hold
how
on.
many hundreds together?
$1,000.
Just putting two
$1,000.
and two together here, that actually works out perfectly, right? I don't know that anyone's made this connection before, but when you think about a hole, not that they had a hole in this car, but when you think about the hole in the car of the other car, Prius, you know, you can see where I'm going with this, right? The Fred Flintstone car and shooting a hole in it so they can literally do that. That's fucking hilarious.
Dollar stacks?
Yes.
And each stack stapled?
Yes, ma'am.
So that's a big kind of brick.
Something like that, yeah.
So you got 35 plus an additional 2,000. You know how much Sigfredo Garcia got?
By my knowledge, I think he got like 40.
Okay, so he got 40 and gave you 2,000 of it?
Yeah.
All right, and what about Catherine McVanoa?
She got the rest.
And how much was the total for the job?
100.
$100,000?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you buy anything with your cut of the money?
Just a motorcycle.
What about Garcia? Did he buy something?
Yeah, motorcycle and like 2 cars.
You're responsible with money, as we know.
I'm gonna approach and show you some exhibits. All right, we got 44 through 47. I'll show you each one of these.
So we'll just zippity doo dah here.
You and Garcia.
Any objection? You may.
That's me, Jessica, Katie, and Garcia.
There's the group.
Jessica, Katie, Garcia.
45, you're at that way?
Yes, ma'am. Garcia, and me. Yes, ma'am. Two motorcycles in a car. It's a Monte Carlo Garcia. That's his motorcycle, the black and yellow one.
Monte
And the red one was
Carlo.
a guy named Hibaro
So was this motorcycle yours or Garcia?
Garcia.
Was this a motorcycle that he bought with proceeds from the murder?
Yes, ma'am.
And this Monte Carlo, was that Garcia as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that proceeds?
Yes, ma'am.
State 47. What's in this photo?
That's me and Garcia on a motorcycle.
Those motorcycles y'all bought with proceeds from the
Yes, ma'am.
You told us about the 86 Mercedes that you drove prior to the murder. What kind of vehicle did Garcia drive prior to the murder?
I don't think he had one at that time.
So no vehicle at all, and then two vehicles.
Yes.
All right. What about Catherine Magdanoa? What did she spend her money on?
Don't know.
She got a boob job. Yeah.
Did you
totally
make any
agree, of
changes
course.
to your cell phone after the murder?
Like change my phone?
Yeah.
No.
You didn't try to change your number, phone number?
Don't remember. Probably I don't remember.
Did you have an opportunity to meet with Investigator Newland from my office and listen to some calls to see if you recognize the
Brilliant
voices on the
legal mind
calls?
as well, Dan
Yes.
was.
I'm going to show you. I'm sorry. It's actually it's the wire, Jason.
She's gonna get these.
You could identify the voices on the calls.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you make initials by each call as you listened to it to verify, yes, that is who it says it is on the
Yes,
list?
ma'am.
And were you able to identify both Sigfredo Garcia's voice and Catherine Magdanoa's voice on those calls?
Yes, ma'am.
Those are probably some of the same calls he heard them doing at the time.
All right.
Georgia does a great job.
66.
It's very,
Is
she's
this the
very,
sheet where you initialed?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and the
Very
you were
linear.
able to identify
You
the
follow.
voices of the people that are highlighted there, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Investigator Newland go through the sheet with you and tell you exactly which calls you were?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
very,
So this
she
time
does a
I
good
asked
job.
you the evidence state 66.
Any objection?
So I think they're
She
going to be
admitted at
playing
stage
these calls,
66.
guys. Yeah. They're going to be playing these calls, I would imagine, if they publish.
Mr. Rivera, you testified that your motive for doing this
Definitely.
was money. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
You didn't have a beef with Dan Markel in any way?
Not at
they're
all.
not
Nope.
publishing it yet.
Had you ever had any contact at all in any way with Wendi Adelson other than when you thought you saw her on Trescott?
Say again, please.
Did you ever have any contact at all with Wendi Adelson prior to, I know when y'all were driving down the road one day, you thought you saw her on the road or on the
I
sidewalk?
never spoke to these people.
All right, no contact with Wendi Adelson,
No, ma'am.
Donna Adelson,
No, ma'am.
Harvey Adelson,
No, ma'am.
Charlie Adelson.
No, ma'am.
Harvey. Poor Harvey.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Right.
She might be done. They might be going on a cross. Looks like they got Katie some Starbucks there. And Katie retained private counsel. They're not public defenders. Or, well, hired private counsel, not just
Do you know
retained.
Shrimp's real name?
No. Unless we call it Tuti, something like that. But I don't know her name at all.
Just
Another
names.
Tuta something.
Nothing further.
All right,
Okay.
we're going to take a break now before the cross-examination. Give you an opportunity to use the facility, stretch your legs.
Use the
So ready to
facilities.
continue with the test. Understanding now, Mr. DeCoste, that you will need more time. So just try to get a breaking point, 5 o'clock or as close to 5 o'clock as you can. And then we'll be back tomorrow to continue that, okay?
Okay, so I'll start cross and then. Now that's what's interesting about that is usually they try to avoid that, right? Because if you're a defense attorney, that sucks to have your cross broken up. But yeah. Anyway, is he gonna object? Nope, he's not. Okay.
There we go.
So he does. It's a long cross.
All right, anything from the state before we bring in the jury?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, let's bring the jury in, please.
Yep. Hold on.
Bring the jury. Bring the jury.
Shout out to Judge Newman. Now the jury has a long walk here, so I'm gonna just zip a dude.
Right, please, Mr. DeCosta.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Here we go.
Mr. Rivera, the bullets that entered Professor Markel's head and ended his life, you bought those, right?
Yes, sir.
The gun that fired those bullets, you bought them too.
Yes, sir.
The car that drove to Tallahassee and into his driveway, you rented it.
Yes, sir.
And the hotel room that you stayed in the night before and planned the murder, you paid for.
Yes, sir.
On direct examination, you were asked by the government
So this is a
whether you
similar
are a
strategy
10-time convicted felon. You are, right?
they took with Wendi, which is
Now, one of those cases is from 2013 in Miami, right?
Yes, sir.
And you took probation, right?
Yes, sir.
And you violated it.
Yes, sir.
You were indicted federally.
interesting that he's able to go into this though.
That probation violation hearing, that's what a PVH is, right?
Yes, sir.
Oh,
So you have a case, you take a plea to probation, you violate it by getting federally indicted, and you then have the pending probation violation, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're facing 15 years on this pending violation. Right?
Yes, sir.
okay.
And that penalty of 15 years can run consecutive to the sentences that you are already serving.
I don't know what the point of
here
this
for
is.
Leon County and the federal sentence, right?
Maybe.
So you could do, it's a yes or a no on this one. You know that it's a yes, right? That it can run consecutive after the 19 years.
I don't know, but yes.
Now, at the time you took the plea in this murder case, you had no idea about that probation violation, right?
Yes, sir.
You didn't know about it.
I didn't know. No.
You had two attorneys at the time. They failed to tell you,
Yes, sir.
right?
What?
The government who works all
How
over the
are
state of
you
Florida, like
able
the
to-
prosecutors in Miami, assistant state attorneys, they didn't let you know either.
No.
And it's your understanding nobody knew about it. Not your attorneys, not these attorneys, not yourself, right?
Yes, sir.
And you actually learned when I asked you the question about
So-
whether you knew about the pending probation violation.
Yes, sir.
So it seems like what he's trying to do is be like, they misled you because you thought you'd be getting out sooner, but you're going to have this other thing. But I don't really know what that does to help Katie's case.
Now let's go to your next case. The federal indictment. You
Weird.
agree with me that you took a conviction for conspiracy to violate the RICO statute.
Yes, sir.
Now that's a RICO statute that's used to prosecute large groups committing crimes, right?
This doesn't make any sense.
You took 151 months.
I mean, how this does not diminish Katie's culpability at all. This is just odd.
Prison,
Yes, sir.
approximately 12 and a half years
Yes, sir.
as a career offender.
Yes, sir.
That means that you're a career criminal in the federal system.
Yes, sir.
And of course, you have the conviction for the murder case here,
Yes, sir.
one of those 10.
Yes.
And
Great.
the charge that you pled to was second-degree murder.
Yes, sir.
And you took a plea of 19 years prison.
Yes, sir.
So you've got two sentences. You've got 19 years prison on the murder case here,
Yes, sir.
and you got 12 and a half on the federal case, right?
Yes.
They're not stacked one after the other. They're running at the same time.
Yes, sir.
Now, with respect to your federal indictment, you pled guilty, but you're actually innocent, right?
A federal system.
The federal indictment, the
I'm
RICO
guilty, I'm
case,
guilty.
you are guilty.
What the
Do you
fuck?
remember taking the first time you took a deposition in this case with Sigfredo Garcia's attorney?
Yes.
You remember how there was a court reporter present that took down all your words?
Yes, sir.
Your attorney was present.
Yes, sir.
They swore you in at the beginning, asking you to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Counsel pages 30 to 31, starting on lines 12. And I want to make sure you're using a certified copy.
Say the lines again, please.
Pages 30 to 31, starting at line 12. Yeah. Okay.
I don't know what the point of this is.
Mr. Rivera, do you remember being asked the following questions and giving the following answers? Have you ever been involved in a conspiracy to commit an armed robbery? Answer, no. Have you ever been? Answer, I got conspiracy right now with a federal charge. Question, right, your racketeering charge. Answer, my racketeering, so if you want to get that clear, that can be a yes. Question, okay, so yes on the well, I was going to get to your answer. Because that's in my records, it doesn't mean that I did it, but it's all over my records, so question, go ahead. All that you asked me, question, right, answer. It's in my federal record, conspiracy. It becomes into robberies. It becomes everything that you asked me. But I'm telling you no because I didn't do none of that. But it's in my record, so that's a yes.
Great.
So you have something in your record, but you didn't do it. Answer, I didn't do it. I just got convicted to it. I signed a plea. I took it. You can't fight with the feds. You can't beat them.
Nobody can beat them. That's a yes.
Okay.
Huh.
You understand that in your deposition, you said that you didn't do anything on the federal case.
Yes, sir.
So I'll ask you the question again. On your federal case, are you innocent or not?
No.
And the reason, well, let's go on. So in your deposition, counsel, line page 34, lines 20 through 24. Mr. Rivera, do you remember saying the following? Okay, so just to be clear.
You know, I wonder if where he's going with this is to try to be like, like when you get railroaded by the feds. Well, so it's part, I wonder if where he's going with this is like kind of like the heart of the controversy of the plea deal, right? In certain cases where you've got, especially if you already have a record, right? Where even if you didn't do something, let's just say that you actually didn't do it, right? But it's like, okay, well, you know, you can take this plea deal for you know, whatever number of years, right? Versus risking it at a jury trial. Look at all this evidence we have, you know, and, you know, roll the dice and you might end up with whatever, life or whatever the case may be. I wonder if he's trying to use this to say that, look at all the things that he says he didn't actually do, but he pled guilty to, as if to say, well, either one, he could try to be like, oh, he's a liar, right? That's one route. But the other route could maybe be, because the feds are so good at making you feel like you don't have a choice, right? That's what happened here. And that none of this actually is what he says. Like, in other words, because then that would be like he made up the whole thing about Katie, maybe, in order to be cooperative, quote unquote, so that he could take this deal, potentially. We'll see.
You signed that because that's what was best for you to do, not because that was the truth, right? Answer, that's not the truth. That's best for me to go ahead and take it and run.
So yeah, that sounds like what he's trying to get at here.
You remember saying that in deposition under oath, right?
Yes, sir.
Basically saying, I did not commit this federal crime, but I took it and ran because you can't fight with the feds. Right?
Yes, sir.
Counsel, page 32, line 25.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Rivera, you also remember saying.
So it's not a bad idea, right? Because I'm sure he's still going to pick apart his story and try to impeach him with the details of the facts of the case after this, right? But for this pretend, you know, where we're at here, it's not a bad idea to start with like, oh, so maybe none of this really is true, but you just got railroaded, as in almost like he could be a victim, like Lewis could be a victim in a sense, right? That he got railroaded into taking these plea deals, and that could benefit his client, Katie, because potentially this isn't what happened and he was just trying to get a deal. Interesting.
You can't never beat the feds, man. You can't go to trial with the feds.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, the feds are involved in this case, right?
Yes, sir.
Special Agent Patrick Sanford and the rest of the FBI.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
Understanding your reluctance on the next topic, let's get into it. The Latin Kings.
Oh.
Let's talk first about the size of the Latin Kings. The federal indictment that we just talked about was 23 defendants, correct?
Yes, sir.
But the Latin Kings are much larger than just 23 people, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, as an aside, a guy, Juan Marcos Vega, was a co-defendant in your federal indictment, right?
Yes, sir.
And he was not a Latin King yet. He was a probationer.
Yes.
Now, the Latin Kings themselves, they are one of the largest and most well-organized gangs in the country, right?
That's true.
And you know that
Wow,
because that's
I
in the
didn't know that.
factual proffer that you signed in the federal case, what you agreed
That's
to.
true.
They operate in at least 39 states, including Florida.
Yes.
By your word, they are everywhere.
Yes, sir.
That includes Chicago, right?
Yes.
New York,
Yes.
Key West,
Yes.
Fort Lauderdale,
Yes.
Naples,
Yes.
Tampa,
Everywhere.
Jacksonville,
Yes, sir.
Orlando,
Everywhere.
Tallahassee.
Yes.
Now, the purpose of the Latin Kings, the primary source of income is generated through distribution of narcotics, assault, robbery, burglary, and identity theft, right?
Yes.
Also, the distribution of firearms
Yes.
and homicide.
Yes, sir.
If you could speak up for the jury so that they can hear you, I want to make sure everybody down here can hear you. Now, the members committed these crimes to benefit, promote, and further the interests of the gang, right?
Yes.
And to increase their own standing.
Yes.
To get higher up, you got to do more.
Yes.
Now, going through this quickly, the organization, you guys adhere to a local, regional, state, and national system, right?
Wow.
Yes,
The local, like Miami, reports to regional officers, right?
Yes, sir.
Regional reports to state officers,
Yes.
and then state officers report to the national bosses, right?
Correct.
Wow.
Now, let's talk about your involvement. You've been in it your whole life.
Yeah.
Since you were 10 years old.
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's sad.
In 2014, you were 31 years old, right?
Yeah. Yes.
So that's 21 years that you've been involved.
Wow.
Yes, sir.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, you were the boss of Miami
Yes,
since
sir.
the age
Wow.
of 15 or 16.
Yes, sir.
What?
But I just want to know what this got to do with the case.
That's everything. We'll get to that.
I don't. It don't got nothing to do with this.
Mr. Rivera, just answer the questions,
It
please.
don't.
Huh.
You were a legacy, correct?
Yes.
Now that means because you had family members that were in it.
Let's just take a moment to reiterate that apparently by the time Mr. Primavera was 15 or 16, he was the boss of the Miami branch of the Latin Kings. That is wild.
As well.
Just two uncles. Yes.
Correct. Now, your position within the Latin Kings, you were the first crown, right?
Yes, sir.
What the first crown means is that you're the jefe, you're the boss of that area,
Okay.
right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you're the boss of mostly the whole of Miami.
Yes.
Between the ages of 10 to 15 or 16, you rose to that position, right?
Yes,
That's
sir.
And you
incredible.
rose through the ranks.
That's
Yes.
The fifth crown is a secretary, right?
Yes.
The fourth crown is a treasurer,
Yes.
right?
Wow.
The third crown is an enforcer.
Yep.
The second crown is a cacique.
Yep.
And then you reach the top.
Yes, sir.
Now, below these 5 points of the crown are a whole bunch of soldiers, right?
Yes, sir.
And
soldiers.
you rose through that, still a child by the age of 16.
Incredible.
Yes, sir.
And you held that throne
Yes, sir.
for 15, 16 years before you were charged.
Yes, I did.
Wow.
Now, to keep that throne, you have to continue to commit crimes and oversee crimes, right?
Objection,
sir.
relevance.
Overruled.
Yes, sir.
Let's talk specifically about your tribe. That's what you refer to your crew as, right?
This don't got nothing to do with the case, man. Not my tribe at all.
All right, Mr. Rivera, I'll make that determination, okay? You just need to answer the questions, please.
We're talking about the size, the amount of soldiers, the amount in your group. Now, you're the boss over roughly 100 people in 2014, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, there's rules to the Latin Kings, right?
Yep.
There's a rule book.
Yes, sir.
These are actually all written out, both the purpose, the
Well,
rules, everything about the Latin Kings is put into what's
interesting because he's illiterate.
called the manifesto, correct?
Yes, sir.
And if you violate those rules, there's penalties for it.
Yes, sir.
Those include beatings.
Yes, sir.
You've ordered those before.
Yes, sir.
It includes things like ink removal,
Is that where
tattoos of Latin Kings,
hitting with
forcibly to remove them,
Yes, sir.
burn them off or cut them off.
Yes.
Wow.
Now, snitching is the ultimate rule, right?
Oh boy.
As a criminal enterprise, you need to have that rule so that if you're committing crimes with your gang members, that they're not going to flip against you.
Yes, sir.
And you violated that rule.
Yes, I did.
Now, had you violated that rule on an actual Latin king, the
No.
penalties would be more severe than what they're seeking against you right now.
Oh, it's be the same.
They're trying to kill you.
Yes, sir.
They're trying to kill your family.
Yes, sir.
You'd agree with me that if you were to name a Latin king, because
I'm not naming no Latin Kings, bro.
I know. So Catherine McBanwa, nowhere near a gang member, right?
No.
Sigfredo Garcia, not a Latin king.
No, sir.
Wendi Adelson, somebody else you pointed at, not a Latin king.
No.
You'd agree with me that
Wait,
had
wait,
you pointed
wait.
out
Wait, Wendy's not a Latin king? Could have fooled
not a
me.
Latin king, that the penalty, although the same, may have been delivered in a much more severe manner.
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about your cooperation. We're done with the Latin Kings for now. Okay. Is it a fair agreement that after you were charged in this case, you're brought to Leon County that you're desperate?
So
It's really like what?
Like,
we'll say after all that, where they're like, the relevance and it's like overruled. I don't really know what the relevance was after that questioning. So maybe he's going to come back to it.
You're in a jam. You're charged with first degree murder. The evidence is strong. You're looking at the death penalty.
Yes.
Let's go through it. So did you know, and you may not have, that there was media all over the place about the case? Your face was all over 2020, all over the news as involved in the case.
Yes.
The evidence in the case was strong. You saw it. They have ATM photos of you. They got the Prius. They got cell phone communications. They got people identifying you up there or up here.
Yes.
That was a problem, right?
Yes, sir.
You're being held in custody, no bond.
Yes, sir.
The penalty, guaranteed life, if not the death penalty, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you had just dealt with snitches on your federal case, right?
Yes, sir.
A guy named King Nana, the second in command of Florida,
Nana?
way above you, testified against the other 22 defendants in the federal case, right?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled. If you know, you can answer.
Yes, sir.
Nano testified against you.
Nana
Right.
or Nana?
Despite your gang's rules,
Yes.
right? And the repercussions.
Yes, sir.
Now you're involved in a case with Sigfredo Garcia, who was not a Latin king
Yes, sir.
and not under those rules.
Yes, sir.
Within your arrest paperwork and discovery, Catherine McVanilla's name is all over it, right?
Yes, sir.
She's a mother, right?
Yes, sir.
College graduate,
Yes, sir.
works in healthcare,
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Yes, sir.
could easily be pressured into testifying against you.
Yes, sir.
Objection. Calls for speculation.
That's speculation. That'll be struck. That's
That's
speculation.
Having just gone through a case mere months before where a hardened criminal that lives by a code to not snitch snitched against you, you had a concern that you could be snitched against, correct?
Yes, sir.
And again, the feds were involved. And in your words, you can't never beat the feds, man. You can't go to trial with the feds.
Yes, sir.
So you had a choice. You could not cooperate and surely get killed by.
I wonder, maybe we're getting some insight here as to why we know Katie wanted to take a deal, right? Because besides the fact that it was like a deal is an understatement, but we heard her express that anyway in her proffer. I wonder if maybe the reason why her attorneys advised her not to do that, maybe I wonder if it's because they were worried that if she did that and she, you know, even if it was evidence they already had against him, you know, Sigfredo, or rather Rivera, I wonder if they were worried that the Latin Kings would retaliate because they can get her in prison, right? And they can still get her family. I wonder if that was part of it. Because, I mean, there's really no other explanation that I can think of. But all of this questioning is making me think, I wonder if maybe that was part of it, which is awful, right? Like, you shouldn't, you know, seems like that they should be able to secure your safety if you know, do, like, if you snitch, I guess, right? In terms of, like, if she were to provide testimony that would further, I guess, incriminate Luis Rivera. I don't know. Just let me know what you guys think.
By the government by way of the death penalty, right?
Yes, sir.
Or at best, get life in prison.
Yes, sir.
Or you cooperate, right?
Yes, sir.
You get released while you're still young.
Yes, sir.
You'll be out in your 40s, right?
Like 50.
Now, there's a risk that you get murdered by the gang, but you have the biggest gang protecting you, the government, right?
Yes, sir.
It was the only chance you had to live.
Yes, sir.
It was either death penalty in life or take the risk, but you got them for protection.
Yes, sir.
But to get this deal, you
Or
had to,
maybe never mind.
you had to sell yourself, right?
He's insinuating
Yes, sir.
Now,
I guess
you already knew.
I guess he's now suggesting that the government can protect against, you know, the Latin Kings. That's not true, you know. Like, they can try, but these things still happen in prisons. You all have heard of it, I'm sure. So it's definitely not like definitive. But the fact that he says that makes me think that maybe isn't the reason that they advised Katie not to take that the full immunity. I don't know.
And they let you know they already had Garcia.
Yes, sir.
The evidence against him was equally as strong, right?
Yes, sir.
And you had the knowledge from the feds that you had just gone through that to get reductions, you have to help further the theory and get new arrests, right? You knew that.
Yes, sir.
You had to advance their theory to get time off.
Yes, sir.
If you could, and I know that it's you could
Right.
be nervous. I want to make sure everybody can hear, so if you could speak up or get closer to the microphone. Now, I want to talk about the information that you had. Your arrest warrant, that went out in the media, right?
Yes, sir.
And your family informed you about it while you were in federal custody.
Yes, sir.
Jessica, you spoke to her about it, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, Jessica, she's very smart. She's very intelligent.
Yes, she is.
She can figure things out.
Yes, sir.
She read, and it was about the narrative section of your warrant was about 20 pages, single spaced, right?
Yes, sir.
Detailing the government's theory, right?
Yes, sir.
That Catherine McManus was in the middle.
Yes, sir.
Once you're charged and you're here in Tallahassee, you reviewed your discovery with your attorneys, right?
Yes, sir.
They went over with you all the evidence, all the reports that were written in this case, right?
Yes, sir.
You know who Craig Isom is, right?
Yeah.
He's so you have a team, you have the federal agent, and then you have the local investigator, right?
Yes, sir.
And you know that investigator Isom wrote a bunch of reports detailing the theory of the case, just like your arrest warrant, right?
If I knew you wrote my case?
No, I'm saying that you get in discovery. Your attorneys, when they came to see you, they came with files, right?
Yeah.
They came with a lot of paperwork, and that included things like police reports,
Yes,
right?
sir.
And they reviewed that with you.
Yes, sir.
And
Remember-
ultimately, what you did in this case,
Remember, this is her retrial because the jury hung on Katie in her first trial. So that's interesting to keep in mind, right?
you met with law enforcement, right?
Yes, sir.
You finally sit down with them come the fall time of 2016, right?
Yes.
You knew their theory, right? That Catherine was involved, right?
I knew she was involved, yep.
And you named the names that they wanted to hear to get a reduction. That's what you did, right?
That's where he was going.
Yes.
You gave the two names that were in the reports and in your discovery. Wendi Adelson.
Oh wow, that's a whole other level, right? So like I was saying, it seemed like he was going to try to suggest that he just, would say anything so he could take a plea deal, but that's a whole other level, which is saying that he only knew the names because it was in the discovery, and that's where he learned the names from. I don't know if that's going to go very far, especially because he has a lot more specific information besides just learning the names in discovery. But anyway.
And Catherine McManus, right?
Yes.
You did exactly what you said you did in the federal case. You took it and ran.
Yes, sir.
Agreed to the government's facts, whether truthful or not.
That's true, but yes.
You agreed to untruthful facts.
No, everything I said was true, or whatever you're trying to say, but
I'm here trying to figure out what you've said and done. So you need to tell me, okay, please? You agreed to the government's facts, right?
yes.
Now let's talk about your cooperation agreement. You have an agreement with the state attorney's office in exchange for your testimony, right?
Yes.
Let's talk about what you get. You get a reduced charge, right?
Yes, sir.
It went from first-degree murder down to second-degree murder.
Yes, sir.
You qualify as a habitual felony offender, and that was waived, right?
Yes, sir.
The death penalty was waived.
Yes, sir.
Other charges were waived, like conspiracy to commit murder, right?
Yes, sir.
Solicitation to commit murder.
Yes, sir.
Possession of a firearm by a convicted felon.
Yes, sir.
You possessed
I was
firearms
wondering about that.
in this case, and they gave you a pass on those charges as well, too.
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that in the state of Florida, there's a minimum mandatory penalty for a convicted felon possessing a gun?
Yes, I do.
They also gave you a pass on an aggravated assault with a firearm.
Yes, sir.
You told them a story about how a guy shot Rick Nobles, the guy that you bought drugs from, the guy that helped you with the Prius, that
The guardian angel.
he and a bunch of his friends came into the hotel room and that you pulled two guns on him and told them to strip, right?
Yes, sir.
So you get a pass on that as well, too.
Yes, sir.
Now, on this topic of the Prius, and I just thought about this, you said that the gas line was shot
Yes, sir.
and the car immediately stopped.
Yes, sir.
Prius is electric, you know that, right?
It was on gas. It stopped.
No, he's going to be incorrect here. The Prius cannot run without gas. It's a hybrid. And even though it has an electric mode where it's only going to use the battery, that can't operate without gas. So it'll be interesting to see what happens because the state could object here if he keeps going with this. This is factually not true.
You understand it's a hybrid vehicle that
Yes,
can
I
run
do.
on electricity,
Yes,
too.
I do.
It can't.
So we're talking about what you get in this cooperation agreement. You get 19 years,
Yes, sir.
no minimum mandatory.
Yes, sir.
Now, had you been the shooter, you would have gotten a minimum mandatory, right?
Yes.
A higher minimum mandatory than just possession of a firearm by a convicted felon,
I mean, they could object there. Calls for speculation.
you would have gotten a higher penalty,
There calls for a legal conclusion as well.
right?
Yes, sir.
If you said you were the shooter, you probably wouldn't have gotten a deal either.
Yes, sir.
So you couldn't be the shooter.
I'm not the shooter.
Let's talk about reductions now. You know what gain time is?
Yes, sir.
Gain time is that you get a percentage off of your sentence.
Yes, sir.
That you'll serve potentially only 85% of the 19 years.
Yes, sir.
So instead of a 19-year sentence, you'll do approximately 16.
And a half. Yes, sir.
12 and a half already for federal,
Mm-hmm. Yes,
right?
Sir. Yes, sir.
A mere, if you can keep speaking up, I want to make sure everybody can hear. A mere 3.5 years on top of that. So 12 and a half to 16, 3.5 years for putting 2 bullets in Professor Markel's head. That was the penalty that they gave, right?
Yes, sir.
Instead of life or the death penalty.
Yes, sir.
And there's no probation on the back end.
No, sir.
You're free and clear.
Yes, sir.
Now, you said on direct examination that you don't
Again, like this all feels really annoying to me though, because if you're trying to say this is a good deal, your own client was offered the best deal one could possibly have. So, you know,
think that the Bureau of Prisons is any better than the Florida Department of Corrections.
They're all the same.
oh, Club Fed, he's pushing back on that. Yeah.
Do you remember on October 2nd of 2019, sitting in that exact same chair?
Katie's first trial.
Yeah, I remember.
And do you remember that there was a court reporter right there taking down everything that you were saying?
Yes, sir.
And that before you said anything from that stand, you agreed to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
So counsel, 10-2. You're on overage moment?
Yes.
10-2 afternoon. Pages 28 through 29. It's going to take me a second to pull this one out.
Well, in that case. Meh. Oh, looks like they're back. Here we go.
So, Mr. Rivera, again, we're talking about which facility is better. Do you remember being asked a question, in which facility is better, Leon County or the Federal Detention Center? Answer, of course. Question, which ones? Answer, the feds.
Obviously.
Question,
Listen.
they got the better food? Answer, I ain't worried about the food, but it's better. Question, but it's just generally better, right? Answer, it's better.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so the feds are better.
It's better because I'm in a facility where I'm getting protected at. It's called protect. Where every gangs drop out, it's in that same predicament I'm in. That's why I say it's better.
Mr. Rivera, I don't want to confuse the jury here. What we're talking about is that the federal prisons, the federal jails,
No, they're not better.
your
It's just
commissary,
where I'm at right now is better for me. I feel safe right now where I'm at. Where I was before, I wasn't feeling safe. They tried to kill me.
your commissary list in federal includes things like slippers and butterscotch candies, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. In state, you're lucky to get a towel.
I've never been to state, so I don't know.
But you're telling this jury that you know that one is better than the other.
That's what I hear.
Okay. So again, what we're talking about is what you get from your deal. You get protection from them, and you need it, right?
Yes, sir.
You need protection from the Latin Kings, right?
Yes,
right?
Yes.
You've sent them letters begging for help.
Yes, sir, I did.
You also need them for help on that probation violation hearing, right?
Yes, sir.
And you've tried to get them to help you so that you don't get penalized because Miami's your home turf.
Whoa.
Yes, sir.
Miami's different. They were after you for a while, and you know that.
Yes, sir.
You know the gang's prosecutor specifically knows who you are and was hoping to get a chance to go after you, right?
Yes, sir.
You need them, right?
Yes.
And they need you.
Yes, sir.
With that need for protection of your life, be it either 15 years or being killed, that puts you on their leash, right?
Yes, sir.
Now let's talk about what you have to give. We talked about what you get, the butterscotch candies, the protection. Now let's talk about what you have to give. You
Like
have to
they're on equal par with each other, the butterscotch candies and protection from like being slaughtered by the gang.
Testify.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
You have to testify truthfully, right?
Yes.
Completely
Yes, sir.
and repeatedly
Yes, sir.
in this trial
Yes, sir.
and in any future trials.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
Like I said, he's gonna.
And if you fail,
of it.
then you're violated by the agreement, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's what really puts you on their leash, right?
Yes, sir.
You have to do whatever they say
Yes, sir.
or they violate you.
Yes.
And what's worse, it's up to them to determine whether you've been violated or whether you violated, right?
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about now. So we talked about what you get, what you give for the cooperation. Let's talk about your cooperation now. Let's talk about the first name that you named, Wendi Adelson.
Yes.
You said that on July 17,
Sweet.
2014, that you saw her on Trescott. This is the same street that you shot the guy on.
Yes, sir.
You actually saw her at the same house, right? The same house where you committed the murder.
I didn't see her at the house. I seen her a few houses from the house.
Are you sure?
On the same street?
You didn't see her walk down the driveway and into the house?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay, so let's be clear. You saw her at the
Slow down.
I will.
Yeah.
I will. Fair, that's a fair request. You saw her at Professor Markel's house, the same house that you drove down the driveway and shot the guy in the garage.
Yes, sir.
Now, when you first saw her, she was walking towards you and Garcia in the car.
Yes, sir.
You saw her face,
Yes, sir.
her light eyes.
I'm driving.
You don't remember seeing her eyes?
I seen her.
You didn't see
I seen
her
her face. She got light eyes.
You didn't see her green? You didn't see her green blue eyes?
Oh,
Yes, sir.
like, well, first of all, those are contacts, so they might not be. If she doesn't wear the contacts, they might be different, but nonetheless, the way that this is silly to suggest that you would see somebody's eyes when you're driving and they're walking by, like.
You saw her green blue eyes.
Green blue eyes.
I can put this down now, right?
Put it right there.
Okay. You saw her blonde hair.
Yes, sir.
You saw her with 2 young boys.
Yes, I did.
Now, later in time, we're going to jump ahead right now for a second, but we're going to come back. Later in time, law enforcement presented you with a photographic lineup, right? To identify that woman.
Yes, sir.
And you identified somebody and you signed the picture, right?
Yes, I did.
Now we'll go back to you in the car seeing this woman. You ask Garcia, and Garcia says, that's her. That's Wendi, right?
Yes, sir.
That she came to confirm, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's when this woman that you allegedly saw goes into the house, right?
Yes, sir.
She walks down the driveway, the same driveway that you drove down,
Yes, sir.
with the 2 little kids,
Yes, sir.
and goes into the house.
Yes.
You ask Garcia again, before he calls Catherine, as you allege, and he says that she's here to check on the kids, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, your testimony and your claims is that Garcia calls Katie before you get to the hotel, right?
Yes, sir.
And that this is all before 12 noon, the day before the murder.
I don't remember the time, but yes, sir.
Would it refresh your recollection to watch a clip from your October 4th interview?
Go ahead.
I would object to refreshing in the presence of the jury.
You can't refresh his recollection and play this in front of the jury.
So, Your Honor, this is where what's happening right now is this is going to get played to the headset so he can listen to it.
Okay, you can play it to him in the headset.
That's what's happening.
All right.
Mr. Rivera, can you put that headset on?
Interesting.
Your Honor, if I can put it.
Ken?
Judge, could the defense provide a line and page number for the rest of us?
It's a video, and it is 10/4/2016 at 11:08:17.
You don't have to pay.
So we don't have anything on paper.
No, it's a video.
And you haven't provided anything for the state to see it at the same time?
Your Honor, this is their video. No witnesses allowed.
How long is the refreshing portion?
I would imagine maybe about 30 seconds.
Okay, maybe I can just listen to it after he listens to it, or before.
Whatever's good for them, I can play for the government right now.
All right, go ahead and play it for the witness.
So because we're not going to get to here, I'll just jump ahead here. Because they're headphones. Shout out to Iowa.
First, between you and Sigfredo Garcia. You guys met when you were young, right?
Yes, sir.
You went to school together.
Yes, sir.
What? Did you just completely change line of questioning?
Stay up. All right. You and Garcia, you went to school together.
Yes, sir.
Elementary school,
Yes, sir.
Biscayne Beach.
Yes, sir.
Went to middle school together
Yes, sir.
at Nautilus.
No.
Where'd you go? Middle school.
Jam at Opportunity School.
Then you went to high school together at Miami Beach Senior High.
No.
Where'd you go to high school?
I went to Miami. I went to Miami Beach High School. I remember seeing him there.
Now, it's in high school that you meet Catherine, right?
Yes.
You guys are young. You're teenagers when you all meet,
Yes, sir.
right? You had known Sigfredo since you were little.
Yes, sir.
Sigfredo meets Catherine in high school.
Yes,
You
sir.
meet her through him in high school.
Yes, sir.
Now, you ultimately dropped out.
I didn't drop out. I went to jail. I had no choice but not to go back to school.
Katie went on to graduate.
Yes, sir.
Went to college,
Yes, sir.
graduated again.
Objection, asked and answered.
Your Honor, if I could, the second question was graduated from college. The first one was graduated from high school.
You already,
Right,
that
you already
was,
asked
yeah, that was asked and answered already.
that before, but I'll allow it again if you know the answer to that.
Yes.
Now let's talk about Garcia and Katie. And they were very much high school sweethearts, right?
Yes.
Bad boy and the good girl.
Yes, sir.
And while still young, they have 2 kids together,
Yes, sir.
while Katie is still in school.
Yes, sir.
Now, Garcia, he tried his best to support, to give for the kids, right?
Yes, sir.
And you would agree with me that within your culture, that is a main priority. I'm not talking about the gang culture. I'm talking within your community, the community that Sigfredo Garcia is a part of, just like all communities, that is a main priority to take care of your children.
Of course.
Now, Sigfredo Garcia himself, he never went to college.
I don't know. Well, maybe no.
This is a guy you refer to as your brother. You don't know if he went to college?
Yeah, he's smart. I mean, I don't see why. No, he didn't go to college.
He was not steadily employed,
No.
worked odd jobs.
Yes, sir.
That include dealing drugs
Yes, sir.
consistently.
Yes, sir.
Now, you sold drugs, right?
Yes, sir.
Cocaine and marijuana.
Probably my whole life. Yes, sir.
It's a cash business, right?
Yes, sir.
At least in 2014, before things like Venmo, if you don't know what that is, or Cash Apps, everything, when people bought drugs, they gave you cash, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, on at least one occasion, you've robbed drug dealers with Sigfredo Garcia.
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
It's called a drug rip, right?
Yes, sir.
You go to a drug dealer's house, you go in, you steal their stash and their money.
Yes, sir.
And from that, you get cash.
Yes, sir.
Now, ultimately, when we're talking about Sigfredo Garcia, there was a breakup.
Okay, so he's trying to suggest that interesting. He's trying to explain away all the evidence and to give other explanations for it, right? So, like, for example, the way that they got the cash was actually from drug dealing, not from being paid for the murder. Huh.
There's many breakups, right?
Yes, sir.
But around the time of the homicide, Katie, who met this bad boy at a young age and had kids and forever tied herself to this man, she kicked him out.
Yes, sir.
You remember that?
Yes, sir.
But they stayed in constant communication because of the kids.
Yes, sir.
And look, he was a bad husband/boyfriend, but he was a good father, right?
Of course.
He provided.
Yes, sir.
He provided with cash support to Catherine
Yes, sir.
for the kids.
Yes, he did.
All right. You were asked about Instagram. You remember that, right?
Yay, the owl.
You're on a approach.
May.
Mr. Rivera, I'm showing you the pre-model.
Oh
That's not.
my God. Is he going to have the actual owl picture? Please.
You know what that is, right?
Yes, sir.
You know that that's your a photo of your Instagram account, right?
Publish
Yes,
it.
sir.
And you know that that's a photo of your Instagram account because you set it up yourself.
Yes, yes, sir.
And that's a fair and accurate depiction of what one would see if they don't follow you on Instagram, but when it looks you up.
Yes, sir.
Defense officer evidence was been pre-marked as defense.
Owl.
No objection.
Owl.
Be admitted as defense exhibit 9.
You're a man. Oh,
You may.
Yes, please be the owl picture. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Y'all.
all right, so Mr. Rivera, you got 1,282 posts, 72 followers, 126 following, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you say that you told the government about this post that you put out there. It was a lion.
So what?
You said that you put a post of a lion.
Yes, but that's not a lion. I took a picture of a lion. Yes.
Okay, let me back up because I don't want to confuse you. It wouldn't be fair to you. So you said that you were in Tallahassee and that you posted something and you alleged that Catherine got on the phone and was like, take it down, gave you an order, right?
Yes, sir.
People don't give the boss of the Latin King's orders, do
She
they?
didn't give me no boss. She told him.
All right.
Ha.
And you followed this alleged order and you took it down, right?
Yeah.
Now, of course, the government then sent a subpoena to Facebook to get your records, just like they did for Ms. McBanoa and Sigfredo Garcia, right?
Yes, sir.
They did do that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we'd be able to see if that actually ever happened, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Mr. Rivera, I want to talk to you about your mental health.
Interesting. So he didn't, that's it? Like he didn't, what?
At a young age, you were
Here.
diagnosed. as bipolar, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, what'll
And-
have to happen? I mean, I guess he's trying to be like, oh, because they didn't produce it. I mean, I guess if if the state is concerned about that owl picture, they could on their redirect, they could show the owl picture. I hope they do. So
With that comes things like mood swings.
Yes, sir.
Also, at around the age of 10 years old, you were diagnosed with schizophrenia.
wow,
Yes, sir.
And that comes with delusions and
that's
hallucinations,
unusual
right?
Yes,
for
sir.
that age.
Now, although you were diagnosed at the age of 10 years old, this is something that you live with throughout your life, right?
Yes, sir.
Back in 2004, now, right now, you're getting treatment through the Bureau of Prisons, right?
No, sir.
But back in 2014, you were self-medicating, right?
Yes, sir.
Although right now you're sober, but back then it was alcohol on every trip, right?
Yes, sir.
Cocaine, every trip, all the time, right?
Yes, sir.
And you were taking Molly like candy.
Yes, sir.
I don't know how
You
that
could explain to the jury what Molly is.
bipolar and schizophrenia.
I don't know how to explain that.
Molly's sort of like the drug ecstasy, correct?
Oh my God.
It's sort of like the effects that you would have when you take cocaine, right? That it enhances your mood.
Yes, sir.
Whereas other drugs bring you down, like the medications for those mental health illnesses. You're taking drugs that are ramping you up, right?
Yes, sir.
He's trying to make
Now,
it
we talked
seem
about the information that you gave against Wendi Adelson. Let's talk about the core of this case now. What do you say?
The thing is that he's jumping around to these different lines of questioning, and he's not like I just was like, oh, okay. I think what he's trying to do is to suggest like maybe that it could make him more dangerous. But like instead of then him asking a question that is like that, right? Like, you know, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how it would make you feel when you took those drugs based on your mental condition, right? Like he's not closing the loops. You know what I mean? Like, he didn't close the loop on the owl. He didn't close the loop on that. So, and it just feels very, I don't know. It just doesn't feel like he did a much better job with Wendi.
Plain, Catherine Magdanois did. Ultimately, she is the one in the middle, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, the first thing that you say is that you had conversations, and we're talking about the 3 points, 3 pieces of evidence that you claim to have against Miss Magdanois.
I will know.
Your
also,
conversations with Garcia.
He seemed to try to suggest. I mean, he didn't. Again, he's not closing the loops on anything. He seemed to try to suggest that Lewis couldn't pick Wendi out or whatever, but he didn't close the loop on any of that. But again, I remember him asking Wendi when Wendi was on the stand. He was on cross. I remember him being like, you know, because again, he's trying to put more blame on Wendi to detract it, I guess, from Katie. You know, which is fine with me. And he's like, you know. You know that, you know, there was a witness that saw you there, blah, blah, right? Like he says it as if it's true with Wendi, but then now, and remember, Wendi testified before Lewis, right? So if you're this, and this is the same day. So if you're this jury, you've heard already with Wendi, you've already heard him suggest, hey, somebody can put you there before the murder, blah, blah, they saw you. And now you're hearing him, this attorney with this witness, same day, try to second guess that. So, you know, I don't think that would work. The jury's going to remember that, right? That's a huge detail. But like I said, we're going to go back and watch that with Wendi again, because there's so much now. Like there was so much, but also now we have even more information, having gone through all this with Lewis's proffer and testimony. And so we'll get to hear that again, the question about that.
Yeah, that Katie was hiring him. That's part of your testimony, right?
Yes, sir.
That you were somehow just like an assistant.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Rivera, I'm going to ask you an open-ended question.
Okay.
When did you find out it was going to be a murder?
Halfway up here.
Switch over here.
Got a pen in his mouth. Hey, he's got a bird in his mouth. Getting the technology ready.
October 4th of 2016, right after you
That was the day.
enter into the deal to cooperate the day before, where you met with Agent Sanford, with investigator Isom, with investigator Monica Jordan, and your attorney, Mr. Collins, that you met with them all to give your proffer, your information about the case, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, before that meeting, you swore to tell them the truth and the whole truth, correct?
Yes, sir.
Your testimony a moment ago is that you found out halfway up here, right?
Yes, sir.
Objection, Your Honor.
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
This hasn't been admitted into evidence.
Right.
Correct, Your Honor. This is impeachment.
What's your objection?
Improper impeachment, Your Honor.
There is a 30-second clip directly on this point.
No, you may proceed.
So that's the clip that he had him listen to. Again, it's odd because remember when I was like, oh, weird, he just didn't follow through with that questioning. Again, another thing where he didn't close the loop. He went through all that. And the jury's hearing that. They're hearing all this much ado about you're going to hear it on the headphones, blah, blah. And then to just like come out of that and like completely change topic. And now he's bringing it up here. The thing he had him listen to like 15 minutes ago. I don't get it. I don't get it.
That caused you to come to Tallahassee the very first time?
I thought the first time it was coming up here, I thought it was going to come here also. You know, so when I got in the car, that's when Garcia told me, "We'll come up here for. Come ahead, kiss somebody."
So before you got in the car, you had a conversation with Sigfredo Garcia at your house. And he said he wants you to go with him to Tallahassee to do a drug robbery.
Did I understand what was coming to me? First, I thought I was going to get a robbery.
Just a robbery.
I thought it was going to be simple robbery. But then as we came on talking about it, that's when he told me, "Listen, we're coming out there, come up here for a job. I'm finna get hired. We get hired, we have to kill someone."
And you already left, or was that before you?
No, I was still in the house. Okay. Then I got to the car, we got in the car, and he told me, "You're going to come up here. I'm going to kill this guy. You're going to get paid this much. $35,000. So I looked at my hands, I looked at money, but all right, whatever, let's try. We drive it, he showed me a picture of my cat. That's the first time I seen a picture of him, and I heard his name. They told me, "Man, this is that one, see, this is my cat." I don't know the name, they don't name, they're not going to know the name. They showed me the picture, I just seen a picture, I looked at it. So I like to drove up here, come up here the first night, we went to the hotel.
I think it's lucky, but I don't want to talk about first trip. And you rented the car?
No, the car was not on there.
Okay. Is it a rental car?
It was a rental car.
Rental car. Who rented the car?
It was Garcia. He came with the car.
He came with the car.
He came with the car. Your place. He came over to my uncle's house. Rochelle. He picked me up and I left. You know, he didn't know what's up.
They called you and said, "I'll get you."
He already told me the story. He rented the car. I came to pick up that same day. He said, "Yo, I'm on my way." He picked me up in the car. I went to my house, changed up in the car, and we drove. It was like a Wednesday night. It was Wednesday.
You knew that the purpose of renting the car was to drive to Tallahassee with her?
Yes, sir.
I think he's
He already told you, "I'm going to rent a car," or he shows up and says, "I'm renting a car."
No, he said, "I got my car. We rented a car." He said, "I'm going to rent a car."
So you knew that the story, the first version, is you come up here and rob somebody, he's going to rent a car.
Yeah.
But it changed to murder before or after you rented the car.
No, before he rented the car. Remember, it was our house. We got out.
It's got to be down there.
I don't want you to get confused going back and forth.
Exactly. I'm trying to.
So I'm going to be straight up. It's all there. Let's just make sure everything's all right.
So, Mr. Rivera, your testimony and direct examination was halfway up there,
Yes,
but in
sir.
your statement that you made in 2016 years ago, your testimony was that there was a conversation at the house before the first trip, before the car was even rented, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you were asked that in that interview, you didn't say, "Oh, look, I don't remember, but I think it was this," right?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't say that when the government asked you the question either, right?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the defense has a CD of that. It's been pre-marked as Defense 7. We'd like to offer it into evidence and offer the truth of the matter asserted.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor. He's admitted to making the statement. How does it come in as evidence? And it's already been published, so I don't know what difference it makes, but I still don't think it's admissible.
All right, it's marked as what exhibit?
It's pre-marked as Defense 7.
It will be admitted as Defense 7.
Is that the entire interview?
No, it's just that one. We would prefer to enter in the entire, if the government would allow.
We're not talking about that right now.
Understood, Your Honor.
Ha!
So, Mr. Rivera, that's the first thing that you talked about, that you gave to the government, is the direct evidence against Ms. McBann were your conversations with Garcia, right? And now the next thing that you claim is Garcia's calls with Catherine, right?
Yes, sir.
And one of those was the phone call that was placed after the murder, right?
Yes, sir.
Where you claim that he said it's done and that she says, "I know."
Yes, sir.
Along those lines, right?
Yes, sir.
Again, you had your discovery, right? Through your attorneys.
Yes, sir.
And in that, it had reports And it had an explanation that there was phone calls at certain times, right?
Yes, sir.
You didn't have to make up that the phone call happened, right?
Like this is a lot. Just to like what he's trying to suggest here is a whole lot, which is like that none of this ever happened. It was in the discovery, and so Luis Rivera just like memorized it and then said it's what happened. I mean, it's like it's as if he's trying to suggest that the government like completely made everything up, like which I understand that there's cases where we see things that are in that realm, right? However, again, in this case, they built everything from the ground up and there's so much evidence and it was done so thoroughly. It's like, this is not reasonable for him to even, I don't know. I think he could be taking a different strategy with this.
No,
All you had to do was make up what was said.
I didn't make up nothing.
Let's talk about the third thing.
I mean, maybe it's the best he can do.
July 19th, Saturday morning.
Is not good for them.
No. You claim that you were at the barber shop, right?
Yes, sir.
And that barber shop is called King Ray's.
Yes, sir.
Are you going to try to say,
for the record, that's R-E-Y.
Are you going to try to say he did not go to the barber shop because please?
And that's up on 135th and Biscayne, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Why the fuck would he make that up? Anyway. Like, homeboy takes like 5 showers a day. I totally believe he was at the barbershop.
Mr. Rivera, I'm showing you what has been pre-marked as the defense demonstrable. You recognize that this building right here in the middle, right?
Yes, sir.
That's where Jessica lived, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, for correction, on direct examination, Ms. Kaplan told you that it was 151515 Northeast 135th. There's a refresher recollection if I tell you it's 1505.
No.
All right, but you agree with me that that's our building right there in the middle.
Yeah, he didn't. He said he didn't
So on
know.
Saturday morning, July 19th, you leave that location, right? You claim?
Yes, sir.
Can you still see Jessica's location right here in the middle?
Yeah.
You would agree with me that that map is accurate?
Yes, sir.
Now, handing out even more. Now, you lived in Miami your whole life, right?
Of course.
So you know the maps of Miami.
Yes, sir.
You have Jessica right here, 1505, Northeast 135th, right?
Yes, sir.
And Biscayne runs
Right there.
north to south right there. Now, she's down here at 1505. King Ray's is north up here, right?
Yes.
It's a barbershop you go to every single Saturday, so you know exactly where it is.
Yes, sir.
Every Saturday. Doesn't surprise me.
Now, you'd agree with me that this is panning out even more, right?
Yes, sir.
So you've got
Oh,
Jessica
there's the
right here.
ocean. Wow.
It's Saturday morning, you're up here at King Ray's.
Yes.
You claim you get a phone call and rush right back.
Yes, sir.
This is Normandy Isle, right?
Yes, sir.
And Normandy Isle is where the mother of your other children, live, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's Annie Diaz, right?
Yes.
Annie Diaz, her family, your kids, that's where they live.
Yes, sir.
And just so that we're clear, what we're talking about is that this island right here is Normandy Isle.
Yes, sir.
Beautiful.
To be clear, this is Normandy again, right here. So Jessica, King Ray's, Normandy, right?
Yes, sir.
So let's go through what you say happens the morning of July 19th. So
I don't know why.
you claim that Katie called you, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, the discovery, the reports said that there was a phone call on July 19th between you and Catherine, right?
Yes, sir.
But it didn't say who called who, right?
No.
You say that she called you, but in fact, the call detail records and evidence show that you called.
Ah, CDR.
I can call her.
Do you have any reason to believe that the cell phone records are inaccurate?
I don't know nothing about no cell phone records.
All right. So you then call Hibaro.
Yes, sir.
Now, Hibaro is spelled Hibaro.
Don't know how to spell it.
But you do know that he's a Latin king.
Was.
He died in 2017
Yes, sir.
after the murder and after your arrest and after your cooperation.
Yes, sir.
He goes by the name of King Anthony.
Yes, sir.
You had him go pick up Sigfredo Garcia
Yes, sir.
to help them apparently get to Jessica's house for this meeting, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you also claim that while you're at the barbershop, King Ray's, which is north of that little red dot, that Jessica Rodriguez called you, right?
Yes, sir.
And said, Katie and Garcia are at the house.
Yes, sir.
So you rush from King Ray's down to Jessica's house. You claim that you rush from right here down here, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you get there, you claim that Katie and Garcia are there, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you had your cell phone, the cell phone that you use on you when you were at the barber shop, right? And that's how these communications
I have
were
2
happening.
cell phones.
But obviously, the phone that you're using to communicate with Miss McDaniel, the phone that you're using to communicate with Miss McDaniel, obviously you have that in your possession, right? It's not somebody else having those phone calls.
I have one, and the other one had an Anthony.
Okay. You have a phone on you that you're using to communicate with Miss McDaniel, right?
Yes, sir.
He seems to be, I just want to say, he seems to be setting up for something here. I don't know what, but he seems very excited about it.
What is your explanation to the jury why that phone that's communicating with Miss McDaniel is right there when the phone calls are happening in Normandy and not where you claim it to be?
I have 2 phones. Anthony had my other phone, and he's going that way to go pick up Tuto. It's right around the corner, not too far from each other. That same little area where Sprint lived at.
Mr. Rivera, you've given 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is your 11th time testifying. Have you ever said that before? That you gave your phone to King Anthony, and that's why your cell phone.
I believe I said it one time before. It should be on record, but I have said it one time before. And it's been a long time, been 8 years.
Well, also,
So that same phone that went with
it could be too, he didn't want to mention that name because it was Latin King.
you to Tallahassee, the same phone that you had that was using for all the communication, just so happens to be that that phone is not in your possession. The one that's communicating, just like you're saying, was communicating with Miss McBanwell on that morning.
Yes, sir.
So then what's the other phone number? What's the other phone?
I don't know the number.
You never told them, right?
I don't know the phone number.
We don't have the cell phone records.
I can't remember. If I remember the phone, I can't remember. It's been 8 years total. Who's going to remember a phone number?
Yeah.
So let's go back in time to October of 2016 when you did that recorded interview. Did you say anything about this?
Can't remember if I did or not.
Your cooperation agreement is to give the complete truth, right?
Yes, sir.
You never said that, did you?
Can't remember.
In fact, you claimed that number that ends in 8153, the one that's communicating with Miss McBanwell, the one that was on Normandy Island, doesn't fit your story, is in your possession, right?
Yes.
Now, let's talk about Jessica Rodriguez. She was interviewed about this meeting
I'm not following his point there.
multiple times, right? You know that.
Yes.
About that morning.
Maybe it'd be easier if you could.
Now, before they did one of the interviews, law enforcement allowed you to have a phone call with her from one of their phones that was unrecorded, right?
Yes, sir.
Oh.
And then right after that, a female investigator, Investigator Bennett, on a recorded phone call that's recorded,
We just said that.
had an interview with Jessica about what happened that morning, right?
Yes, sir.
Have you heard what Jessica said happened?
No.
Now, going back to your discovery, the reports, you didn't have to make.
Hold on. What is the point of this? He keeps doing this. He's like, have you heard? It's like, if you say that, have you heard what she said happened? No. Well, like, why are you not then going to either A, try to get that into evidence, or B, ask a follow-up question? Like, what the fuck? What's the point?
Make all this up, the communications, right? You just had to pepper in some small details so that you could get that deal,
Stop
right?
it.
No.
See, that's right.
He
was going.
You didn't have the direction of the phone calls, but from the reports, you knew that there were phone calls in between certain people that morning, right?
Yes.
And that's why your story doesn't fit the evidence.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Come on.
Because you made up facts without knowing all the details.
Oh my God.
Nothing up.
And you know the phrase that the devil is in the details, right?
Nothing up.
Oh my God.
So let's talk about your prior meetings. Now, this is after you decide to cooperate.
I mean,
you
maybe,
meet with your attorneys
well,
about
maybe I can
basically.
answer the question that I just asked, which is why does he keep doing that? Where he just keeps like not closing the loop, not finishing the line of questioning, jumping around. I mean, maybe it's because if you were to actually ask the normal logical follow-up questions, it would be bad, right? Like maybe this is the best he can do for Katie is to just try to hope the jury will think that he's getting somewhere when he's not. Maybe
Basically, every time you called, they came, right?
Something like that.
Now, you had many meetings with law enforcement as well, right?
Yes.
On August 8,
In other words-
2016.
In other words, if he tries to act like he's making some sort of crazy point, like mic drop moment, like he tries to act like that, they're just gonna be like tricked into thinking that's the case.
There was a setup where you're in a room with your attorneys, the agent, the federal agent, and Ms. Kappelman and other people, other prosecutors are in the other room, right?
Yes.
And messages are being passed between them and the other room. Your attorney's basically going from room to room, passing the message back and forth.
Yes, sir.
You cannot remember the questions.
No.
You cannot remember the answers.
No.
It was unrecorded.
Yes.
But you agree with me that on that day, no deal was struck.
No.
On September 29, 2016, you have the same setup. Your attorney running back and forth in between the rooms, right?
Yes, sir.
You're giving your version all the information. You're showcasing what information you have, right?
Showcase.
And it's unrecorded.
Yes, sir.
The following day, September 30th, there's a different setup where Agent Sanford, Investigator Isom are in the room with you and they're actually talking to you face to face. Now you're giving your statement directly to law enforcement at that point, right?
Yes, sir.
They know you have your discovery, right?
Yes, sir.
And they don't record that statement, right?
Yes.
On October 3rd, you meet with them again, and it again is unrecorded.
Yes, sir.
And it's not until after all of those rehearsals on October 4th, the video that we saw, that you're finally recorded.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Rivera, I need you to tell the
Right
truth.
there, the stacking of the papers. Again, he didn't make any point with that. He just asked the question, but like the stacking of the papers. So instead of asking another follow-up question to try to suggest something to the jury, instead of that, what does he do? He stacks the papers.
All of those rehearsals on October 4th, the video that we saw, that you're finally recorded.
Yes, sir.
That's supposed to be the mic drop moment, right? It's really kind of, I mean, grandstanding. I think it's in a way, it's maybe kind of more like gaslighting or trying to.
Mr. Rivera, I need you to tell this jury the truth. Garcia came to you to commit this murder, but he didn't mention Katie, right?
Oh my
He's
God.
been involved the whole time, dog.
Garcia came to you and he didn't mention who was hiring him, right?
Yes, he did.
Now, you knew that cooperating just against Sigfredo Garcia, it wouldn't help you, right? You
She's
said that you know
involved.
that.
She's a mastermind. She was in the middle of this.
But cooperating against Garcia, that's my question. You agree with me that that wouldn't help you?
No, I don't agree with you with that.
If you had just implicated Garcia, you already agreed you would not have gotten a deal. You know that, right?
Since day one, I mentioned her name.
They laid it out for you who they wanted, right?
No.
They told you. You
I
already
gave him the truth, bro. I'm not gonna go back and forth with you. When I gave him the truth, like it was Katie and Garcia. It was all three of us involved.
Mr. Rivera,
That's the truth, man.
Mr. Rivera, you've already agreed with me that you knew from the reports that the people that they wanted were Wendi Adelson and Catherine McBano. You have already agreed with me that you were in a tough position, and you already told this jury.
They could have objected. That's not what happened. This part.
Knew from the reports that the people that they wanted were Wendi Adelson and Catherine McBano. You have already agreed with me that you were in a tough position, and you already told this jury how.
That's true, but I'm still telling the truth.
Yeah, the part though where he's like, you already agreed that they wanted Wendi and Katie. That never happened. So they could be objecting there. That he did not ask those questions.
Understand. Let me get the question out. Let me get the question out. And you've already told this jury, right, that in your federal case, you took it and ran because you can't fight the feds, right?
That's true.
That happened.
And that's what you did here. You took it and ran, and with it, you took Katie's innocence.
No, I'm not taking innocence. She's guilty just like all three of us are guilty, man.
And the reason why you're okay, and we're talking about the truth that we're hoping to get here, that you blame Garcia for all of this, don't you? For getting arrested. You blame him.
Yes.
He messed up.
We all messed up.
No, but he used the phone and he called Harvey Adelson. You know about that, right?
Who?
You know that Sigfredo Garcia placed a phone call that ultimately got you caught, right? You know that.
I can't remember that. Refresh my memory, please.
Another thing that is bothering me here is he's not listening to the answers. He's just, and again, maybe it's because he's like, if he were to actually listen and try to follow up with that, nothing good would come of it. But it seems like he's trying to create something that doesn't exist. It just feels real gaslighty to me. He did a great job with Wendi. But see, that was a great witness for him.
Page 2. You went to high school until 15 or 16, right?
Yes, sir.
You then went to William Turner Tech High School, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you went to masonry class and you got OSHA certified, right?
Yes, sir.
Certified operator.
Scott, fall asleep for a bit. It's okay. We forgive you.
Sir.
Heavy equipment and machines.
Yes, sir.
You had to take a written test.
Yes, sir.
At USP Tucson, you're going to school to get your GED.
Yes, sir.
And you got it, right?
No, I wish I did.
But you did get your license. We know that from the citation, right?
Yes, sir.
To get your license in the state of Florida, you have to take a monitored written exam.
Just pay somebody and get your license and get out of it. You know, I know people.
And you're okay with doing things like that,
I was fine with it.
cheating the system,
I had to get my license some way, somehow. Huh?
just like you had to get a
I
reduction
didn't
in
cheat.
your
I didn't cheat
sentence.
this system.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Okay, now, Mr. Rivera, is the reason why you're saying illiterate is because you don't want to be confronted with your words?
No, I can't read, bro.
All right.
I'm not gonna keep throwing them.
Thankfully, I thought about this. If I could have 1 second, Joe.
Oh dear. Is he gonna really try to be like prove it that you can't read? Because really,
Mr. Rivera, what I have for you here, the headset. Would you put that on? You're on.
See what you got going on first.
You're gonna have somebody read it to him? Is that what you're gonna do?
Yeah. Mr. Rivera, can you hear me?
okay, so I think what's happening is they are muting him somehow, and he's reading something to Mr. Rivera.
I'd walk away.
All right.
So why don't I do this to make it clear, because I know that you're on a 1 to 5. I'll save this topic.
Hold on. Let me see here. What is happening? This bailiff back here looks like he's yawning or very intrigued.
Mr. DeCoste, if you're gonna read it to him, you're still in front of the jury.
Oh, no.
Okay, right. So that's what I was wondering. I was like, is he muted and reading and we just can't hear it, or like what?
All right, I'd walk away.
All right.
So
You walk away, okay.
why don't I do this to make it clear, because I know that you're on a 1 to 5. I'll save this topic. All right, and I'll move on to a next one, and then I can give a stopper point because we're at a good one at the moment.
After all of that with the headphones.
All right. So, Mr. Rivera, we're gonna come back to that, okay?
What? Why did he do that though? Because he already knew he had to stop. Then
Do you deny that you believe that Sigfredo Garcia messed up when he used the phone?
Yes, sir.
You disagree that he messed up by using the phone?
Yeah, of course. If you use the phone, you messed up.
Okay. So then we don't have to go through this whole process. You agree with me that he used the phone, and ultimately that got you guys caught.
Yes, sir.
All right. And that gave you justification to take down him and his family, right?
With the truth.
To take down him and his girl. You already told this jury, if you go against a Latin king, you're at risk, and so is your family, right? That's what you said. That's the code that you live by, right?
Yes, sir.
And he wronged you by getting you caught.
I have to point out an internal contradiction here, because this attorney is trying to kind of suggest two things that both can't be true at the same time. The first is that none of this really happened and it was all made up, and he memorized it all from the discovery and he made it all up so that he could get this plea deal. But now he's also trying to say that the reason he did all of it was because he was mad at Sigfredo because Sigfredo got him caught. Well, caught for what? If none of this happened, if none of this happened, then this doesn't make any sense. The thing about pissed off because Sigfredo makes a phone call and then you get caught. Well, that only makes sense if they did the things. So, like, think it through better.
And you were able to justify taking him down and his family.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, this would be a great point.
To stop.
Unless Your Honor wants me to keep going, but the next topic it's hard to get into and stop in the next couple of minutes.
All right. Okay. Why don't we stop for the day then? And we'll continue with the cross-examination in the morning. All right. And so I'll release you for the day. Again, the instructions not to have any conversations with anyone. Don't look at any local news.
Wow. So like, this cross is like all over the place, and I don't know that he's making any headway. Again, I like I said before, it is unusual too. I mean, when unless they're on like I don't know what the deal was with the scheduling and the constriction. Now, it could be also because, remember, like I was saying, they have to bring him from wherever he's being held in custody. So maybe that would be why they put they're in this position where they have to start cross and then finish it the next day, because that is unusual when cross is interrupted like that over the course of a day. I mean, oftentimes, even if it's like going to be interrupted at lunch, they will try to work around that. So anyway, all that being said, maybe he is going to come back the next day and like salvage the cross here. Again, I don't know what the best approach would be, because this is a really damning witness for Katie. But regardless, his strategies have just been all over the place, and the contradictions, right? Again, like just not the one besides the one I just mentioned, but also the whole thing of like the deal with seeing Wendi when they just heard him ask that question to Wendi. So I don't know. So what we will do is next time, what we'll do is we will finish his cross the next day. And I think we will also go back and rewatch Wendi because like I've been talking about it, but also we learned a lot from Luis. And things will have a lot more context with Wendi as well. So I think that's what we will do. I mean, we might do some other witnesses as well, but I think that's what we'll definitely finish this cross. And I think we'll go back and watch Wendi as well. So yeah, so that's it for this one though, at the moment, guys. Y'all are awesome though. We had a lot. I'm like, dude, are we going to see the owl picture? Like, please, can we see the owl picture? Please, can we learn more about that whole thing? Because that is crucial. You know, that's crucial. So let me pull my banner down. So guys, thanks so much for watching and for being awesome squirrels. Love you guys. And I will, we'll be back for, I think tomorrow we're going to be doing some Casey Anthony, but see you guys next time. Squirrel out.